Good morning. I'll call to order the November 1st, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Hart.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Labanino.
Here.
Chair Hartman.
Here. Please stand and join me in the pledge. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item of business is approval of the minutes from October 18th, 2022. May I have a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. CEO Miyasato, do you have a report today?
I do, Chair Hartman and board members. Good morning. I'm pleased to introduce your board and our community to someone you've seen before but is stepping into a role with the county, and that is Kelsey Gerkens-Butita, who's been selected as the new Communications Manager, Public Information Officer for the county. As you know, Kelsey graduated from Cal Poly in SLO, where she earned a Bachelor of Science degree in broadcast journalism. And prior to joining us, as many of you know, she worked for KEYT News Channel 3 in Santa Barbara, where you may have seen her as a reporter and the chief meteorologist. In her new role at the county as the communications manager and PIO, she'll be responsible for addressing needs countywide. She will also be responsible for addressing the community on emergency communications and ensuring all residents are well informed and have the information they need to access county services and programs. So please join me in welcoming Kelsey to the county team.
Good morning, and thank you for the introduction. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. It is my absolute pleasure to be here. I am so excited to start working with the County of Santa Barbara and start working with all of you and our members here in the community. I am thrilled to be going into this communications role. I've been a part of this community for the last 12 years, and I really care about all of the communities here in the County of Santa Barbara. So I understand that we have all of these different neighborhoods and niches up through Santa Maria, Lompoc, Santa Ynez Valley, and Santa Barbara. And I'm really excited to represent all of the different communities and everything that the County of Santa Barbara is doing for our general population. So thank you for having me here today, and I look forward to the next chapter ahead.
Thank you. And that concludes your announcements?
That concludes my announcements, Chair.
All right. And Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. We posted an addendum to today's agenda on Friday, October 28th, amending the closed session agenda, and a clarification on A5 regarding the execution of loan documents for the Escalante Meadows project, which is in the 5th District. The closed session agenda was amended to include an additional closed session item under Public Employee Appointment, paragraph 1 of subdivision B of Government Code section 54957, Agricultural Commissioner. This addendum was posted online and has been made available to the board and the public. Lastly, I would like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's updated methods of public participation. For the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Members of the public can attend meetings in person, both in the Santa Barbara Board Hearing Room chambers as well as the Santa Maria Board Hearing Room chambers. Please note the board is following all local and state guidelines and are no longer requiring face coverings indoors. If you attend the board meetings in person, you will no longer be required to wear a face covering, but please be advised that the Public Health Department is strongly encouraging all county staff and members of the public to mask and socially distance themselves in crowded areas. I would also like to remind the public that if you require any special accommodations, please contact the clerk of the board's office, preferably on the Friday prior to the board meeting. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing important information about joining the virtual meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided in the registration confirmation email. You will be placed on mute until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will call you by name. When removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes at the discretion of the chair. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for today.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I had a question. Could you repeat what you said about A5?
This project is located within the 5th district.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. That brings us then to the administrative agenda. I have that board members would like to pull A13, A20, A23, A24, and A28.
A26 as well, too.
A26. All right, Madam Clerk, A13.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 13 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the circumstances of the existing state of emergency.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I just looking for a roll call vote.
Okay, may I have a motion?
I'll move 813.
A second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. All right, motion passes with one objection. Would you read A20 into the record, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 20 is from the General Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an agreement with Triumph Protection Group for Isla Vista Clinic and the Community Center campus and Camino del Remedio parking lot security services. This item is located within the 1st district. This item also requires a 4/5 vote.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Really here, this seems like security services for routine services that are going to be taking place at these buildings. And so that's something I've generally been opposed to. I support additional security when we have kind of one-off issues like some of the homeless recovery centers that we've done to make sure that we can keep the community safe and keep a status quo there. But I've not been in favor of the additional security services. I don't think it's the proper use of funds. I think they could be used elsewhere. I do appreciate what you guys do, but at the same time, when these come to me, I've generally voted against them, and I'm also going to be voting against this one as well. So just looking for a roll call vote.
And did you want any presentation by staff? Supervisor Lavanino?
I'll move 820.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Sure. Just that, I think given the context of real investigatable and prosecutable threats against public health staff and against people in the administration building, I think that it's wise to take this precaution and a good investment of funds in our employees' safety.
And I believe this is in Isla Vista primarily at public health facilities, and therefore I do think that it's justified, the kind of intensity of use there. And if you don't keep patrolling, then people come in, and it can be very dangerous for people trying to get in and avail themselves of services. So I also will be supporting this. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so we have one opposition, Supervisor Nelson. Madam Clerk, A23.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 23 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an agreement with Geocentric Consultants, Inc. to provide on-call professional services for cannabis odor monitoring.
Supervisor Williams.
I don't need an extra, a separate vote. I fully support this. This is really good. It's something that we wanted to see for some time, though I would just ask that periodically it come back to us to look at its efficacy, right? To make sure that we're, remaining at the cutting edge and that we understand the information coming back. So it's just sort of a request to come back to the board yearly or something. I don't want to make a mandate, given that our schedule can be kind of strange, but a request to come back on a regular basis.
And Madam Clerk, we have a member of the public.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have Mark Shatillo.
Morning, members of the board. This is Mark Chatillo on behalf of the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. We do endorse and support this contract and underscore the need to keep an eye on it. Our concern is that some of the tools in this contract are not going to be adequate to be able to actually identify the sources of odor when there are nearby cannabis grows that are contributing to an odor problem. We do laud the counties stepping forward and moving forward with this contract. We would have preferred that there was some more community and industry engagement in the formulation of the scope of work. But what you have before you is a good first step, and we do support it. But we also do support an opportunity to revisit it at periodically going forward to ensure that it's the best use of the dollars that we have, and it's effective at addressing the odor concerns that we expect to be seeing going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Thank you. And I did have a question for staff, and that is when do we anticipate having the first results from this coming back?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we need to get the contract started and moving, and then we're going to identify the facilities that have the condition for us to monitor their odor, and that's done on a quarterly basis. And so I think what we would do is I want to make sure I get enough data for the board, so I'll look at that first quarter and make sure we have enough data to provide to you, and then we could come back at that point in time. If not, I'll be in communication with the board about when we will come back.
But probably within 6 months would be a good.
Yes,
All
I would
right.
say that'd be
Good.
correct.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Madam Clerk, item A24.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 24 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an agreement for services with KLD Engineering for preparation and the excavation modeling and planning project.
And Madam Clerk, is there also public comment on this item?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do have a request to speak from Mark Chatillo.
Why don't we go with him first? Mr. Chatillo?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the mute, but I'm thinking that you're hearing me. So good morning, Mark Chatillo again. This time on behalf of Friends of Mission Canyon, a community organization. This is an evacuation plan and assessment, which is very much supported throughout the community to deal with emergency evacuations, particularly in our foothills, but elsewhere throughout the county where either wildfire or other emergencies necessitate the mass evacuation of communities. The concern that I wanted to speak to is that there have been a number of evacuation studies that have been prepared, particularly in the Mission Canyon area with the Santa Barbara Botanic Gardens, CUP that was approved in 2008, and then in the Mission Canyon Community Plan, the City of Santa Barbara's Wildfire Protection Plan, and each of the major fires have had an after-action plan, which included an assessment of evacuation capacity and function. All of these additional elements that are not referred to in this contract and as part of the scope of work should be included within this vendor's assessment of evacuation capacity so that we have the best possible chance of getting everybody out when the time comes. So just wanted to share those concerns and alert staff to the fact that there is a body of evacuation studies that could be helpful to advance the effectiveness of this contract. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I just wanted to take the opportunity not only to make sure that we look at that previous work, but also to highlight the need for Mission Canyon to be one of these areas where we look at these issues.
Yes, and I would just like to add that so many developments just have one way in and one way out. So it's not only the route that's identified, but making sure that there's clearance wide and high so that if people need to evacuate and fire vehicles need to get in, that they can use the right-of-ways. So I think that's really important. All right, A26, Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 26 is from the probation department. It is to consider recommendations regarding alternative sentencing and pretrial services program data.
And is there public comment on this item?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have Andy Caldwell that would like to make public comment on this
Why don't we
item.
start with him?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. We're not against alternative sentencing. We're not against pretrial services in some cases, but we feel that this report completely and totally not only glosses over the people that were in pretrial services who failed to appear for their court hearing and or reoffended. And let me just read this. And again, I'm shocked and dumbfounded at this sentence. Page 4, the observed rates of pretrial failure increase as the assessed risk level increases, which is a validation of the selected tool. And as expected, defendants with higher scores on this system had the highest rates of unsuccessful completion on pretrial supervision. Now, any normal person would read that and said, well, if they have an increased assess level for pretrial failure, why are they getting pretrial services? Why aren't they in jail? Why are they not in jail? And instead, your woke probation department, instead of putting them in jail, wants to assign additional pre-trial service navigators to meet their unmet needs. Well, the victim of crimes have an unmet need that justice be served. And I always just have to scratch my head that when we have these hearings, you also have another item on there to increase security at your own facilities. Now, I'm reading between the lines here, and I think some of these people may be homeless, and they're raising hell in our community, and they're not going to jail. And here's the killer. These individuals are often those that are unhoused, have mental health and or substance abuse vulnerabilities, lower level offenses, and for whom custody time is, quote, not necessarily appropriate, unquote. Says who? Who is saying that they shouldn't go to jail? Especially when they failed the chance to not go to jail while they're waiting for their hearing. This is, again, we're talking 1/3, up to 1/3 of the people that you're trying to keep out of jail are not showing up for their trial and or they're reoffending. Up to 1/3. And this is buried at the end of the report. Why isn't this at the top of the report and why isn't this a departmental hearing? You are failing to keep your community safe by putting this on the admin agenda and rendering this a success. 1/3 of these people belong in jail. Maybe the other 2/3
That is your time,
don't.
Mr. Caldwell. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I asked probation to make sure they were here to be able to set the record straight on some of the claims that were made in the public comment letter and as well as the verbal public comment. I think Ms. Benton will be happy to get into a little bit further. Some of the numbers were off here, and just because some people had failures to appear, did not necessarily failures to appear to court. If you dig into there, there's some additional levels there, and this was also a snapshot during COVID, is my understanding as well. And you know, at the end of the day, pretrial services has always existed. It's just whether, you know, a judge was releasing somebody and then they wouldn't have any follow-up with potentially, you know, navigators, it was what we call them now, but in the past we also called them case managers or other terms. And the idea is to get them to not to reoffend. And at the, you know, we in government when we're trying to keep the public safe, have to always make a calculation on resources, right? If somebody that was arrested stayed in jail until their court date, we wouldn't be able to have the funds necessary to do other things like patrol. And so, there's a calculation that has to take place. In the past, this was done by a judge. Now there's some other ways to expedite that process, and I know Ms. Benton would like to go into a little bit further and set the record straight here. Ms. Benton.
Madam Chair, members of the board, and Supervisor Nelson through the chair. I think it's important to remember that the law requires the court to release defendants into the community on non-monetary based programs. Pretrial is one of those programs. So is electronic monitoring and GPS. Those also qualify as non-monetary programs, unless those individuals present what we think of as an unreasonable risk to the community. We use a validated risk assessment tool, the Virginia instrument, also called the VPRA-R, to give us a score on whether or not that individual is appropriate for release into the community. And then we do some additional vetting of that case, and the judge in the court will make the ultimate determination as to whether or not that individual is released on pretrial. When we look at that 27% of individuals who are unsuccessful on pretrial, those are folks who are generally unhoused. Those are folks with mental health challenges, individuals who have substance abuse issues, or a combination of those barriers. So they have some significant challenges that they have to meet, and that is the reason that we connect them with pretrial navigators while they're on pretrial supervision. Those folks will connect them to supports for housing, transportation, employment as necessary, behavioral wellness clinics and medication support, and many other things. When we say that we agree that jail is not the appropriate place for some of these individuals, it's because those needs can't be met while they're in jail. And the reality is many of these folks will be released into the community eventually by the court. Pretrial functions as a safety net in some cases, so that if a defendant is going sideways while in the community, we have an opportunity to intervene. We can let the court know sooner rather than later, so they're not out in the community generally committing crimes without us knowing. The most common rebooking offense is disorderly conduct, and the second most common is possession of drug paraphernalia. So when you think about how these folks are having higher scores on the risk assessment instrument, it would be predictable that they would reoffend and that they would commit some of these offenses. I think also it's important to note that when an individual does reoffend or when they fail to appear in court, we take them back into custody. We report those statistics because it's important to know, in the spirit of transparency, what our failure rate is on pretrial, but we also take appropriate action on those cases so they are not out there in the community being unsupervised or action not being taken.
That is very helpful. Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I appreciate Supervisor Nelson's questions and Ms. Benton's answers, because this issue obviously has a lot of interest from the public and there's a lot of confusion. And so, maybe if you could just talk a little bit more specifically about what alternative sentencing is versus pretrial supervision, just to help set the context for the conversation.
Sure. I know our partners from the Sheriff's Office are here also, in case you would like to ask questions about alternative sentencing.
That'd be great, thank you.
Alternative sentencing is actually a sentence, and they're serving their sentence in the community in lieu of being in custody. Pretrial is for those folks who have not yet finished their court process. So they're being released into the community on supervision, awaiting the conclusion of their court process. Those are folks who are considered innocent. They have not finished that process, and so having those folks in jail sometimes is not the appropriate place for them, and that's what the risk instrument tells us. Alternative sentencing, Lieutenant Calmetta can speak to that, but that requires a process of application after the person is entering the sentencing process, and then the Sheriff's Office will determine whether or not they're appropriate for that program.
I'm Lieutenant Salmetta with Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office. Just to reiterate to what Ms. Benton mentioned, Alternative Sentencing Bureau has been, part of the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office for quite some time, and we do have two distinguished programs in there, which is electronic monitoring and Sheriff's Work Alternative Program. We have we operate in two offices currently in Santa Barbara and in Santa Maria. As we speak today, we have approximately 82 clients or 82 offenders in our program. And out of those 82, 39 are from Santa Barbara area and 43 from Santa Maria as we speak. During the past month, we had only 4 removals from the program. Most of those removals were due to offenders having warrants, DUI arrest, and domestic battery. So an average per month, Alternative Sentencing Bureau has an average of receiving 69 applications per month. Out of those 69 applications, only 2 get rejected due to the offender having different issues and not qualifying for the program. We currently have at least 40 applications that we are still working on, and the delay has been due to the fact that quite a few offenders don't have all the information available to qualify them for the program, such as residence, a job, or willing to participate in the programs in the community. We currently have seen an increase in overall numbers of the offenders in our program, and that's due to the great cooperation that we got going between probation and the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office. We have lowered the time to process somebody from the time he applies for alternative sentencing to the time he's booked into the program from 3 weeks to 1.5 weeks. But in specific cases, that may be up to 3 or 4 weeks. It depends how quick they respond to providing the information that we're asking for. We recently implemented the online application for offenders who are willing and would like to participate in our programs. And that online application is live right now, and we're just waiting to see how that is going to play out in the upcoming weeks. As we speak, we have 3 individuals who reside in different areas outside of our county, such as Ventura and San Luis Obispo.
Well, I appreciate hearing the cooperation and collaboration between probation and the Sheriff's Department. That's good news. And particularly, the shortening of the time that it takes to get folks into the program. I noticed in the report that in the past, there had been a very, very long period of time. And I appreciate you highlighting that challenge and trying to make that happen as fast as possible. I know the penal code requires that the Board of Supervisors review the alternative sentencing program annually. So are we going to have a presentation going forward from the Sheriff's Department about the status of the program? Can we expect that every year now?
Yes, sir. Definitely, we'll have the presentation ready for.
I think that'll help the transparency and
Absolutely.
some of the questions that the members of the public asked about too. And then maybe just as a final question, another word that gets talked about a lot in this space is diversion. And maybe, Holly, if you could talk about diversion relationship to alternative sentencing and pretrial supervision.
We don't really consider pretrial supervision to be a diversion by the classic sense of the word. Diversion is actually taking that person out before they enter the juvenile or the adult justice system and making sure that they are given appropriate supports and whatever they need to make sure that they don't come back into the system. And there are a number of partners that are working on programs like that. Pretrial supervision is really its own self-contained program, and it is meant to be a period of supervision while that person is awaiting trial. So I know that those things get thought of as interchangeable, but they are not actually interchangeable.
Thank you, that's really helpful. And I think this has really highlighted how we're trying to provide the treatment and the services and the accountability and support that folks need to get their lives back on track when they enter the criminal justice system or be diverted prior to that. And this is all, as Supervisor Nelson said, critical from a fiscal standpoint and also from a public safety standpoint. This is how we, have folks not end up back in jail, which is everybody's goal. So thanks for highlighting all this information and sharing it with the board and the public.
Supervisor Williams?
I think the other thing that might be valuable is to look at the results of this population versus the general population. Now, obviously, you can't make, they're not 100% comparable, but I mean, even if we say that the failure rate is 27%, isn't that much better than the general population? I mean, this isn't high school gate English where everyone expects a B minus or better, B or better, and goes and complains to the teacher if it's a B minus. This is we have a lot of people with problems, right? So we could only wish to have a 27% failure rate and 73% success rate with the general population, correct?
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. And I just want to make one last point that, this wasn't buried in the agenda. I just did a quick search, and we've actually had pretrial referenced in 13 different items within the last year, including 5 departmental items. So for those people who are paying attention, that have been engaged with the board, they know this isn't a new concept, and this is something that we're all working on together to see if we can't maximize our resources and keep our community safe.
Thank you. Turning to item A28. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 28 is from the Public Works Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding North Refugio Road Trail Restoration Phase 1, County Project Number 862427. This project is located within the 3rd District, and it requires a 4/5 vote.
And is there any public comment?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, it looks like we have 10 public commenters for this item.
Oh dear. 1 minute each at most. Hope they can make it quick.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we will begin with Kathleen Rosenthal via Zoom.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. I'm here just to say that I am so happy to see this project on the agenda. I did want to emphasize that our community is really focusing on the safety of where this trail goes, and we hope to see that happen. We appreciate all the work that's gone into this. We appreciate the work by the Bucket Brigade, by Chair Hartman and the board here that have allocated the money for this project. The volunteers we've had at our last 2 work days. This is going to be such a boon for our community, and it will allow our kids and our equestrians safe passage along one of our most busy routes, Refugio Road. So thank you very much for all that you've done so far with this project, and we appreciate Chris Snedden and all his patience in answering our technical questions and making this project happen. Thank you very much.
Faith Dieter to be followed by Bonnie Barber.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I want to thank the board and Public Works for its commitment to restore the Refugio Trail, which was designated a pedestrian and equestrian trail back in 1977. And I'm here today for a very personal reason to thank you, because in 2001, I hit a pedestrian. And since that time, 2 pedestrians have been killed. And this project is more important than people realize until they've been in the position that I've been in. I want to thank you all for your commitment. I want to ask you all to please keep the commitment to keep the trail and the clearing as safe for the public as you can. Meaning, please make sure the plan puts the trail as far away from the road as the terrain allows it to be. Please do not prioritize private plants over people's safety. It really matters. And again, thank you, Joan Hartman, for championing this. Thank you, board, for funding it. Thank you, Chris Snedden, for your patience and hard work. And thank you, Public Works, for making this so that hopefully nobody ever has to face this kind of tragedy ever again. Thank you.
Thank you, Faith.
Bonnie Barber to be followed by Lynn Labanin. Bonnie, you've been unmuted on our end. If you can unmute on your end. Lynn, you've been unmuted.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I'd like to just say thank you to all those, Madam Chair and members of the board, and all those people with whom we've done a huge amount of work for our community. And essentially, for the sake of time, I will ditto those who've spoken before me, and also reiterate public safety, as Faith just so sweetly just spoke about, and emphasize, when we buy our properties, we do know where our easements are. And though I have compassion for people who have put up plants and gates and what have you, public safety is paramount. And again, thank you for everyone for their hard work. And our community is really excited about this pedestrian equine trail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry Kelsey, to be followed by our final speaker, Marcia Griggs.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to thank you guys for reopening that trail. That's amazing. I'll make it quick. The property belongs to the people. There should be no special, concessions made for anybody. So unless it's impeded by a pole or the grade, literally, we need to take it as far away from the road. I traveled that road as a kid. I'm a longtime family. I have a daughter in 2024 who will be traveling that road. So please, let's do the right thing. And once again, the property belongs to the people. It doesn't belong to anybody else. Thank you very much.
Marcia Griggs, and to be followed by Bonnie Barber, if you can get your audio unmuted.
Good morning, this is Marcia. I would just like to lend my support to this. I'm super thankful. I live right by Refugio Road, and I used to walk there almost every day, but I stopped because it's too dangerous. So super excited. I'm a multi-use person. I walk, I ride my bike. I'm an equestrian. I take my grandkids out. They're learning to ride bikes. So we're really excited about this, and I'm ready and able to lend support. Thank you so much.
And our final speaker, Bonnie Barber.
Hello. I would like to speak in favor of this project. I live south of 246 off, one house off Refugio. So I'm speaking in favor of that section you're speaking of now, and hoping that down the line you're going to take care of us, because my granddaughter walks to school in an ankle breaking path. So hopefully you can be very successful with the north of the 246 Refugio, but it's really needed. These kids are walking along there, the equestrians, the bikers. We can't really safely walk anywhere in a rural environment like this unless we have safe paths. And I will say that the street I live on is a private road, and we have all respected that setback from the road. And I would think that those who encroach on Refugio going north probably thought it was okay. I would encourage that there be some gentle persuasion to back it off, to allow for that pathway that's required for safety for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no further requests to speak.
Okay, I did have a question for Mr. Snedden, and that is the construction plans that were as part of our package delineate the trail in some detail, and I'm just wondering if there's any possibility for any changes to that, and if you could just address the issue of how the trail is designed and how your decision process works in terms of getting it as far back from the road as it can.
Sure. Good morning, Chair Hartman and board members. So the project as designed before your board, it meets county design standards for safety. So it's a safe project. I think what a lot of people are talking about is user experience, and it can be sometimes a little bit more of a comfortable experience for users to be a little bit more separated from the roadway. The considerations on this project are there's a lot of things that the road right-of-way is used for, including encroachments, but there's also grades that you have to design for. There's drainage, there's utilities. There's a lot of different factors that go into play to create a balanced project and cost too. So this project is balancing all those different interests to try and make the best possible, but there are opportunities to adjust the alignment during construction, and we can certainly fit that in as long as it's within the project scope.
Well, I just want to say, you can see there's a lot of community support for this, and it's very creative to put the equestrian on the east side because many people like to use that to get down to South Refugio Road, and then for walkers and bikers on the west side. And we were out there with the Bucket Brigade. Public Works had got it ready, and we have a demonstration, and people are very excited about that. I wanted to present something to you, Mr. Snedden. It's a front page article in the newspaper that shows you speaking when we launched this project, and this is just a sign of our gratitude.
I think I'm seeing him blush, guys.
Mr. Snedden went door to door himself talking to residents about this so that when we did have our groundbreaking ceremony, we didn't have people there resenting the trail. Everybody was on board. And again, it means so much to the community. We've, since the 1950s, designed our space for cars, and we've kind of lost sight of other uses on the roads, and especially in rural areas where we don't have sidewalks. It means that we have to drive, even in a small rural town, to get around safely. So we're restoring some of these right-of-way trails and paths. And it's very slow, tedious work, but Mr. Snedden and the Bucket Brigade have a great partnership and have led. And I also need to recognize the community because this was really their idea, and we're doing our best to implement it. So again, thank you, Mr. Snedden. All right, that concludes our A agenda. May I have a motion for the balance? And that motion should include the slight change to A5 for the District 5. And so may I have that motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The administrative agenda is passed. Turning to our resolutions, Madam Clerk, A37, please.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 37 is sponsored by Supervisor Hart. It is to adopt a resolution honoring Pat Saley for her 2 decades of service as a facilitator of the Goleta Slough Management Committee and her leadership on local planning issues in Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Pat Saley. If you will join us at the podium, I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas Pat Saley has resided in Santa Barbara since 1972, where she subsequently graduated from UCSB with a degree in environmental studies, emphasis in biology. And whereas Pat has worked as a staff member, consultant, or facilitator for a plethora of public agencies, special districts, committees, and nonprofit organizations, including California Coastal Commission, Santa Barbara County, Santa Barbara and Carpinteria School Districts, SBCAG, UCSB, and the City of Goleta. And whereas Goleta Slough is an important coastal wetland habitat performing critical ecosystem services to our community, including flood attenuation, fish nursery and food web support, pollution filtration, groundwater recharge, nutrient cycling, sediment flow, and carbon sequestration. Whereas Pat led the committee fearlessly and with ease, honor, and grace, as it grappled with a wide variety of complex land use and natural resource issues for over 3 decades, including studies demonstrating the reduced risk tidal wetlands provide relative to non-tidal depressions for bird, airplane, strike hazards, and conducting an epic high tide floodgate opening experiment in 1997 to demonstrate the inland reach of slough tide flows. And whereas Pat and the committee helped devise the 2004 Wetland Restoration Plan, which directed habitat restoration mitigation for the 2006 through 2007 airfield safety projects. This plan not only resulted in 40 acres of new and restored wetland and marginal upland habitat restoration, but also facilitated implementation of the airfield safety projects. Now, therefore, be it ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors does hereby recognize Pat Saley for over 40 years of exemplary leadership and outstanding achievement working to protect the Goleta Slough and surrounding community, passed and adopted today.
Thank you very much. 40 years sounds like a long time, but I started. About the Goleta Slough Management Committee, just briefly, 30 plus years ago, it was very unusual for a very diverse groups, NGOs, public agencies, property owners, to work together on natural resource issues that cross jurisdictions. And the Goleta Slough has jurisdictions galore. We did a lot of things in 30 years and hope to do more in the future. Probably the most important was our 2015 Goleta Slough Area Sea Level Rise and Management Plan. It was the first plan in this area that looked at sea level rise, vulnerability, adaptations, state-of-the-art modeling, and we have used that, or other jurisdictions, including the county, have used that work from 7 years ago to do their own studies, and the science gets better and better. I'm very happy to be leaving the Goleta Slough Management Committee in very capable hands. Appreciate the recognition. It has definitely been a team effort, and that includes your staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Supervisor Hart.
Well, our resolution is sort of specifically focused on the Goleta Slough management work that you've done, Pat. It really is intended to kind of celebrate your entire career, which has been incredibly valuable to our community. You are really the go-to person when we have complex, interconnected things that with a lot of personalities, because you are a really extraordinary leader. You do it with humor and grace and dignity and passion for the work. It's not just doing it, it's actually achieving the results that we're trying to accomplish. And that is rare and extraordinary and really worthy of recognition. And so glad that you're here today to take up a little bit of the love that we're sending towards you for your tremendous work. Thank you.
And we haven't even started to talk about libraries, where you've also been a leader. Thank you so much. All right, turning to administrative item number 38, Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 38 is sponsored by Supervisor Hart and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of November 2022 as Brazilian American Heritage Month in Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Mariano Silva. If you'll please make your way to the podium, and I will read the resolution into the record. Whereas Santa Barbara County is home to a vibrant Brazilian community, and whereas in Brazil, November is recognized as a month to honor Black awareness, called Dia de Consciência Negra. which celebrates the Afro-Brazilian culture, including the leaders of the Black Liberation Movement. And whereas November 19th, 2022, will mark Santa Barbara's 4th annual Brazilian Day, put on by the Brazilian Cultural Arts Center of Santa Barbara, which is a time for the community to come together in celebration of Brazilian culture, including Afro-Brazilian culture and cultural arts. And whereas the Brazilian Cultural Arts Center of Santa Barbara strives to empower community members through arts education, inspiring creative self-expression to move beyond physical, mental, and emotional challenges. And whereas the Brazilian Cultural Arts Center of Santa Barbara uses martial arts, dance, drumming, language, and music to encourage its community to embrace diversity and embody self-confidence through classes for all ages and levels. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara celebrates Brazilian Americans and all they contribute to our society. Now, therefore, be it ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares November as Brazilian American Heritage Month in Santa Barbara County and encourages all residents to celebrate the rich culture that the Brazilian American community contributes to our society. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Good morning to all. My name is Mariano Silva. To the chair, Hartman, and the honorable supervisors, and to all the all community members here today. It's an honor to be here to accept this recognition on the behalf of the Brazilian American community. I feel lucky to live in a county that honors the Brazilian community, including the African Brazilians. I stand on the shoulder of many who have come before me and to continue to inspire my work. Owe my success to God, my mother, distinguished teachers, friends, students of all age. I was born in Salvador, Bahia, Brazil, in the birthplace of capoeira, and with that continues to be the epicenter of the African Brazilian culture today. I have learned over my 21 years work in Santa Barbara that Americans have a few opportunity for self-expression. My vision as a teacher, artist, and community leader is to leverage a culture, arts as a tool of transformation and a social integration. This is why I found the Brazilian Cultural Arts Center in Santa Barbara that now offer classes to all community members of all ages, including capoeira, yoga, samba, salsa, Indian folk dance, Balearics, Afro-Brazilian dance, drumming, language, history, music, and much more. Afro-Brazilian culture, arts has been used as a tool to process trauma for centuries. I'm delighted to bring the Brazilian Day Santa Barbara back to November 19th so that we all can experience the joy of Brazil as a community and heal together from the isolation and trauma of the COVID-19 pandemic. Once again, to all, thank you for acknowledgement of decades of work that have brought us here together today. I'm looking forward to present this resolution at the Brazilian Day celebration on the 19th and display in a prominent location so everyone who walks into our doors knows that this county is a county where members are welcome to express themselves. God bless us all. God bless the United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. Supervisor Hart.
Well, I just want to congratulate Mr. Silva and the entire Brazilian American community here in Santa Barbara. And I want to especially thank Chair Hartman for making these opportunities available. This was one of her special leadership initiatives as chair of the board this year, is to celebrate cultural heritage in our county. And we've had a number of presentations over the course of the year. And I think it is, as Mr. Silva said, the connection of arts and culture brings people together. It's really a unifying tool that's been very effective for centuries, and it's one of the things I think we love the most about our community is that we embrace diversity and we include people in all ways and all facets of our life, and by doing that, it enriches all of our lives. And so thank you for the Brazilian American community for being here today, and look forward to the celebration on the 19th.
And I just wanted to add that I looked up on the internet, it's all 5-star reviews, and it says, by far the best place in all of Santa Barbara to dance your heart out. also says unbeatable sense of community and Brazilian culture at its center. So, so good. And the rave reviews for Mr. Silva as a teacher. So thank you for enriching us in such amazing ways. To look at the website and all the different kinds of physical movement that you teach there, and it's really colorful and exciting. Madam Clerk, turning to item number 39.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, Administrative Item 39 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Financial Reporting Division employees Jeffrey Arthur, Joel Flores, Stephen Herrera, Nicholas Knocker, Tyler Walker, and Rochelle Zanini of the Santa Barbara County Auditor Controllers Department as the November 2022 Employees of the Month of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Jeffrey Arthur, Joel Flores, Stephen Herrera, Nicholas Knocker, Tyler Walker, and Rochelle Zanini. I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas Jeffrey Arthur, Joel Flores, Stephen Herrera, Nicholas Knocker, Tyler Walker, Rochelle Zanini are recognized for their exceptional dedication to the county as team members in the Financial Reporting Division of the Auditor Controller's Office. Whereas this small division, made up of mostly new team members, work relentlessly on completing the annual comprehensive financial report, the cost allocation plan, the schedule of federal awards, the state budget schedules, the recommended budget book, the adopted budget book, indirect cost rate proposal reviews, departmental fee reviews, and various other projects. Whereas the Financial Reporting Division works closely with all county departments on various indirect cost rate proposals, fee reviews, budget-related items, capital asset tracking, single audit coordination, and answering various questions. Whereas the financial reporting staff showed great work ethic, poise, positivity, and a desire to put forth quality projects in the face of crucial deadlines and competing projects. Now, therefore, be it ordered and resolved that Jeffrey Arthur, Joel Flores, Stephen Herrera, Nicholas Knocker, Tyler Walker, and Rochelle Zanini are hereby recognized as invaluable assets to the county as a whole and as individual employees, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Ed Price, Assistant Auditor Controller. And on behalf of the Auditor Controller, Betsy Schaefer, it's my honor and privilege to join you in recognizing the members of our Financial Reporting Division today as the Employees of the Month. As you heard in the resolution, despite being a small team, a lot of new folks here, they are really on it. There's a lot of stuff that they do here, and even though it doesn't sound that sexy to you, those reports are crucial to doing a lot of the good things the county does, and we very much appreciate all their efforts. And for that reason, I'd like to thank you for recognizing them today. And Juan, did you want to introduce everyone real quickly? Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Rochelle Zanini, Nicholas Knocker, Jeffrey Arthur, Tyler Walker, who I stood next to in the photo. Joel Flores, Stephen Herrera. So they are an amazing staff, hardworking, dedicated. I would say more nice things about them, but other departments are here and they might steal them. So.
Well, thank you so much. I love the Employee of the Month because we have an opportunity to see into the departments that we don't otherwise. And your department is one of the most, at least to me, obtuse. It's difficult to understand for a layperson, but it is critical to the work of the county and to assuring that we're doing things correctly. So thank you so much for all your work. Supervisor Williams, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure we really appreciate we really appreciate your work. And I know I speak for all five of us when I say that the word audit we find very exciting. So please keep it working.
Thank you.
And supervisors, just want to note that just to let the public know, our auditor controller is in the back, Betsy Schaefer, but she didn't want the spotlight to be on her. So sorry, Betsy, but I am putting it on you. But thank you to you and your whole team. So thank you.
Madam Clerk, turning to departmental item number 1, would you read that into the record, please? Oh, sorry. General public comment. Do we have any items that members of the public would like to talk about?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no request to speak on general public comment this morning.
Thank you. All right, now would you turn to departmental item number 1?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Seaman and Sierra Botanical LLC appeals of the Planning Commission approval of the Nahoki Farms Cannabis Cultivation Project, case numbers 22 APL 21, 22 APL 23, and 19 LUP 530. This project is located within the 3rd District. Before we proceed, we did receive 3 documents after our Friday deadline. These will require a vote to be accepted into the record. The first is a public comment by Sally Isaacson, received Sunday, October 30th, 2022 at 3:43 p.m. The next is a PowerPoint by Ed Seaman, received on Monday, October 31st, 2022 at 11:17 a.m. The last is a PowerPoint by Benjamin Bendoff, Monday, October 31st, 2022 at 8:08 a.m.
Thank you. May I have a motion to accept those 3 documents into the record, please?
I'll make that motion, but I'd also like to iterate for anybody in the public to make sure get these to us much sooner than the day of, especially on these really long meetings that we have, where we have a lot of material to cover, and so it's hard to catch up. So, the earlier we have these things, the better. So, but I will make the motion.
Second?
Second, but I agree, it's, you're torn between wanting to read them, which makes you look like you're not paying attention to the rest of the hearing. So it's really, if you folks want us to read them, it would be really good to get them in earlier.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? They're into the records. We need ex parte communications reported. Supervisor Nelson?
Thank you, Chair Hartman. I spoke to Justin L. Dewari on Friday over the phone, Ed Seaman yesterday over the phone, Charlie Catherman yesterday over the phone. All 3 of them I spoke to about water in the area, and also spoke to Laurel Fisher Perez last night and spoke about water and odor, and also spoke with my planning commissioner, Larry Farini, about the hearing that took place at the PC.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Phone conversation with Justin L. Dewani on water issues. My staff had a conversation this morning with Mr. Seaman. I spoke yesterday on the phone with Charlie Catherman from Catherman Exploration, again about water, wells, and historic usage there. And I did watch portions of the Planning Commission meeting.
Supervisor Williams?
I had a Zoom with Laurel Perez and the applicant last Thursday, the 27th. A Zoom with one of the appellants, Mr. Seaman, also on Thursday, the 27th, and a phone conversation yesterday, the 31st, with Mr. Aldewani.
Supervisor Hart?
Yes, and I had phone conversations with Ed Seaman on 10/27, talking about water issues. And that same day, I had a phone conversation with Justin Eldewani about water as well. And then yesterday, I had a phone conversation with Laurel Fisher Perez about the project as a whole, what the plan was for screening the grow from the highway, and odor abatement strategies, and water issues as well.
Thank you. And I had a site visit with the applicant, the agent Laurel Perez, and their hydrologist on site on Tuesday, October 25th. I had a Zoom with the appellant Sierra Botanicals on Tuesday, October 25th. I had a Zoom scheduled with Mr. Seaman, but somehow that didn't work. So he spoke with my staff, and they provided me with written notes of that conversation. all of these all of the discussions focused largely on water. I also spoke by phone with Mr. Mark Shatillo, again, talking about water issues in the context of cannabis more broadly. So we're ready for staff presentation, and Director Plowman.
Madam Chair, members of the board, today we have before you the appeal on the Nahui cannabis application. This was a permit that was approved in August 2021. It finally made it to hearing on August 10th, 2022. The Planning Commission did approve it with some modifications to the project description, and that was subsequently appealed, obviously, to the board here. Today we have Aaliyah Vosberg, who is the project planner, and she is available via Zoom. We have Joe Dargle, our supervising planner, and Travis Seaward's deputy director. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Vosberg for the presentation.
Thank you. Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Aaliyah Vosberg. As introduced, I'll be presenting the appeals of the Planning Commission's approval of the Nahui Farms Cannabis Cultivation Project. Can move on to the next slide. So this is a vicinity map of the project. You'll see the site is located on a 53-acre parcel on the west side of Highway 101, approximately 4 miles south of the city of Buellton. This property is zoned Ag 240 and is surrounded to the north by property zoned Ag 240 and to the east, south, and west by property zoned Ag 2100. The property is also bounded on the east by Highway 101 and on the west by Nahui Creek. The site's been historically planted with organic field crops dating back to the 1990s, and surrounding land uses include field crops, grazing, and open lands. Next slide. So the project consists of a land use permit to allow 20.67 acres of outdoor mature cannabis cultivation under hoop structures, 1.2 acres of outdoor nursery under hoop structures, refrigerated storage in an existing 3,200 square foot ag storage barn, and cannabis processing that includes drying, curing, trimming, and packaging in a proposed 10,000 square foot processing building. Additionally, the project includes a new 30,000-gallon water storage tank for fire protection purposes, installation of a permeable employee parking area, and installation of lighting, fencing, and landscape screening. The operation will employ 5 full-time employees with an additional 19 seasonal employees during harvest periods, which will occur up to 3 times per year for a duration of 21 days per harvest period. Next slide. So this project was approved by the Planning Commission on August 11th, 2022, with an applicant proposed addition to the project description, which specifies the applicant will, 1, limit the use of the primary well that serves the project to 26.6 acre-feet per year, and 2, provide the Planning and Development Department a well meter log of this primary well prior to commencement of use and biannually thereafter for the life of the project. Next slide, please. So 2 appellants filed 2 timely appeals of the Planning Commission's approval. The primary focus of both appeals is water, and both appeals make reference to other agencies' reviews of the project's water source. So before discussing each appeal issue individually, I'll outline the high-level regulatory environment that governs all proposed cannabis projects. So all projects must obtain a land use entitlement and business license from the county, followed by cannabis cultivation licenses from the state. The decision that is before your board today is an action on this first step of the process, the land use entitlement. The type of land use entitlement that is required for the Nahui Farms project is a land use permit, and the decision to approve or deny this permit shall be based on county policy and zoning consistency, CEQA environmental review, and ultimately the ability to make the required findings for approval of a land use permit. As mentioned, the second step is in the cannabis permitting and licensing process is the application for state licenses. Prerequisites for approval of state licenses are obtaining the county authorizations, including the land use permit, and obtaining authorizations from the State Water Resources Control Board under the water rights process and from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife under the streambed alteration agreement process. These reviews from the State Water Board and CDFW will occur as part of the second step, the state licensing step, but they're separate and subsequent reviews that are not required as part of this first step and are not necessary to make the required findings for approval of this land use permit. So with that in mind, I'll walk through each individual appeal issue that was raised and staff's response to those appeal issues. Next slide, please. So for appeal issue 1, raised by appellant number 1, Edward Seaman asserts that planning staff worked solely with the applicant's hired geological consultant, and in doing so denied the appellant a fair and impartial hearing. In this appeal issue, the appellant specifically cites a technical memo which was prepared by the appellant's technical consultant and which disputes the applicant's technical memo. In response, staff reviewed all materials submitted by the applicant and all other interested parties and made a recommendation to the Planning Commission based on the project's consistency with zoning and policy requirements. Additionally, County Planning Commission considered all evidence set forth in the record, including both the applicant and appellant's technical memos, and took action on the project following a fair and impartial hearing conducted in accordance with the County Planning Commission Procedures Manual. Next slide. Under this first appeal issue, appellant number 1 also asserts that the project wells divert surface water associated with Nahoe Creek, and as such must comply with the State Water Resource Control Board cannabis cultivation policy, including specific pumping restrictions that apply to surface water diversions. In response, staff finds ultimately the permitting of surface water diversions is within the exclusive jurisdiction of the State Water Resource Control Board. Planning staff met with Water Board staff to discuss the general issue of surface water diversions from wells within the county. During that meeting, Water Board staff confirmed that unless there is an existing determination by the State Water Board identifying a specific well as a surface water diverter, there is a presumption that all underground water is percolating groundwater. The State Water Board has not determined that the project wells constitute surface water diversions. Therefore, the project wells are presumed to be sources of groundwater as directed by Water Board staff. Next slide, please. For the second appeal issue, appellant number 1 asserts that the county did not adequately consider the impact of the project site's water use on the shared aquifer. In response, disputes about water rights or groundwater rights between 2 private landowners is a civil matter outside the jurisdiction of the county. Cultivation of non-cannabis crops in an agricultural zone is exempt from planning permit approval, and as such, planning has no permitting authority over past or future water use for irrigation of non-cannabis crops. And finally, the applicant provided substantial evidence which demonstrates that the projected groundwater use of the project will be below the historic baseline use of the project site. Consequently, the project will result in a reduction of the site's groundwater use and will have no adverse impact on groundwater supply. Next slide, please. For appeal issue 1, raised by appellant number 2, Sierra Botanicals LLC, asserts that the project will divert water from Nahoe Creek and that the applicant proposed addition to the project description is inadequate to prevent damage to Nahoe Creek as a result of drawdown. In response, the applicant provided a memo prepared by a professional geologist that concludes the project site wells are isolated from Nahoe Creek. Additionally, the memo demonstrates that the projected water use of the project will be below the historic baseline use of the project site. Accordingly, the project is not expected to divert water from Nahoe Creek or result in drawdown of the creek. Next slide, please. So as discussed in detail in the staff report, the project is consistent with all applicable standards of the Land Use and Development Code, including requirements specific to the Ag 2 zone district and requirements specific to cannabis activities. The project is also consistent with all applicable policies of the comprehensive plan, including the agricultural element, agricultural resource policies, the conservation element, groundwater resource policies, and the land use element, services, watershed protection, and visual resource policies. Additionally, as discussed in detail in the project findings, all required findings for approval of the land use permit can be made. Next slide, please. With regard to the environmental review, prior to approval of the project, staff completed a state CEQA guidelines section 15168C4 checklist, which demonstrates that all of the environmental impacts of the project are within the scope of the certified programmatic EIR for the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance and Licensing Program, and that no additional cumulative impacts were identified. Accordingly, the project was appropriately reviewed under CEQA, and no new environmental document is required under state CEQA guidelines section 15162. Next slide, please. So with that, staff recommends the Board of Supervisors deny the appeals, case numbers 22 APL 21 and 22 APL 23, make the required findings for approval of the project, case number 19 LUP 530, determine that the previously certified programmatic EIR is adequate and no subsequent environmental impact report or negative declaration is required. And finally, grant de novo approval of the project subject to the conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation, and staff is happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, or should we go through all the presentations and then? So, Mr. Seaman. You're doing fine.
Hi, I'm Ed. I'm a grandpa, a dad, a husband, one of the stewards of Restoration Oaks Ranch. My wife and I own Santa Barbara Blueberries. I'm the co-founder and executive director of the Wild Farmlands Foundation. I'm an environmentalist, I'm an educator, and I'm an agroecologist. For those that don't know the term, agroecology is agriculture as a part of the ecosystem, not a replacement for it. I consider myself and all the people that work for me and with me to be an integral part of the natural ecosystem, and we take responsibility for its health and the natural balance of it. We are transitioning Restoration Oaks Ranch into an agroecology education preserve, and we are working with many organizations in the Santa Barbara region to this end. I appealed the Nahoe Farms project again with the board because as an environmentalist, I do not believe that the appeal process up to this point in time has been considerate enough of the impaired Nahoe Creek ecosystem that we share with Nahoe Farms and with our other neighbors. At least two of whom are here today. Randy is with me with Pork Palace, and Richard said that he would join us on Zoom. The two issues in my appeal to the board this time around were bias and water. Let's see if I can do this right. There we go. I'm not going to read everything that's on the screen. You guys can do that. I'm just going to say a little bit about it. I believe that planning staff didn't want to slow down the process. I think staff have been working with Mr. Kathman for a while now. I'm sure they have a good working relationship with him. He's a nice guy and he is qualified. But in this case, his water source and geology explanations were challenged forcefully and effectively by Dr. Brad Newton, my consultant. Dr. Newton was known and available to planning staff many days before the Planning Commission hearing, but no effort was made to contact him directly or through me. I don't understand this. The PEIR treats all ecosystems generically. As far as I know, I'm not an expert, I'm doing it the best that I can. It ignores unique, fragile ecosystems like ours because it's designed to move cannabis permits through quickly. In the process, it seems to give up local environmental protections. The State Water Resources Control Board and the Department of Fish and Wildlife recognize the environmental threat of cannabis. There is a specific policy. It's this. Until you know better, it's easy to think that all wells are groundwater wells because you pump water from underground. It's logical, but no, there are surface water wells too. Surface water wells are treated differently and independently regulated for cannabis growers because of the known threat. The purpose of the policy is admirable. If you read that, cannabis cultivation, they don't want it to have a negative impact on water quality, aquatic habitat, riparian habitat, wetlands, and springs. There's a case, the State Water Control Board Garapta Creek case, that provides clarity about defining these wells, this surface water or subterranean surface stream, as they call it. Let me see. Before I go on, I want to give credit to Dr. Brad Newton. He's our hydrogeologist. It was his knowledge, his research, his thoughtful study, and his clear explanations that helped us understand the watershed well enough to parse it. He is the one that found this beautiful description in the context of case law, and it's really simple. You can get distracted talking about rock formations, sedimentary seals, huge 20 square mile groundwater basins, underground obstacles, meandering alluvial flows, etc. But if you stand back and look at the whole Nohoe Creek watershed and the condition of most, you'll see that most of these geologic technicalities are actually irrelevant. So I'm asking the board to stand back and look at the forest. Don't get caught up in the trees. This slide is a reason why cannabis growers do not want their wells identified as surface wells. It's hard to build a business plan around a 20-acre farm in a dryland farming region that can only water their crops from November 1st through March 31st, and then only at 10 gallons per minute. I had strawberry growers come out to Restoration Oaks Ranch and they laughed at me when I told them how much water we had. Knowing how much water you have is really important to the crops that you plant. The good news for the local cannabis growers is it doesn't look like this law is being literally enforced anywhere. Not now, anyway. The State Water Board has told media they are making decisions on a well-by-well basis. The bad news for environmentalists in our ecosystem is that the county PEIR seems to abdicate the county of local environmental protections altogether. So that means that the whole watershed ecosystem is at the mercy of distant Water Resources Control Board and Department of Fish and Wildlife. Let's take an elevated look at the watershed. Here's this same graphic. I outlined the rough edges of the watershed. You can see that Nohoe Farms' main well and the wells for Restoration Oaks, Family Ranch Produce, and Pork Palace. Pork Palace is the canary in the coal mine. When they start having water trouble like in 2009, we all need to hit the red button immediately. At that point, it's probably too late. Let's look at the recent rainfall log juxtaposed to well behavior in the watershed. And by the way, all these exhibits I gave you guys earlier, it was clunky, I know, but I did my best. So if you look at this. Based on conversations with the family of Pork Palace and Family Ranch Produce, the historical use of Nohoe Farms over the last 50 years or so has been grazing, not veggies, not any other kind of intensive farming. You will see that the Pork Palace well went dry for the first time in 2009. I actually expected the well to go dry later. To understand, I would like to see another 10 years or more of the metered water usage. We have the beginnings of a model here. It's an opportunity. Based on this more complete data, Nohoe Farms' main metered well is pumping surface water, recharged annually by rainfall, because the whole watershed went dry during this period of diminished rainfall and intensive pumping by the main Nohoe Farms well. And we're talking about between 2011 and 2016. Also keep in mind that no wells in the watershed went dry at all before this, ever, all the way back to the 1950s. How many acre feet is too many? We don't know. We haven't studied it. You can go through those bullet items there. But we do have rainfall records back to 1954, and rainfall cycles haven't really changed. The only thing that's changed is how much water is being pumped. How many acre feet is reasonable to pump and still have the ecosystem remain healthy? We don't know. We haven't studied it. After our shared well went dry in 2016, my wife and I decided that Santa Barbara Blueberries would take 7 acres of blueberries out of production. We just hit our worst case scenario. We weighed the environmental currency against the monetary currency and decided that it was the right thing to do. We would love to plant again, but we are not confident in the water supply yet. We're working on it. Ask me how, I'd love to tell you. Across the freeway, even if we assume the negotiated 26 acre feet is a reasonable use, the main Nahoe farm well is clearly tapping into surface water, so it shouldn't be pumping water for cannabis at all between April 1st and October 31st. But as I said before, this law is not being enforced. So whose jurisdiction is it? I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a policy expert, but sure looks like the combination of the county PEIR and the unwillingness of state agencies to enforce this law is a problem for our fragile Nahoe Creek environment. This might be okay in other places, but based on what I've already shown you, not here. We still haven't correctly defined the source of well water. We still haven't seriously evaluated the watershed ecosystem risk, and we are guessing when we say that 26 acre feet is reasonable use. I personally believe that Nahoe Creek environment is being casually dismissed and completely undervalued. I'm an agroecologist. This is the criteria that I use as an agroecologist. Even as my agroecology peers and I are working on ways to make agriculture more regenerative, soil more biology rich, food more nutrient dense, and small-scale farming more profitable and inspiring to young people, we need to transition, not jump. The PEIR, again, to the best of my ability in knowing it, it's a hasty instrument that jumps like a red-legged frog in mating season. In our already impaired Nahoe Creek ecosystem, we need a considered instrument, not a hasty one. So there's the summary. The process we're using to permit this Nahoe Farms cannabis project is devaluing the ecosystem, and I think it's doing it in preference to expediency. 26 acre feet may be good, may not be. We don't know. Once again, I would love to take a serious assessment shot at this.
And Mr. Seaman, that is your time. You have 5 minutes rebuttal. You could use some of that now if you'd
I'm
like.
going to take 30 more seconds.
Okay.
This is an opportunity. I said it before. We're wasting an opportunity because we haven't answered the most fundamental questions. I like Shannon as a neighbor. I want her to succeed. I'm willing to help her if I can, but not at the cost of our shared watershed ecosystem. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Seaman, I have a question.
Yeah.
And you'd have to come back to the mic.
Yeah.
We're recording it.
One of your claims is that these agencies that are supposed to be regulating it are not, but doesn't CDFW have a restriction on water for Sierra Botanicals, your fellow
Yeah, but it's
appellant?
not literally the law that says you can't pump in the middle of the summer. I mean, what they've done is they've made what they're doing is they're taking every project and they're kind of negotiating an agreement kind of ad hoc.
Okay. And then question to staff, would we expect CDFW to put the same restriction on this project that is on Sierra Botanicals?
Madam Chair and members of the board, my understanding is that the applicant has not submitted a lake and stream bed alteration agreement to CDFW yet. So we've spoken with CDFW and they don't have feedback for the county at this time. They would have to review the application. It would maybe be different than Sierra Botanicals.
Can I respond to that too, just quickly? I don't think it's fair to Nahoe Farms to go here and then there and then back here again. The amount of money that they're putting into this, I don't know what it is, but it's a lot. And I think that this process is kind of clunky. And CDFW might say you can't use 26 acre feet. They might say you can only use 10. Then what's their business plan going to look like?
Okay, I think we're ready for appellant number 2, Mr. Eldawani.
I'm going to have Ben Benyumoff do the presentation.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yes. My name is Ben Benyumoff. I'm a PhD geologist and a water and land use attorney. I represent Mr. Eldawani in Sierra Botanicals. This PowerPoint was submitted actually to the Planning Commission, so it already was part of the record. There were some comments this morning about this being possibly a late submittal. It is not. It's the same PowerPoint. I just want to raise a few of the points that were raised at the Planning Commission. So Mr. Seaman raises some good points. This process is very clunky. The staff representative, Aaliyah, mentioned that some of these water issues in the counties, or in staff's opinion, are outside the scope of what the county should be looking at. I would submit that that is, a striking contradiction to what the environmental process is supposed to be. It's not supposed to be piecemeal. It's not supposed to be one step at a time. We're supposed to be looking at the totality of the impacts. And the totality of the impacts here are that there is a very definite and direct relationship between pumping of this primary well that we've been discussing, and that's the focus of this appeal, and the creek. And how do we know that? Because our expert, Jordan Keir, actually measured that. And you also have in the record Mr. Keir's report from his testing at the properties. He very definitively shows through the testing that there's an acute drawdown of the creek when the wells are pumped. And the state has recognized that, and that's why Mr. Eldawani's project has been conditioned the way it is. The staff report at page 6, which mentions that these wells are isolated from the creek, is about as backwards as you could have it. As you can see right here on this very first slide, these properties are all within the Quaternary alluvium, and what that means, alluvium are basically stream deposits from the geologic history, geologic past. So what you have here is a shallow well that is directly related to the subterranean creek flow. This is not a well in the bedrock outside of the whitish, tannish Quaternary alluvium that you see mapped here. Next slide, please. So as I just mentioned, this is just reiterating the conditions that Justin is limited to is 4,000 gallons a day, which is barely enough for its licensed operations. I agree with Mr. Seaman that this process at the with the county through the Planning Commission and now today, it's seriously flawed. To stick your head in the sand and say these are state issues is just really a waste of all of our time, because I think we all know when the LSA is prepared that this project is going to be conditioned substantially, and whether that meets a business plan or not, it would be better to be looking at that at this stage than to waste all of our money and time, and so Justin's not opposed to cannabis at all. Obviously, he's in the cannabis business. He's not opposed to being neighborly, but this really needs to be looked at much more comprehensively. I mean, you have two experts Dr. Newton and Mr. Kier that has submitted to you, direct observations from the well. Mr. Catherman does not have that benefit. Mr. Catherman is opining on things that he has no data for. No direct observation. Next slide, please. On that same point, Nahoe Farms can use the Matilha well that is 800 feet deep and is not connected to the alluvial hydrogeologic system. But the main well, as we've discussed at length here, is connected. In fact, Nahoe Farms expert admits that the pumping of the main well has a direct correlation to the drawdown. And, his quote here is very, very spot on here. It's most of you know Mr. Slater. If the toe is wet, the foot is wet. Okay, it's another way of saying what's obvious is obvious. Kier Groundwater's, consulting on this project is defensible and repeatable. It's repeatable because it's been tested. It's not hyperbole or speculation. Next slide, please. Well, as you can see, this process really goes one way. Sierra Botanicals originally applied for 6,000 gallons per day on a 15-minute pumping cycle, followed by 45 minutes of rest. And after communicating back and forth, through the LSA process, it was rationed down to 4,000 gallons a day. Next slide, please. I think by now we all know that this is not a single parcel water permit. Nahoe Farms does not own the well, does not have exclusive right. They have fraudulently represented that there was a shared well agreement. It's not the case. And on a very 30,000 foot level, as Mr. Seaman, was trying to get you to, orient your minds. Look at it this way: Sierra Botanicals is 2.16 acres, and Nahoe Farms is proposing 25. It's 10 times more. It's an order of magnitude to a creek system that's already impacted. So I think that's about all I have here. What we would ask for, assuming the board is going to just shovel this off to the state in terms of actually dealing with the water, but that there should be more rigorous monitoring. The monitoring really should be monthly, not annually, so we can actually see what's going on. But, in closing, I guess what I'd say is that the county has stuck their toe into the water with respect to these water issues. You can't say on page 6 of the staff report that the well is isolated from the creek and then say, well, we're not going to really look at the water issues. That's a state issue. You've done it. The problem is you haven't looked at the actual monitoring. You obviously did not read or appreciate Mr. Kier's report, and you obviously did not appreciate the very, point spot on, clear, articulate testimony of Dr. Newton at the Planning Commission. So that's all I have right now.
Thank you. So then turning to the applicant, Ms. Perez.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hartman, Supervisors. Laurel Fisher Perez with SEPS Planning and Permitting Services. And I will provide the first portion of our presentation this morning, and then we'll turn it over to our project geologist, Charlie Catherman, to address water resources. Our team of local experts has been representing Shannon Kahn of Nahoe Farms for the past 3 years. It's been a long process. And in August, finally, the Planning Commission voted unanimously 4-0 to deny both appeals that are before your board today. In an effort to address the appellant's concerns regarding water use, the applicant volunteered to restrict the main well exclusively serving Nahoe Farms. This is not a well that serves Mr. Eldawani's property. It is not a shared well, to approximately half its historic use. And we know this because the well has been monitored for decades, and well log use records have been maintained. This condition, this voluntary condition, has been added to the approved project description that's before you today. It is enforceable by county staff, and in fact, the Sierra Botanicals attorney stated at the end of the Planning Commission hearing, when the condition was added and the commission asked for response, that we are okay with this added condition, referring to the added restriction, because it addresses the concern about water use. And in addition, at the hearing, the Planning Commission also reiterated, and this is to Supervisor Williams' question earlier, that the groundwater regulation requirements are within the exclusive jurisdiction of the State Water Board, not the county. The Nahoe Farms property has been commercially farmed for 30 years by Sunburst Farms. It is one of the first certified organic farms in the county of Santa Barbara, and in fact, Sunburst helped California develop its organic certification program. The project before you is a crop conversion, not a change of use. This project will keep the property in organic farming. It is a 53-acre property ideally sited for commercial agriculture with only approximately 20 acres devoted to cannabis. It's got dedicated access from Highway 101. It's already developed with commercial agricultural infrastructure, truck turnarounds, loading and storage areas, and equipment barns. This project does not involve conversion of grazing land or range land or any other kind of use to commercial agriculture. It is a crop change that will result in 50% less water use than the previous row crop produce farm. It is located approximately 3 miles from the nearest residentially zoned property and is surrounded by other commercial ag operations. The property is not located near sensitive receptors, and the nearest winery is approximately 1 mile south and across the highway. The project site is not located within a state or county designated groundwater basin, and it is not subject to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. There are several project benefits, but the most important, given the appellant's concerns, is the commitment to a 50% reduction in baseline water use from the main well serving the property that will result with this project. The property has a right to farm, and converting to a crop in a farming method that reduces water use is a benefit to the surrounding farms. The applicant already reduced cultivation approved under the land use permit by 4 acres in order to try to address these concerns that the appellants have raised, and has also incorporated a robust odor abatement plan for the processing building, even though an odor abatement plan is not a requirement in the Ag 2 zone. This project is not converting land to a new use, but rather continues the long-standing history of organic farming on the property with reduced water demand. In addition to the mature landscape screening along the highway frontage, 200 screening plants and trees will be planted. I'd like to note that the water use restriction that the applicant volunteered also includes water used for irrigation, for landscaping. Again, we've been in the process for 3 years now. We've spent the past year doing outreach to the appellants to try to address their concerns. We most recently participated in county council mediation, and unfortunately, despite our best efforts, including a reduction of 4 acres of cannabis cultivation and the commitment to lower water use and incorporation of an odor abatement plan, we could not resolve these concerns. This project meets all of the Land Use Development Code requirements for cannabis approval. It is consistent with the county general plan policies and satisfies CEQA requirements, demonstrating that there's adequate water supply to serve the project, resulting in a beneficial impact to groundwater resources over historic use. This project has met all county planning department requirements, and the next step is state licensing, including review and approval by the State Water Board and California Department of Fish and Wildlife, which serves as a backstop on this groundwater issue. So in an abundance of caution and in response to the concerns of the appellant, Charlie Catherman's groundwater analysis was also reviewed by another local prominent geologist, Carolyn Walsh, who confirmed Mr. Catherman's findings that the groundwater serving Nahoe Farms is not connected to the creek. Again, all of this will be re-reviewed again at the state. I'd like to point out this slide, which comes directly from your CEO's licensing page and speaks to this issue about having to go through the county process first before going on to the state water board. The county's own website advises against applying to the state for an annual license and streambed alteration agreement prior to receiving land use permit issuance because of severe fees that would be forfeited if it takes longer than 90 days to obtain the local approvals. We've been involved in this appeal for over a year. So, you know, you have to go in the order of these things in order to save your client and your applicant money in this process. Even the appellant Sierra Botanicals followed this guidance and obtained their LSA from the state nearly a year following land use permit issuance. If the appellants are concerned about water use, then the applicant's commitment to using approximately half of the historically used water on the property and switching to a crop that utilizes less water is a good thing. We don't disagree that groundwater management is important, but we've done everything we can at the local level to address that. Let's move on to the state level and we can continue the conversation with the State Water Board. And with that, I'm going to introduce Charlie Catherman, who will address water resources in greater detail. Thank you. Charlie, if you can unmute yourself.
Asking if you can hear me?
Yes.
Great. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Charlie Catherman. I've been a practicing professional geologist in Santa Barbara County for over 40 years. As to the previous appellant's comments that I am biased and a cannabis industry person, this is only one of 2 cannabis projects that I've taken on in the last 3 or 4 years. So the key points, since there's not a lot of time, is I did pump test the main well at 100 gallons a minute. There was no impact to the creek. I measured the creek water for any changes. There were none. Mr. Benimoff stated that I didn't do this kind of work, didn't do the field work and observation work, which I did. One of the things I also did in this regard was I tested chemically the water produced from the water well, the main well, and also a chemical analysis on the surface water. They are significantly different, which supports my contention that we're not producing surface water. In particular, the salinities were significantly different. The pH was significantly different. The water in the creek had excessive iron levels, chromium levels, and arsenic, which we did not see in the water of the main well. The elevation of the static level in the well is much deeper than the level of the creek. We have a sanitary seal on this well at 22 feet, which extends well below what would be surface water. I've looked at a lot of area wells, maybe as many as 30 wells, to confirm what's going on in the basin. I started working the basin in 1990, drilling wells on Mr. Seaman's property. And those wells were in the older sediments and produced low volumes of water and poor quality. Mr. Seaman fails to mention he buys water. He doesn't have an adequate well. His blueberries, in my calculation, based on Ag Commissioner, is he uses approximately 50 acre feet of water every year for his blueberries, which is a significant amount of water over what we're projecting is going to be used for this project.
Let me just interrupt to say that you're over your time, but you can take it from your rebuttal. And
Well,
Ms.
I
Perez is
think
saying
I-
that's fine, so go ahead.
Right. Well, my final comment is in regards to Sierra Botanicals well, I did a public records check recently, and Mr. Eldewani's well was pump tested at 25 gallons a minute for 24 hours. There was no indication of effects on the creek. The recovery was very quick on this well. Consequently, if Mr. Eldewani didn't have restrictions from CDFW, he could easily produce 20 plus acre feet of water from that well without having any effects on the creek. So I will leave it at that. I'm happy to answer questions as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's about a minute and a quarter into your time.
Can I just see that
yeah.
slide where he says if CDFW does have an LSA on you? What the, again? Thank you.
Okay, so now is time for questions from the board. We could go first to public comment if you would like.
Sure.
Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do have 2 requests to speak for this item. We would begin with Richard Satterwhite to be followed by Mark Shatillo. Richard, you've been unmuted on our end. If you would unmute yourself on your end.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, yes, I farmed out here just north of Nahui Creek for about 37 years, and we have had various years of drought, which makes us be wise with our water use. There's years that, well, we raise apples. So there's years that because of the rainfall that the trees have gone under stress. And then there has been years when we've had more rainfall that we do not have problems. And my concern is that at a point where we may have too much water use for this area. And I think that Ed drew some real good points. There are times that the creek has not completely dried up, but the flow has been extremely low, where the neighbor to our north, the Pork Palace, they have pools down there and their pools have dried up. So I think that the project is a little bit to my concern. I thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now for our final speaker, Mark Shatillo.
Good morning again, members of the board, Madam Chair, Mark Shatillo, and I'm addressing you today in my individual capacity, having had considerable background in the subject matter here of water supply for cannabis projects in the North County. And this appeal, I think, and the testimony you've heard displays the fundamental disconnect in cannabis project planning, both at the county and the challenges that are associated with dealing with this piecemeal process and amongst the other agencies that are involved. It's problematic and it underscores and highlights one of the key issues that was in the coalition's recent complaint filed with the State Water Resources Control Board, that much of the water associated with cannabis projects is actually subterranean surface flows. And if that's true, then they are under the exclusive jurisdiction of the State Water Resources Control Board. And I heard the applicant's consultant, the land use consultant, agree that, or make the statement that this is within the State Water Resources Control Board's exclusive jurisdiction. Not sure that that comports with her, with Mr. Catherman's testimony. But the 3 points on this particular project. First, because at least a portion of the ground of the water that's involved is shallow groundwater. It is considered to be surface water under California law and therefore under the State Water Resources Control Board's jurisdiction. That's significant because the state board has a cannabis specific policy that requires forbearance from the use of surface flows during April to November, that period, because of the impact on associated water. So unfortunately, as reported by some of the materials in your file, the state board has essentially abdicated jurisdiction and said they're going to presume that all water is percolating groundwater and thus under the county's jurisdiction. That's a considerable issue that needs to get untangled. Secondly, on the issue of water duty, the applicant is claiming an extremely low water duty and one that really does not, while Mr. DeFriel and the Central Coast Agriculture claimed that they were able to grow cannabis with less than half an acre foot per acre per crop, there's no real evidence of that. And finally, there's the issue of the CDFW application, the 1600 permit. That does need to be completed. So it's my feeling that the board really lacks the information that it needs to make the findings that there is an adequate water supply here. And it belies a larger problem with our cannabis grows and the lack of background to be able to establish the adequacy of water and then scale the project to meet that water supply. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board.
Thank you. All right, back to the board for questions. I'm sorry. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where we have very strict procedures that are deemed then to be fair to everyone. So you have your rebuttal opportunity, and if you could save your comments for that, that would be best. I would like some advice from County Council.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I think as chair you have discretion. I don't believe that you closed public comment yet. And so if not, you could go ahead and
All right, we'll take you then. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Randy Jones. I'm the part of the family that owns the Pork Palace. And so it's been interesting to hear a lot of the experts talk today. And all I can tell you is from practical experience, from living on the property since 1975 when my family bought it. And we never had problems with the water. We always have water in our creek. I thought it was kind of ironic today that you were honoring someone who protected the Goleta Slough for environmental reasons. And I think that our creek is a great environmental habitat. That habitat disappears when it dries up. And it's dried up only a couple times, and that was when Nahoe Farms was doing their intensive vegetable crop growing up the creek from us. And that also was in a combination of time when we were going through droughts. So we ran completely out of water and the creek went dry. We had to drill other wells, and went to great expense. And so when you drill a well through the sandstone under the creek, doesn't take very far to go. Maybe, for us, it would be about 100 feet, you're starting to hit the sandstone. When you poke through the sandstone, you're into a different aquifer. I'm curious as to why no one's ever asked them, why can't they use their other 3 wells that they have drilled? Because those aren't really in dispute. Well, the answer is, to my opinion, just from practical opinion, is that that water's no good for irrigating. Okay, it's full of boron and other salts, okay, because you're hitting an ancient seabed down there, according to our hydrologist when we had our wells drilled. So you have to treat that water, and you can never get all the boron out of it. So will kill your crops. That's why they do not want to have to be drill from their other wells, in my opinion. Maybe you can ask them why they can't drill from their deep well, their 800-foot well, and use that water. But Richard Satterthwaite, who spoke earlier, and I can attest to that, when the intensive water pumping was going on, the well would go dry. If they stopped for a few days, the creek would start running again. So it is surface water. And everyone along the creek there relies on that. So if we're the last ones, so we're stuck when we run out of water. So if there's another way to police the water, I mean, it's legal to grow marijuana. I'm not going to object to that, okay? But I would object to us running out of water. And I have pigs and goats and cattle, and we've planted rose gardens and make our place look nice, and that's all going to die if we have to water with boron water again. So we won't run out of water. We have bad water too that we can use in an emergency, but it'll just kills everything. So that's all I have to say. So I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I do close public comment, and we are back to the board for questions.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
There were just a few points that staff wanted to make before we get to board questions
Absolutely,
that might
okay.
clarify some things.
Thank you, Chair Hartman. Yeah, staff just wanted to address a couple concerns that were raised in the comments, specifically with regards to the environmental review and claimed piecemealing of the environmental review. We just like to reiterate that the whole of the project was appropriately reviewed under CEQA. And the potential impacts of the project were reviewed against the existing baseline as is directed by CEQA. That environmental review is documented in the CEQA checklist and it's attached supporting documentation. Additionally, just to reiterate, the applicant provided substantial evidence which demonstrates that the projected groundwater use of the project will be below the baseline use of the project site. So accordingly, there's substantial evidence supporting sufficient water service and that no new impact on groundwater exists. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Well, I'll jump in with the first question, and that would be to Ms. Vosberg. We have the contention that previous vegetable farming and water use depleted the water supplies for downstream users. So how does that fit into our analysis? I mean, how does during drought conditions, how does we say we used a baseline, but if the baseline itself was problematic for water downstream, that raises questions. So could you clarify that?
Yeah, Chair Hartman, thank you for that question. I think to start off with, we don't have substantial evidence that supports those claims, but I think to take a step back, it's also good to understand that planning and development doesn't permit conventional agriculture, and so planning really doesn't have any authority to review or regulate the water use associated with irrigation of conventional agriculture. So the historic use of the property is considered the baseline use. And like I mentioned, we don't have substantial evidence that supports the claims that the historic use had any detrimental impact on the shared aquifer.
So I'm not seeing any other lights up here. Supervisor Levanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm going to ask a really dumb question to start with. They might all be dumb, but this is going to be the dumbest. But biannual monitoring, is that twice a year or once every 2 years?
That is an excellent question. Our understanding was that was meant to be twice a year, but we can correct that in the project description to make that more apparent.
Okay. I even Googled that, by the way, and you can use it either way, so I don't know. The other one I'm going to ask is just a general question about appeals. And I think this is the first one, at least the first one I remember, where we had multiple appellants on one project. And I'm just curious how that works. So are they independent? And this is just the way that we operate the meeting, but are they two independent? I mean, do they each have to pay the separate filing? Okay. All right.
Yes, we have two separate appeal applications and both paid.
I was just wondering how that worked, because if it was one and you had multiple people appealing it, you could have 20 10-minute presentations. So I'm glad that worked out that way. All right, good to know. And then how are we so sure about the historical use of what's been used on the site?
For the historical use, we do have the memo that was provided by a professional geologist. Certainly that information was filled in by the property owner. And that well, to my understanding, as mentioned in the memo, has been metered. And so they have records of the water use dating back those 10 years, I think with one or two kind of gap years where it wasn't recorded. But and then on top of that, we can kind of see from historic aerial imagery that there was indeed clear, at least farming done on that property in the areas that were claimed.
So an ag metered well is pretty rare though in Santa Barbara County, correct? So I mean,
that's correct.
Okay. So it was metered because it was organic, or just the person wanted to know and we just happened to get the information? I mean, it's very helpful in this situation, but I'm also just curious why we have one metered ag well out of. You have to, I guess maybe for the applicant, why they were metering it.
Yeah, Supervisor Levin, staff, I think, would have to defer to the applicant to provide that background on why the choice was made to meter that well.
Well, we have to have it on record, I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Shannon Kahn, and I'm the applicant, and historically, Nahoe Farms metered that well, number one, because they were GAP certified, and they're also very much part of the organic movement in Santa Barbara County back in the day, and they wanted to make sure they preserved water and had a record to be able to help other farmers locally in that aquifer, including the Georgies and everyone up before them, so we could all work as a team. So they've always had that well metered to make sure that we were able to help everybody else in that area with water supply.
Okay.
So they've always had that historically. It's been there for many years, and the logs that we've had are very dated back when they first started. So I wasn't expecting to speak, so.
Oh, that's fine.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
And other questions? Let's see. Those are the only questions I have. I have comments, but I'll hold off on.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, I think the water issue's been discussed extensively, and but my actual questions, and it's actually for the applicant's team, about the odor control. This location's at 0.6 of a mile from the furthest hoop house, or the closest hoop house to Folda Hills tasting room, which is a world-class tasting room and a great highway location and a real asset. And I am concerned about odor and how that impacts that location. So can you speak to what you guys are doing on odor control and how you will address problems that may occur if the odor becomes too much of a problem that it impacts the surrounding neighbors?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson, yes, I'd be happy to. Thank you for correcting the distance there. Well, first of all, it's a Ag 2 zoned property, and there is a new processing facility that is proposed as part of the project. And in fact, Shannon chose to build a new facility in order to fully equip it with the odor abatement system that she selected. It's a very advanced system used on a commercial level, in agricultural, now more recently cannabis, but also in hospital systems. And it's a carbon filtration system with a high quality HVAC system. And we think that it's going to do a really great job of controlling and mitigating odors and maintaining them inside the processing facility. All processing will occur within the new facility itself. The other thing that Shannon did as part of her site plan is orient her hoop houses in such a way that the prevailing winds won't blow through them and carry the odor to surrounding neighbors. So those were two measures that were taken as part of this project to try to address the concern about odors. In the event that there are complaints in the future, I mean, you've heard from Shannon, she comes from a family of farmers and tenders of the land. Sunburst Farms, by the way, was probably one of the first farms that I'm aware of that started monitoring their well usage 20 years ago in coordination with their shift to organic farming. So they're very conscientious about well water use, very conscientious about conservation and environmental issues. And I know that Shannon will carry that forward and work with her neighbors if there are odor concerns. I'm not sure if there's a program that the county has adopted as part of their monitoring condition compliance for cannabis land use permits, but certainly willing to work with neighbors to address concerns beyond what she's already done.
And one of the conditions is also there's going to be 3 harvest periods for up to 21 days.
That's right.
And I just want to kind of make sure I'm clear on that, because many farms I know that it's really plantings are stacked, so harvest may start on one block at one point, and maybe the 20th block at a later date. So is it rolling 21 days, or is it actually a set 21-day period that the harvest will be taking place for all 20 acres?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Nelson, I believe it's a set 21-day period of time for those up to 3 harvests.
Right.
If they're lucky, they would get 3 harvests. It's probably more likely to be 2, but a set 21 period day.
Okay, I want to get that on,
Yep,
actually
in
on
the
the record, because I think that some applicants or some farmers say, hey, 21-day harvest, they're thinking that for each block that they plant, not necessarily the entire project. So if you're saying it's 21 days for that whole period, that helps me. Thank you.
Okay, you bet. Thank you.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, but just back to the water question again. So my understanding is this applicant has a very long water record about usage, but I don't think the neighbors make that information public. And so I get the dynamic that you have where you have a shared resource and you're all trying to cooperate and collaborate. But it is, and the point you're making, which is a legitimate public policy point, that we ought to have a system that integrates all that. But that isn't our system. Our system is different than that. And the neighbors are not participating in a public, transparent government process where water uses are shared publicly and evaluated as such. So I think we're in a little bit of a disadvantage, in having that critique of our process when in fact, agriculture has been treated differently in terms of water use historically because of private property rights. And so I think, for us to be held to a standard here to imagine that the cannabis processing applications, which are being held to a higher public transparent standard, are somehow limited by the fact that everybody else who's growing in that aquifer is an odd place to be as a decision maker up here.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. Meaning, I'll try to put it even more simply. Like, this process is more accountable on water than previous processes, but it's being critiqued as not being accountable enough. And I might agree that there, in distressed water regions, that there should be a better regulatory framework. But that's sort of like, criticizing an improvement, right? But I do think that, in trying to read, trying to hear both appellants and the applicant, that there does seem to be a trust gap, and so I wonder if the applicant would agree for you to be submitting your water data every other month as opposed to twice a year. Generally, your required submittal of recorded water use keeps people more honest, but also identifies, technical problems such as leaks or stuck meters. So there may be value to doing that. I know, doing it more often is not without consequence, but I wonder if the applicant would agree to that as a condition of approval.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams, Shannon is fine submitting her water data every other month. And, the requirement is already that we submit it twice a year to planning and development staff, who will review the water meter logs and ensure compliance with this voluntary condition. I don't see why submitting it every 2 months just to keep things on track, and more information is better, like you said, to catch a situation that you can correct quickly, makes sense. So that would be fine.
Thank you. And I think the reason why I go there is just simply that it does seem that, number one, there is a halving of the water use from that problematic year that Mr. Georgie pointed out. But in addition to that, I think that there is some chance of CDFW restricting your water usage through the LSA process, and which in that case, then that data gets submitted and accountability for that process as well.
And my question, whether we get it every other month or whether we get it twice a year, that's to make sure that they're using within their pledge. But how do we know what the impacts are on the other surrounding wells? I mean, I think that's the real concern. What if those wells go dry or the water quality is impaired? What remedy do they have? And I gather we're saying you just have to go to court? It's a private matter? It's not really us?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I think if it were me and I were one of those property owners, I mean, their agriculture, as has been already stated on the record, isn't regulated at all, right? With respect to water use. They can pump, and we don't have a say in that. But if the neighbors had concerns, I would take it to the State Regional Water Quality Control Board and ask for an investigation of the basin, or whether or not there's surface water. And what we are going to have happen here is, as required by the rules and regulations in place, is that there's going to be a permit issued by Regional Water Quality Control Board or the State Water Resources Board to determine whether or not this project can move forward as proposed. If they decide at that time that it is surface water, then provisions will be put in place that restrict their water use. But that is how water is currently regulated with respect to non-cannabis and cannabis.
So if I understand correctly, you're saying that your belief is that the State Water Board, while they make this presumption, if they had a request from the landowners in a basin to come and do an analysis, that they would be willing to do that?
Madam Chair, I don't have any information that would verify that. What I'm saying is that if it were me, that would be the agency I would go to and ask questions. And I think landowners probably do that, and we know that there's a current investigation that's been requested in the San Ynez River Water Basin, and so and I believe they're going to be doing an analysis, so it's not an unprecedented request.
That is helpful. Thank you very much. Yeah. Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think it brings up, and I think the appellant had a good point about talking about the 30,000-foot level. And this is something that's probably 50,000-foot level is water usage, and everybody right now is impacted by the drought. I mean, that's just that area, the entire county, the state of California, many parts of the United States. And this is going to cause more neighbor versus neighbor conflict. And unfortunately, especially around ag properties, you're going to have somebody saying that guy's using my water, he's using too much of it. And I don't think we are the referees of that situation right now. I did want to point out something else because I think this is important, because the narrative has always been that cannabis permitting is, we've heard you guys are handing out these permits like candy, everybody just gets one, blah, blah, blah. I looked at, first off, this is 3 years in the making. They submitted this application in 2019. It was approved almost 2 years later, and it took another year to get to this point. And then I looked at slide 2 of the applicant's presentation of their team, and to get a permit in Santa Barbara County to grow cannabis on Ag 2 property with no residential around, on an existing farming land that you're substituting one crop out for another, they've had to hire a team of lawyers, consultants, water experts, engineering firms. And I'm not saying that's wrong. We should be looking at all these impacts and we should be evaluating all of these things. But then to hear the narrative that this is just a fast track, everybody gets one, is completely false. These people have probably spent, I don't even want to know what they've spent to get to this point. So it is a long, drawn-out process that relies on a lot of historical data, and in this case, it's nice that we actually had the water usage data. And the fact that the applicant, for me, is coming in and talking about cutting that by 50% really makes it a much more palatable situation. So, and as far as, yeah, I'm a big fan of Folded Hills as well. Love their wine. And so be very interested in how the odor control works, because I will be one that will be down there determining whether or not I'll be able to smell it or not. So thank you.
Okay, back to rebuttals. Mr. Seaman, you have 4.5 minutes, I believe.
Well, I'm going to keep this simple. If your premise is wrong, your conclusions are going to be wrong. 10 years is not historical use, not on rural land like this. According to the people that I've talked to that have been on the land for a long time, Pork Palace, Richard Family Ranch Produce, it's not veggie growing. And so if we got another 10 years of metered water records, or another 20 years, then the math would change. And that math would lower that 50 acre feet, which was then reduced in half. Maybe it goes down to 25 acre feet, and then that needs to be reduced in half if that's the canon that we're going to use. So I don't think that we can say that 10 years is historical water use based on everything else we know. The other point I want to make is Mr. Catherman went back to pump tests, elevation, static level, recovery. All of this is irrelevant. This is the tree, and I'm asking you to look at the forest. None of that matters with the State Water Control Board tests whatsoever. These are things that are irrelevant when you look at the fact that the other wells went dry. Why are we even talking about that? It makes no sense to me. And I don't know why Charlie said what he said about the blueberry farm. We use 0.6 acre feet per acre per year. We took 7 acres offline. I don't know where he got his information. I don't want to get into it. I think that's irrelevant too. That's it. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Eldawani?
Yes, hello, this is Ben Benyumoff on behalf of Mr. Eldawani and Sierra Botanicals. Number one, we just want to say thank you. We appreciate the bi-monthly reporting. I think that will be helpful to everyone. We'd also like to have the county use a third-party county-appointed hydrogeologist to assess the project, given that you do have substantial evidence in the record that there is, in fact, a direct connection between the well and the creek. You have that evidence from Mr. Keir as well as Dr. Newton. And given that those two experts have had the benefit of actually testing the well and have actual data, that a neutral third-party county-appointed hydrogeologist would be in the best spot or situation to objectively review, that testimony, which was submitted to the Planning Commission as part of the record, as well as the testimony and reports of Dr. Catherman. I think it's a completely reasonable thing to ask for and something that the county, as stewards of the creek, would want to have done. Other than that, we will rest.
Ms. Perez?
Madam Chair, Supervisors, thank you very much for the opportunity to present this to you, and I really appreciate the comments from Supervisor Lavanino earlier. It's been a very long, extensive, expensive, drawn-out process, and cannabis deserves that level of attention, I suppose. It's been a difficult one for all of us, I think, to navigate through in the last 3 years, but here we are. Shannon, the applicant, has done everything by the book and then some. All of the analysis has been vetted by county staff. You've heard your staff tell you substantial evidence has been submitted into the record. The project meets all county findings for approval. And we ask that you deny the 2 appeals today. We're willing to accept the requirement to submit well meter logs every 2 months to county P&D staff. And we ask that with that, we move on, and we move on to the state, and we accept whatever analysis is going to be required of us there, and further restrictions if necessary. Nahoe's unusual in that they've monitored their well use, and they've been responsible in that way. And I think that they're rare, certainly in that stretch of the county, and possibly in the county as a whole. They'll continue to monitor and work with their neighbors to be good farmers and address concerns as we move forward. So with that, I think we'll close, unless Charlie, do you have anything more to add?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. The only thing that I would add is to remind the appellants that we recently did a peer review from an independent hydrologist, which confirmed my conclusions and the work that I did. Sometimes it's difficult to hear that you're biased, you're incompetent, and you're doing pseudoscience, but I'm sure the board members have been accused of this over the years, and I guess I'm not used to that. But what I do know is you normally don't hear criticism from those who work as hard as you. You hear a lot of criticism from those who don't. And I've done the field work and the necessary work in order to show the county that there's adequate water for this particular project. And I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So back to staff again. Are there anything you heard that you would like to make further comment on?
Madam Chair, there's nothing else for us to clarify.
Okay, so we're back to board for questions and then deliberation. Supervisor Hart?
I don't have any questions, but I have comments.
Go ahead.
Well, I just think this has been a really interesting hearing. This is a unique neighborhood in our county. A lot of folks drive by this all the time and don't know the amazing history of Sunburst Farms and the beginnings of organic agriculture in our county. I'm a big fan of the blueberry farms and go there regularly for blackberries and raspberries and blueberries, and see the Pork Palace sign as I drive along the road. So I hope you all can figure out how to manage this precious resource that you have. It sounds like you're engaged and you've got an applicant that's going to give you very transparent information about water use going forward on a bi-monthly basis. There's a whole nother step in this process that you're going to be able to take advantage of in terms of the State Water Regional Control Board and the CDFW 1600 permit, and that is the proper jurisdiction for that conversation. It may be a better thing from a public policy standpoint if it wasn't that way, but that's the standard review that we have to adhere to today, is that is not the county's policy jurisdiction, that's the state. So to me, there's an applicant here who's proposing to use half as much water going forward as they have historically demonstrated for 10 years, probably have records going back farther that they could demonstrate for 30 years. But you can talk amongst yourselves and figure all that out, and I hope you do, because you're going to need to work together to protect the water resources that you have. I also think it's really important that this applicant has conscientiously done a plan to screen the hoops from the highway so that as you drive along, it's going to be invisible, and that the odor abatement plan is thoughtful and intentional, and the Folded Hills Winery folks are going to be able to work collaboratively with you and make sure that there aren't impacts on each other. And I think all in all, this is a project that's consistent with our requirements, and the staff has laid that out very comprehensively in the staff report and in the presentation today.
Supervisor Williams?
I think the appellants have an important issue, which is that of shared water resources. And as tough of an issue that is when it's between, what, 4 or 5 different parcels, or there's probably a few more. Welcome to my world. If you have 50 different landowners, 70 different landowners, we have GSAs around the county, groundwater sustainability agencies, that have to figure this out between multiple entities, and it's tough. So I don't really think there's any good guys or bad guys in this hearing today, but I do think that there are protections both in the requirement to the county, the condition of approval, and there's even more substantive protections with CDFW. I don't know anybody who doesn't think that they don't act. I don't know any farmer anyway that doesn't think that CDFW isn't willing to be invasive if they think that a stream is going to be impacted by a water usage. So I'm prepared to deny the appeals.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I came into this project concerned and potentially looking for a reason to deny it. I know where it was located. I knew that this is a very sensitive area, and I wanted to have a critical eye, talk to Justin about some of the circumstances there. But then as I started reviewing the material, I know that Mr. Catherman has been accused of being maybe biased and participating in pseudoscience, but myself, I consider Mr. Catherman probably the premier geologist in the North County. Probably has drilled more wells, tested more wells, is more familiar with any of the wells that we have, and has been somebody that's only had integrity as far as I know. Even when we went through the process here in the county to with the emergency EHS regulations for wells, we included the ability for geologists to certify as not just hydrogeologists, keep in mind because of Mr. Catherman, because he is so well respected and so knowledgeable in this field. And so talking through with him, I'm convinced that the water isn't something that is going to be an issue here. I mean, it may be an issue, but it's not going to be caused specifically by this project. Mr. Jones asked, it'd be nice to have it policed. The applicant's actually going to be policing it here. I mean, they've voluntarily submitted to reduced water usage. If they were not there, somebody could come in and farm it more extensively. I know that there's concern from Mr. Seaman that this will only have 10 years of data. I popped onto the UCSB Image Lab. I found a photo from 1967 showing intensive agriculture on that property at that point. So I think it has been historically farmed. I think that in 1967, the watering techniques, this is pre-drip tape, would have been much more intense than it is today. And I'm convinced that this is actually part of the solution to the water in the area if this land is going to continue to be used productively. So water's not an issue. I am going to be ongoingly concerned about the odor. This is probably the last project that makes it through as an LUP. And as future projects have CUPs are in place, we'll probably be looking at additional odor potentially requirements. And so if that would have been one of the appeal items, or if there had been more discussion on that, I would have definitely been willing to ask the applicant to do additional work in that field. I hope that they just trust to be good neighbors and are on top of that without being forced as part of a project condition to do that. And so I think I'm ready to support the denial of the appeals and approve the project.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I've been a pretty big critic of our appeal system, but in this case, this is the way an appeal should work. We had neighbors that are close by the project, concerned. They raised very legitimate concerns, did their homework. The applicant then came in and made changes to their project. We have a better project today than we had when it was first applied for, and better project and more restrictions, I think, now than what the Planning Commission imposed. So I don't know if it was Doss or Greg that said there's no bad guys. I think this is the way the appeal process is supposed to work. There shouldn't be anybody walking out of here thinking they were a winner or a loser, because this is going to be an ongoing situation. Water usage throughout our county is going to be a topic of conversation for decades, long after we're all gone. You know, hopefully we get some rain here this rainy season and put some of these at least on the back burner. So, but I am comfortable with staff's recommendation.
Well, I join with my colleagues on the board to say that we had some very fine presentations, and people did a lot to help us understand what is a very complex watershed. I live near there, and I had not appreciated some of these issues. For me, I'm usually the odd person out on cannabis issues, and I will be today as well. The legislature made a policy decision about water and cannabis, and we are starting to regulate other kinds of crops through the Groundwater Sustainability Management Act. But cannabis is clear that if it's surface water, then it has to forbear water use during the summer months. And we have to ask, well, why is that? And I believe it's because cannabis is not a crop that should be drawing down precious surface water resources, whereas we're the number one, or we're among the top 1% of agricultural counties in the entire country for fruits and vegetables. So I think that is a higher use, and that's why that policy is in place. Here we have dueling hydrologists, and I think all of them are reputable, and I'm not really in a position to be able to say which one is right. Is this groundwater? Is this surface water? But I am very concerned that we don't have anything really in place for us, even if we're getting every other month reports of the water usage on the Nahoe site. We don't know what the impacts are elsewhere. And this, I think, is government at its worst when we're saying, well, it's the water board, it's CDFW, it's everybody, they can work it out in court. It's not us. In my mind, we really should have had a comprehensive, I wish we had a CUP and could have a study by an independent hydrogeologist to say what really is the condition. I mean, everything we know from predictions about the impacts of climate change are that water here in our region, we're going to see more droughts, more extreme droughts. We're currently in what they say is beyond a mega drought to a giga drought. So I don't expect, based on what scientists are telling us, that we're just going to get rain and it's going to fix everything. So I admire the applicant. I think they've done a tremendous job, but I find myself having to make a protest vote because I think this system is wrong. I think a system that says it's linear and go work with CDFW or go make an appeal to the State Water Board, and that we're abdicating our responsibility. So it's unresolved in my mind. I don't think, despite the presentations, that any of us knows for sure what the water impacts are. And when there are shortages, who's going to bear the brunt? So with that, Madam Clerk, Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, you want a motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make the motion to move staff recommendation A, B, C, and D.
I'll second that, and that's the understanding that there's a stipulation by the applicant to be,
Every 2 months.
what's that? It's not bi-monthly, right?
Report, report
other
every
month.
2 months, water
Every
usage.
other month, water usage. Yeah, I'll second that motion.
So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Madam Chair, members of the board, with that addition, I just want to clarify whether that's an addition to the project description. I think that's what the applicant is suggesting. Excellent. So if
It
that could be
must
part
be.
of the motion, that would be great.
That is part of the motion. It changed the project description to providing P&D with water meter logs every 2 months.
That's my second.
Supervisor Williams,
Aye.
Supervisor Hart,
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson,
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino,
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman.
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. I have a 10-minute break, but we have a long agenda. Would you be willing to, all righty. Madam Clerk, departmental item number 2.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Human Resources Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an amendment to Article 10, Sections 2 through 71 of the Santa Barbara County Code, Chapter 2, Administration.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. I'm Maria Elena de Guevara, the county's Human Resources Director. And I bring this item before you today to revise the Santa Barbara County Code. The item before you to revise the code is Article 10, Section 2-71 of Chapter 2, titled Administration. Revisions to the code are proposed to provide the CEO with maximum flexibility in managing the county operations by authorizing the CEO to designate assisting county executive officers to supervise appointed department heads, as well as allowing the CEO to remove appointed department heads, except for county council. The recommended actions revise this section of the county code as follows. Authorizes the county executive officer to designate supervision, etc., of appointed department heads to designated ACEOs, clarifies the performance evaluation process for appointed department heads, and strikes the requirement of the CEO to obtain board approval to remove any appointed department head. The board will continue to approve the hiring of any appointed department head. Additionally, this action specifies that the CEO or designated ACEO shall provide annual performance evals for appointed department heads to the board for comment. Any further language specifies that the board may reevaluate this authority granted by these changes upon the appointment of a new CEO. I and the Division Chief Aaron Jeffries, who's on Zoom currently, are available to answer any of your questions.
Do any board members have questions? Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this matter?
No, we do have none to speak for public comment.
We do not have any, okay. Well, it's back to the board, not seeing any lights. I think this item is to express the board's confidence in our CEO and to clarify the chain of command, and so I'm very supportive. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I think I don't want probably the most significant item of the day to go by without any sort of transparency. This is to fundamentally give our CEO clarify that she has more power and authority. I think most people understand that she has our full confidence. We have a real gem here, and we want this institution to work faster and more rapidly. And these changes would make that happen. There are of course, limited to her because we don't completely know if we would have the same relationship with the future CEO. We feel like this will help our institution adapt to the challenges of the time and move faster.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, I wanted to add to that. County governance is a really strange organization. We have quite a few different department heads that we don't hire or that we just inherit. Sometimes all we have is the power of the purse, which is also a great tool. The five of us, even though we come from diverse backgrounds, we really work really well together, and we have a whole lot of trust in our CEO as really is the person charged with delivering the will of this board. And I think as we move forward with this and express in code those powers, I think it really is a collaborative relationship that the board has with the CEO's office, and I think that this is government working well, and that doesn't happen everywhere. But we currently right now in our organization are doing a lot of things that are innovative, and this is another piece that we're going to do within in our code to allow better efficiency and relationship between our CEO, the board, and our various department heads. So our departments. So I really am looking forward to implementing this.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I want to say the same thing. This is a vote of trust in the leadership style and the skills of Mona Miyasato, not the CEO position. So my vote on this is because Mona's sitting there, and if a new CEO comes in, this policy may be changing. So.
Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I agree with everything my colleagues have said. This is a very dynamic time to be involved in government, and we need to have the county machine is operating as efficiently and quickly to respond to those challenges, and this is a great proposal to do that with our fantastic CEO.
So I think the message is CEO Miyasato is in charge. The board stands behind her, and we hope that the department heads hear that message. With that, I'd like a motion.
Yes, Chair Hartman, I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendations.
Second.
All in favor? Do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Hart? Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
And Chair Hartman?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And now turning to departmental item number 3. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Public Works Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the introduction, first reading, of an ordinance amending speed limits specified in County Code Sections 23-15.4, 23-15.5, 23-15.6, 15.7, and 23-15.8, first, second, and fourth districts.
Mr. Sneddon.
Oh, no. Good morning. Chris Nedden, Public Works. I have Gary Smart, our traffic engineer, with us today. I just want to state for the record, their recommendations were modified in the board letter, but the updated recommendations are correct and then match the presentation that you'll see today. And it was in a memo that I think was done last week. And I'm going to turn it over to Gary from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Madam Chair, members of the board. Today I'm going to be presenting amendment to the speed limit ordinance. We had some good news from the state this last year. They approved Assembly Bill 43, went into effect January 1st. We're still kind of waiting for the state to give us some clarifications on some of the wording, but we're moving forward with some of the changes we feel confident will hold up. This Assembly Bill gives local agencies a lot more discretion in improving safety by adjusting speed zones throughout the county. We're going to be using this. Some of the changes, I have a brief description up here of the items that we'll be able to use to adjust the speed zones. We now have consideration of more vulnerable groups, including kids, seniors, people with disabilities, homeless people. We can also lower the speeds down to 15 miles per hour in our speed zones that are set by engineering traffic surveys, which before they were 25 miles per hour was the lower limit on it. We do have some 15 mile per hour zones that are prima facie or school zones, but this will increase the amount of streets that we can look at 15 miles per hour if it's justified through an engineering traffic survey. We can also establish safety corridors that can lower the speed limits additional 5 miles per hour on any other added items in the vehicle code. But this is not in effect yet and may not be effect till 2024. So we're still waiting to hear the details on that from the state for the speed safety corridors. Also, we can grandfather in some speed zones that have an engineering traffic survey establishing a speed limit. So if the drivers start driving faster on a road, we don't necessarily have to increase the speed limit on those zones. We need to look at it and make a determination, but we will be able to grandfather some speed zones in. Today, we're actually looking at a couple of the speed zones that we will be using that part of Assembly Bill 43 for. We can also exempt seniors zones, business activity districts, and then also residential districts and business districts from the local road exclusion. So roads that were classified in the California roadway system maps has collectors or higher arterials or something like that, but met the qualifications of a business zone or residential zone, we can now use the prima facie, which we were having to do an engineering traffic survey on these roads before. And then the last thing is the speed zones will be 14 years in effect instead of 10 years. So that also reduces a lot of the labor we put into establishing and maintaining these speed zones. So we'll be able to look at maybe adding some additional speed zones to our systems. Right here's the slide showing the residential roads that were limited by not being a local road, but we will now be able to be 25 mile per hour prima facie. So we don't need to do an engineering traffic survey for these roads, and they'll just default to 25 miles per hour, and we'll be able to post and enforce those legally. And then the process for establishing speed zones has not changed from the prior process. We still need to do the engineering traffic survey, but once again, that will be good for 14 years if the roadway stays the same system characteristics. We'll still present the findings to the Board of Supervisors for any changes. And these are our recommendations that we have at the board today. These are the ones that are going to be going to 25 miles per hour, except for Clark Avenue. That's one of the ones that, speed zones that
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah.
I just wanted to give a
Yeah.
chance to Supervisor Nelson to speak.
Yeah, I missed it when my prep, but my actually street's on here, so I'm actually going to step out.
Oh,
The
okay.
room. So I'm going to, out of abundance of caution, I don't think there's actually, we had to evaluate whether there's an actual conflict, but just out of abundance of caution, I'm going to step out of the room. So, thank you.
We're going to make your street 85 miles an hour now.
No comment.
Clark Avenue, this is to the west of the Old Town section. We're going to be able to lower 5 miles per hour, approaching into a 20 or 30 mile per hour zone, and we're looking at making that 25 possibly. So that's a good lowering the speed limit. And then Union Valley Parkway, we actually had a lower ETS that we were able to lower the speed limit 5 miles per hour there. But our other roads are going to 25 that meet residential density, but were not classified as a residential street because they weren't a local road. And then these are the recommendations for, since we now can have 25 mile per hour on these local streets near our schools, we can also do a 15 mile per hour zone, and we're recommending that for our school zones in close proximity to the residential areas. And with that, I conclude my presentation, and I'll answer any questions if the board has any questions.
Let's see, I guess I do. So you're changing the method, so it's not, for certain roads at least, it's not the traffic analysis, speed analysis, but instead it's by category of user, really, and use by school or business district. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, that is correct.
And we're extending the period for which these are, for which these speed limits apply. How did you decide, in the universe of our county local roads, how did you decide what to focus on in this, this round? I noticed there, the 3rd district is not mentioned. So I just, could you explain how you're going about this task in the big picture?
Yeah. For a road to be considered a residential district, which is a lot of the focus of this item here, we need to have a certain density of homes. And the 3rd district homes are usually more ranchettes, a little bit larger lots and stuff. So a lot of the roads in the 3rd district don't qualify for that residential district that other homes like in Orchid or Goleta area
So they had to
do.
be denser.
Yes.
And that's how, so in where it's not as dense, we won't expect any changes?
Well, if we're establishing by engineering traffic survey, we're going to have, in the 3rd district, we're going to be looking at the application of the safety corridors. So roads like Alamo Potato, Refugio, those roads we're going to be looking at if we can implement the safety corridors and lower the existing speed limits down by additional 5 miles per hour. But they would not qualify for residential density, our district, because of the density, even though all the fronting properties are residential in nature, they're larger in size and such, so they don't qualify.
Okay, and I guess this is going to ask for an opinion, but it seems the state also passed a recent law, I believe, that if a pedestrian stands off the curb, the cars have to stop. They don't have to be, jaywalking isn't the problem that it once was. Is that correct?
The jaywalking law applied to areas where you have traffic signals at consecutive intersections. So if you crossed the road in between 2 traffic signals, that would be considered jaywalking. Anywhere else, if you had an intersection that's uncontrolled or stop control, pedestrians have all the rights to cross the road, but they had to yield to vehicles. With the lifting of the jaywalking law, now you can do that in downtown areas, like here in Santa Barbara, you can cross between it, but the pedestrian still needs to yield to the vehicles. They shouldn't enter the road if it's not safe and yield to the vehicles.
But legally, they have a right to, help me understand what the change in the law is so I can explain it to others.
Yeah. Before, if you were crossing the road between 2 traffic signals, so like right out here outside this building, mid-block crossing, and there's no marked crosswalk, that would be considered jaywalking, and you could be ticketed for that. Now, I believe in January 1st, that law is going to be lifted. So after January 1st, a pedestrian has the right to cross the road, legal right to cross the road, but they still need to yield to, do it safely and yield to vehicles. They can, have all the rights, but they've always had this right on other roads where there's not traffic control between the.
Thank you. So it seems that there's a pattern to accommodate pedestrians and multimodal uses, and that the predominance of cars has to give way a little bit in these various changes that we're seeing.
Yes, Madam Chair, that is the way the laws are kind of going
Trending
right now, which is a good thing, I think.
Okay. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on this item?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
Okay, back to the board. Anybody else have any questions or comments? May I have a motion?
I'll move the staff recommendation and thank Assemblymember Friedman for AB 43 and this unique authority that we now have to make speed limits match the reality in our communities.
I will second, and after many, many years in local government, not quite as much as this guy, the thing that when you tell a constituent that speed limits are determined by what the majority of crazy people are driving, they look at you like that can't be. And so it is, good that while that will still be the rule in some places, that there's some other factors that can go into it.
So we've had a motion and a second and some additional commentary. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So now we are going to hope our Supervisor Nelson rejoins us, and we're going to hear from County Council about closed session.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. In closed session today, the board will consider 2 items of existing litigation, Traga versus County Santa Barbara, which is a Santa Barbara County Superior Court case, and Rancho La Laguna versus County of Santa Barbara, also Santa Barbara County Superior Court. Public employee appointment, public health director, and public employee appointment, agricultural commissioner. And the time estimate is an hour and a half.
All right, so that's 1:30. We'll be back. Good afternoon. We're reconvening the November 1st, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Returning from closed session, County Council, would you report out?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session. 2 items of existing litigation, Traga versus County of Santa Barbara and Rancho La Laguna versus County of Santa Barbara, both Santa Barbara County Superior Court cases, and public employee appointment, public health director, and public employee appointment, agricultural commissioner, and the board took no reportable action.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you read departmental item number 4 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an amendment to Chapter 50 of the County Code, licensing of cannabis operations.
Mr. Fretwell.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I appreciate being here today and looking at a further revision to Chapter 50 of the licensing of cannabis operations within the County of Santa Barbara. Incorporated in your board letter is really the subject today is really there's 4 modifications to Chapter 50 that we'll be looking at. One is purely an administrative one, which is clearing up the definition to reflect the state's consolidation of the 3 separate county state departments into one. So that's pretty much administrative. There's another clarification with respect to distributor licenses, but really the heart of the conversation today is really about 2 modifications within the main part of Chapter 50 related to the maintenance of requested acreage under the cap. I'm joined today by Brittany Heaton, who will walk us through the presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions after that.
Thank you, Mr. Frapwell. Good afternoon, Chair Hartman, members of the board. We are here today to propose some changes to Chapter 50. As you all know, the board adopted Chapter 50 back in May of 2018, and it's been amended several times over the course of the last 2 years. I think this is my 4th amendment that I've been involved with. And you asked us to come back last February with these changes. And so we are here today to propose some language to optimize the acreage under the cap and maximize revenues to the county. Those are really the overarching goals. The proposed language is meant to address operators with business licenses that are not cultivating the entirety of their requested acreage and a timeline to get there or risk losing what is not being cultivated. We are also proposing language that would allow for fallowing, which means not growing, with restrictions that I will go over shortly. So as Mr. Frapwell stated, we have 4 changes. The first 2 are fairly administrative. He discussed the first one there, reflecting the change in the state's regulatory agencies. The second clarifies that an approved land use entitlement may not be necessary for all business license types. Specifically, this is for a distributor for operators located outside the county. So they distribute into the county, they need a business license, but their physical location is located outside of the county. They would not need a land use entitlement for that purpose. And then the last 2 that I'll discuss in more detail are maintenance of requested acreage. So the first requires that licensed cultivators secure their requested acreage by demonstrating that they reached that amount in actual cultivation activities upon the 2nd renewal or year 3 of operation, or they would risk losing the unused acreage on the eligibility list. We also are proposing that licensed cultivators can request to fallow for up to 1 year once the requested acreage has been reached and or maintained for at least 3 consecutive years. So those are the restrictions that I referred to. So a little more detail about the maintenance of requested acreage. So currently, business license applicants request acreage up to the amount approved in their associated land use entitlement. So in every land use entitlement, there's a project description that explicitly lists the amount of acreage that is allowed for cannabis operations. And when they apply for a business license, we verify that the amount they've requested is at that amount or less. They can always request less than they're approved for. This amendment gives all applicants 3 years to phase in their cultivation operations to reach the acreage in their original license application. If the operator is unable to reach that acreage in year 3 of operation, so they come up with this, they come to their second renewal, they're operating in year 3, that unused acreage would be removed from the reserved acreage. And I'm calling the reserved acreage, that's the reserved acreage that's on the eligibility list, or what we call the acreage cap. And I'll walk you through on the next slide. I have a flow chart and I can give you an example. That freed up acreage would then be offered to the next operator on the wait list. We currently have 6 operators on the wait list for a total of about 220 acres. So we do have an active wait list in the unincorporated North County. The acreage approved in the land use entitlement continues to be permitted, and the operator may be placed on the wait list to secure that lost acreage at a future date. So if they lose any acreage in this 3-year process, they can request to be placed on the wait list, and they can eventually end up with their total acreage that's approved in the land use entitlement. Because as you know, a land use entitlement is in perpetuity, and so that permitted acreage does not go away. This is solely for the business license purpose. And then once they reach that final acreage in their 3rd year, there's a requirement that they maintain at least 80% of that licensed acreage for subsequent renewals once that their acreage has been established. So here's kind of a very simple flow chart, but I just want to walk you through it. So if you have an initial application, you request 50 acres. That's what's approved in your land use entitlement. You would receive your business license application. In year 1 of operation, you need to demonstrate that you're cultivating 50 acres. If you haven't done that, you are eligible for renewal, and we would go into year 2. If you do demonstrate in the first year, your requested acreage is secured. So that 50 acres is secured, and then you would move on and you maintain 80% of that secured acreage moving forward. If you're in year 2 of operation, you continue to request your 50 acres, but maybe you only cultivated 20. You need to demonstrate the 50 acres. In the second year, if you do, you secure your 50 acres. If you don't, you would be eligible for a second renewal for the 50 acres again requested. And then in year 3, you need to demonstrate that 50 acres. If you do, you secure that 50 acres. Otherwise, the uncultivated acreage released to wait list. So in year 3, if you were able to demonstrate that you were cultivating 40 acres, we would free up or release 10 acres to the wait list. At the top there, so once you're secured with your acreage, you maintain 80% of secured acreage. The current proposed language states that you have to maintain the 80%, and then if you do dip below the 80%, then you get kind of washed back through the cycle again in the next year, and you have to, in your first year of operation, you'd have 2 more years to get back up to the 80%. So we don't expect that someone's going to maintain 100% of their cultivation at all times. So there is some flexibility here. And then just to go over requests for fallowing, this was a specific request from operators that the county allow for an operation to fallow or take time off. And we've already seen these requests, and there are a couple of operations that are currently fallowing. They maintain an active business license during this time, and we do go out and verify that they are in fact fallowing when they make this request. But we wanted to codify this and make sure that there were some constraints around it, and so people weren't just laying fallow for several years at a time. So this amendment allows operators a request to fallow once the operation reaches the number of acres reserved. So after that 3-year time, if you've reached your acreage, or if you do it in the first year, then you'd have to maintain that for 3 consecutive years. So under this amendment, you really wouldn't be able to fallow until year 2 if you reach your acreage in your first year, or year 4 if it took you 3 years to reach your acreage. The request can be for up to 12 months, and that's how long a business license is good. So it would essentially be the cycle of a business license. And new requests are allowed no more than once every 3 years. The pauses in cultivation between crops during the license period we won't consider that fallowing. So in outdoor growing, we have operators that are doing 2 harvests a year. Obviously, if they're in between October and April, they're not cultivating. We don't consider that fallowing. That's just a pause between 2 harvests. So our recommended actions today are that the Board of Supervisors consider the introduction of the ordinance of amending Chapter 50, read the title and waive further reading of the ordinance in full, and then set a hearing on the administrative agenda for, oh, I'm sorry, that says March 1st. That should say November 29th to consider the second reading and seek a determination for amendments to Chapter 50. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take questions.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Question about how, like, I guess I understand what the problem is. I didn't understand, I don't know how big the problem is. So can you you did some research, I'm assuming, and can you just kind of scope it for us, like how many dead acres we have out there that are approved, that have an entitlement that aren't actually cultivating?
Thank you, Chair Hartman, Supervisor Lavanino. So it's tricky because we have operators that are licensed, right? We have about 40 licenses out there currently, and there's approximately anywhere between 400 and 500 acres being cultivated, not all at once, but throughout the cycle. And that's countywide, so that also includes the Carpinteria area. What that looks like compared to how much is actually licensed by us, it looks like it's about a 20% difference currently. Now, we also have 60 operators that haven't gotten their licenses yet. And we know that we've heard and we know that those operations are planning to phase in, or they've requested very large areas, and we don't know how much they're actually going to cultivate. And we also know that we have 220 acres waiting on the wait list, and people that are calling me weekly to ask when we're going to free up acreage. And so, is it a huge problem? Probably not currently, but that's because we're still in the process of getting everybody licensed. But does it have potential to be a bigger problem? I think so.
Okay.
And again, we wanted to ensure that we were motivating our operators to do what they said they were going to do, and again, to get as many people into the cannabis space as possible under our acreage cap, and also maximize revenues. I mean, that's really what this is meant to do.
Right. Follow-up to that is, so if somebody's on the wait list, just explain the wait list to me. What have they gone through to get to the wait list, and then what do they need to do once we determine, hey, there's 50 dead acres that we're moving off? How does that work?
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair. The wait list is, you are eligible to be placed on the wait list once you have an approved land use entitlement. So at that point, you can be working toward the issuance of your land use entitlement, but we ask that you hold on applying for a business license, because there isn't a reason for us to go through and process that, because there isn't acreage available. So once acreage is freed up, we contact those on the wait list, and we've already done this. I think that we've had 3 so far that we've taken off the wait list, and say, hey, you have an approved land use entitlement, please submit your business license application, and we get them going and started into the system. So it can take, that could take another 6 months to a year, right. But that's where they are in the process when they get on the wait list, is they have an approved land use entitlement.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, so I heard 400 acres is what we have licensed throughout the county right now?
Supervisor Nelson, and that number I'm using is from the state. So how much, because I think the question was how much was being cultivated. Yeah. So we're looking at, how much is licensed under the state license process, because they measure it differently. Measure it by the square foot. Yeah.
So, and is there an estimate about what that percentage is in the inland area versus the Carpinteria?
That's a good question, the breakdown between Carpinteria and the inland area. I I think I should be able to get that answer for you fairly quickly, but I don't have the breakdown off the top of my head. Apologize.
And do we think once everybody comes online that we will be using most of the cap space here? I mean, because it seems the market itself is kind of created a cap. You know, I know why we did it. When we did it was to slow some things down and motivate people to get through a process. But now we're sitting here with really an artificial number out there with market conditions really managing. You know, this is what markets do, and that's where it seems like where we're at. And I at least I'm wondering to myself, you know, we're making it very complicated, maybe unnecessarily so. And so it's just processing that. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a balance between stuff that is genuine, someone wanting to follow because of the market, or versus what's clearly that some speculators have joined in this rush, and you don't want to necessarily just preserve an entitlement forever when there's somebody willing to work for a living and get the job done. So, you know, so I guess what we're looking for is what the balance is between those things. Explain to me, so if someone is only using a percentage of their allocation, do they say they're using 70%, but will they lose 30% or will they lose the whole thing?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, thank you. That's a good question. They would lose just the difference between the total requested and what they're cultivating at that third year, you know, after the third year of operation, where we're securing their acreage.
And sort of after that third year, the language says that they could have variation, but it would have to be at least 80% of their entitlement. And then what happens if they don't dip down below the 80%?
Thank you. If they dip down below 80%, the way the ordinance is written, they cycle back through year 1, year 2 to get back up to the 80%.
Got it.
So it's again another cycle of getting back up to that threshold.
So it gives people a lot of time, I mean, you know, for catching up, which I guess at this point could be functional if you still believe that there is some integration issues with the community and with other uses. So this might be pretty permissive.
One quick question. So we have 6 on the wait list with an LUP. How many are in the pipeline trying to get an LUP or now soon to be a CUP? That may be Director Plowman question.
Thank you. Yeah.
Unless you know Ms. Heaton.
We usually give updates on that at the quarter, and I think there's still a handful in the process. Is that true, Director Plowman?
Madam Chair, members of the board, there are still applicants in the queue waiting to get their permits and working through some appeals. And I can get you an exact number, but it's, I think,
Ballpark?
20?
Okay, so there's still a number and could be a fair amount of acreage. Okay. Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, so the 80%, so some of these are like 50-acre cannabis projects, but there's not 50 acres of cultivation on that property. I mean, we count roads and other pieces of it. So are we restricting the 80% to the cultivation area, or is it because, you know, they might be using the roads, but it may not be actual cultivation? There's nursery space, there's other buildings. Have we got that, is that thought through in this process?
The way it's written, it's the acreage of cannabis operations, and the way we define cannabis operations is nursery, cultivation, and so we'll be using the state licensing as one checkpoint, and also it's on the cultivator to demonstrate that they've got their space, and the Ag Commissioner's Office does go out and do measurements as a compliance check, so it's more than just the actual canopy, because of the way we define cannabis operation.
Okay, so I guess I'm confused. So if you're not actually growing, but you're still driving on your roads, I mean, is that considered still cultivation or still cannabis operations? I mean, this is going to get fairly technical.
Well, I see what you're saying, Supervisor Nelson. I think, I mean, we want, it's planting, growing, nursery operations. I mean, you're suggesting that if people are driving around on the property, that would be considered an operation?
Well, we make that cannabis operations, so, I mean,
Yeah.
I just.
That's not the intent.
No, I understand that's not the intent, but I'm just, I'm trying to poke holes so that we can figure out how to fill them, frankly. So, just trying to resolve that in my head as we try to do this. Again, it seems way too complicated. I think our whole process, it is what we, it's, I'm on this boat, so I'm going to try to make it work, but it just, it's hard.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Yeah, and the reason why it's so complicated, though, is because to get to 3 votes all the time, different things had to be done to make other people happy. So we are where we are, and I understand exactly what you're saying, but the issue really comes down to, if we're going to have a cap, which was something in response to the public and what a lot of people had to have to be able to support it, if you have a cap, you have to have those acres, a large proportion of them in production. Otherwise, the program really doesn't make any sense. Because if you're minimizing, if you've restricted the growth, which I'm not a fan of, but if you say, hey, it's only going to be 1,500 acres, and we continually only have 400 or 500 acres in production, it kind of really defeats the purpose. And so I think we have to have some of these suspenders put on to try to incentivize what people actually told us they wanted to do. And I understand market conditions change, and that's why we have some of these ins and outs that are going to be really complicated, and it's going to take somebody like Brittany to make it work.
Madam Clerk, how many public commenters do we have today?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have 5 requests to speak on this item.
Okay, let's start public comment.
We will begin with Mark Shatillo to be followed by Todd Mell on Zoom.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Mark Shatillo speaking on this item on behalf of the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis, and just want to underscore our support for the continued improvement and refinement of the county's cannabis regulatory program. I think I call it the use it or lose it approach, and I think that's a good step forward. There's adjustments that could be made, but staff has sought to take forward a program that's going to be effective and operational. So we support that and ongoing iterations and refinements to the overall program. So thanks for the opportunity to address your board on this matter.
Thank you.
Todd Mell to be followed by Sarah Rotman.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Chair Hartman and Board of Supervisors. I'm coming to you as a project whom is on the wait list. We have 43 of our 186.7 acres inside the cap. We're currently stuck there pending all this stuff. But I wanted to go kind of back a notch. And Brittany, you've done a great job trying to navigate this Chapter 50. It's really a difficult thing, as 2 of the supervisors have stated today. And it's really interesting. When we started this, we didn't have a cap when Chapter 50 came out, and then we implemented the cap. And we implemented the cap without really any consistency throughout the process. And for example, our project is 186.7 acres, of which we have about 151 acres of true cultivation, meaning that when we do apply for our state licenses, that's what we'll have. So with these new amendments talking about matching state license requirement, our current policies don't match that. And so, for example, we've done an exhaustive, look at this, Amy Steinfeld and Brownstein and our team, and we've looked really hard at, there should be maybe a land use permit and then a cultivation acreage attached to that permit. There's 100+ acres of things that don't apply to state licensing at a minimum right now that you're never going to see any tax revenue off of because they're not going to be cultivating on them. So it appears to me that we need to look at that maybe a little closer and clean that up so that we're consistent with moving the ball forward on trying to account for the actual cultivation acreage. You know, we've gone back and looked at your original hearings, and you know, it was all always stated that it was cultivation acres, not project acres. And then, you know, obviously there's differences of you know, all the projects are different, and some of them are right on point, and some of them, and most of them are not. So I implore you to please, you know, Brittany has all the data. We can get it to all the supervisors. Please take a look at that and at a bare minimum, make things consistent. I really appreciate your time today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sarah Rotman to be followed by Matt Allen.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello, members of the board. Thank you so much for your time today. My name is Sarah Rotman, and I'm calling to respectfully request that we continue today's item for proposed changes to the cannabis ordinance so that the county and impacted stakeholders can engage in a more productive discourse to arrive at viable solutions that are different than what is being considered today. The unintended consequences to the proposed changes are enormous, for most fatal and in some cases illegal. Most importantly, they rob the local farmers of the only reliable survival tool available to them, which is adaptability. Farmers survive by adapting to market, field, and drought conditions, period. It is the #1 indicator for the success of any farm. In our own history, we confirm this. Here in Santa Barbara County, we have had boom crops from sugar beets to cattle, from broccoli to strawberries, from dairy cows to wine grapes, and now cannabis. What is different for cannabis farmers is the onerous regulation and taxation already placed on our compliant farmers here in Santa Barbara. Other agriculture also suffers under difficult regulation, to be sure, but nothing like what cannabis farmers have endured. And never have they been told how much they can plant, when they can plant, or that they are no longer permitted to make their own farming decisions, i.e. adapt to a changing environment, market, or field conditions because the local governing body wishes to insulate itself from the risk of market volatility by changing the law to ensure a certain amount of tax earnings from one specific crop. In my farm's case, we chose to go fallow because we have been monocropping for over 5 years, and sound farming practices dictate that we rest the land, which is an issue compounded by our historic drought and the current market conditions where prevailing prices are less than 1/3 of the cost of growing. Let that sink in for a minute. It costs my farm 3 times more to grow our crop than the price I can get on the licensed market today, and that is if I can sell everything. That's some pretty basic math. It's an economic impossibility for me to plant. But the considered changes take that decision away from the farmer and put my farm, my home, my family, and the entitlement I spent years and millions of dollars obtaining at risk. We simply cannot legislate our way out of a down market or a recession. And to create a law to bring a few ghost farms into compliance at the expense of historically good actors like myself is the height of irresponsibility, cruelty, and, you know, this just repeated the opposition of a repeated mantra I've heard from the dais since this whole process began 7 years ago, that you want to protect the local independent farmer. I want to stress that the proposed changes would mean certain death for any independent family farm like mine, as it would require farming at a loss to satisfy an arbitrary goal of maintaining a certain amount of taxes from a single industry. Again, I respectfully request that we continue this item to give the county time to better analyze the unintended consequences of any proposed changes, as they are likely the death knell for most of us. And to me, it can also start to feel like a ban by proxy, which sometimes feels like the goal, which makes me incredibly sad after everything we've gone through to be successful here in Santa Barbara. I thank you all for your time and consideration, and hope that we're able to arrive at better solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Allen here in Santa Barbara to be followed by our final speaker, Jared Ficker.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, fellow supervisors. My name is Matt Allen. I'm the president of Central Coast Agriculture. We farm 3 farms here in Santa Barbara County. I'd like to point out that you're all deciding on how we're going to farm in the middle of harvest, and asking farmers to show up here and talk to you right in the middle of harvest I don't think is appropriate. I'd also like to point out you have a full list of everybody in the county with a business license, but this document that's being proposed here today wasn't sent to those individuals. Now, Brittany's been very helpful to my group, the North County Farmers Guild, and to my staff about getting us information. but she hasn't provided these documents or information to the rest of the farmers in the county. So I really think a continuance is warranted here to give the farmers time to come in, to get through harvest, and come and work with your staff to get a better ordinance together. I know you've all pointed this out, but you're creating your own problem, right? You're trying to regulate the farming when all you need to do is raise the cap. If you want more acres farmed, raise the cap. Don't tell us how to farm. This regulation says that 80% of the acreage has to be farmed, but there's no definition of what farmed means in there. So are we planting one plant an acre? Are we planting 1,000 plants an acre? Are you going to tell me how big my plants need to be, how much water I need to use, how much fertilizer? What happens if my crop fails? It's very problematic for a farmer to operate under these kind of regulations when there's this much uncertainty. The regulation also says that if we go fallow for more than 4 months, that's considered going fallow, period, for the whole year. We haven't grown a second crop in the last 2 years. The price of our main crop, the photo period crop, is depressed to the point where it's not economic for most people to produce it. The other crop, the autoflower crop, hasn't been profitable for the last 2 years in a row. So now you're telling me not only do I need to farm 80%, I need to double the amount of production I'm going to have and depress the market even further. We've also gone fallow on some of our land for over 2 years to have it improved because we'd been farming there for 5 years. But this new regulation is going to tell us that we can only go fallow for 1 year, even though we're trying to improve the quality of our soil and the makeup of the soil. I really think you need to think hard about continuing this, letting the farmers meet with your staff and talk about a workable regulation if this is the way you're going to have to go. But the better solution is obviously to raise the cap. Thank you.
And our final speaker, Jared Ficker.
Madam Chair and members of the board, thank you for a moment to address a few comments on this. First and foremost, I think that your staff, Brittany, the council's office, did a good job to respond to exactly what you asked them to do. You gave them direction on developing a use it or lose it policy. I just think while it was not direction, there could be some additional flexibility put into this Chapter 50 language that would allow for transfers of cap space amongst existing cultivators. And I'll maybe refer you to the section in your briefing materials here, but the red line of Chapter 50, after the following section, I'd suggest some language that I'd put in kind of item G right after the following section that says you could request a transfer. So a licensed cultivator may transfer any unused acreage or fallowed acreage that was secured under the cap to an eligible applicant on the wait list via either a termed contract or a transfer to another eligible applicant on the wait list, subject to the CEO's discretion and approval. And so this would simply be another mechanism to address the cap, and it complements the use it or lose it concept that you've already directed. It allows waitlisted projects to work with others that secured cap space and are not using it, and it will generate more revenue for the county. It provides flexibility for applicants under the cap and the wait list that have invested considerable time and money to participate in the process. So it's just another policy tool to address this without changing the cap or doing anything else, but allow for some flexibility for folks that have cap space to transfer it for others on a term or on a permanent basis. And that would allow some things to move rather than work through this 3-year process that's laid out here, which I think is reasonable. But I think it's some more dimension and flexibility I think would really benefit and have a more durable program with this cap that you have in place. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do have one additional request to speak. Amy Steinfeld.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. I've been involved in the cannabis industry since 2018 as a representative for several cultivators. I appreciate the work the county's done, but we're here to oppose the proposed amendments to Chapter 50 because they really don't take into account the amount of resources that permit and license holders have poured into their projects. Farming, as you heard, requires flexibility, and no farmer should be forced to farm up to 80% of his or her acreage annually. This new requirement is arbitrary and unenforceable and ignores the numerous challenges and variables that farmers face every year. These proposed changes also come at an inopportune time, as you heard. No other crop is subject to this type of requirement. This proposal is unenforceable. For example, how does the county even determine how much acreage is in cultivation in a given year? No farmer should face losing its spot in the cap after spending significant resources to obtain a land use permit and business license. We request that you distinguish between farmers who have completed the arduous permit and business license process or those showing good faith efforts to do so, versus land use permit holders who have not made any effort to build out their project or to obtain a license. In other words, to optimize acreage under the cap, we ask that the county instead focus on permit holders who have not made any progress towards pursuing their business license. We also ask, as Mr. Mell mentioned, that the definition of cultivation only include actual cultivation area. Lastly, any amendment should not be retroactive. It's rare that a law is retroactively applied, and this would harm those who have made business decisions based on the existing regulations. We request a 30-day extension for a decision on this matter, which will allow the industry to better understand the county's concerns and to work with the county to address those concerns in a more equitable manner. Thank you so much.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, that is our final request to speak. We have no more speakers for this item.
So let me ask staff, how would you respond to some of the comments that you've heard?
Thank you, Chair Hartman. A couple comments. I guess the last one that I just heard from Ms. Steinfeld about being retroactive. Currently, the way the proposed language is written, that is how it would be applied. However, I did work with council over the last couple days because that was brought to our attention to come up with some proposed language to make this apply to everyone starting when it becomes operative. So anybody who's currently licensed and growing would have the 3-year phase-in also. So that is a possibility, and I think that's something worth considering. Also, the point that Mr. Allen made about the fallowing. Currently, the way this is written, we do say that pauses of up to 4 months are allowed. I think based on what we're hearing from the industry and the fact that we were looking at what people were saying they were going to do, like the maximum of 2 to 3 harvests a year, that's where we base the 4 months, but recognizing now that most people are doing maybe just 1 harvest a year, that we need to make that number higher. And so that's something that we could consider, and I think that's a fairly simple change to change the number 4 to 8, for example, if that's going to work. Some of the other items, I mean, it's true that there are people who are licensed and they're out there doing their best and trying to make things work. What's also true is we have several people on our list that have applied for licenses, and I think to the average person look like they're not making much progress toward getting that license for various reasons. And so what my staff's focus has been, now that we've reached the 10/31 deadline yesterday, which was a huge deadline that we were all focused on getting the legal nonconforming operators licensed, we are pivoting to those 60 folks and getting into, tiered into, we have the issued, people who have issued land use entitlements, working with them one-on-one, where they are in the process, being clear about what the next step is, what we need from them, and giving them a timeline to submit those materials or complete those infrastructure improvements or whatever it is, recognizing that there are delays, in the building department, there are delays, in various, if they're dealing with utilities, and then, documenting that and then rendering their application abandoned if they're not able to meet those deadlines. And in fact, we just sent a letter today to one of those applicants who was not being responsive. And so that will start freeing up some acreage. And so that's something that we're certainly focused on. I think today we were asked to look at, people who currently are licensed and who are cultivating and what they're cultivating and whether they're doing what they said they were going to do. And so I hope that answers most of the things that were brought up. Do you have any other this. I don't know, did I
I'm
miss
sure,
anything
I'm
else?
sure we will, but I wanted to give you the first opportunity. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I'm disappointed at the amount of, you know, hyperbole. I want to refrain from using that word because hyperbole, you know, I guess the definition is that they meant to exaggerate, but we cannot possibly be out to destroy cannabis when in the next hearing we're going to be hearing about maybe we're too pro cannabis. You know, I understand that some growers will have that feeling given how difficult and volatile the market is right now, and I know your livelihood is at stake. But we, I think, have a job to do, which is to maintain some consistency of regulatory oversight. And we need to make sure that the people who, you know, are growing are taxed and the people who have permits are growing. And if there's and it seems to me on this rule, you would only have to grow once every 3 years to maintain your entitlement. And you always have the option of keeping part of your entitlement instead of all of it, if that is difficult to maintain. I think I can agree with the idea of terminating the retroactivity. I can also change it from 4 months to 8 to allow for folks who only do one crop a year. I think that's fine. But I do think a use it or lose it provision is a way to ensure that there's accountability in the system, particularly from a tax perspective and from being able to see where there is inconsistencies between growing and revenue, which can point to worse things. So for me, it's about having a strong regulatory structure to maintain that people are doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, you said it much nicer than I would, because I spent the last 4 years getting crushed, allowing a path for you to grow a formerly illegal crop. And now you guys are upset because we're actually asking you to grow the crop that you came in and asked for. So my head's spinning. Like, don't tell us how to grow cannabis. Well, that's what we do. It is a regulated crop, man. So unfortunately, if you haven't figured it out now, after 4 years, we're in your business. That's the way this works. So, and if you didn't like the cap, which I didn't, here's the other. If the cap didn't happen, there's no program. There is no program. Cannabis is illegal in Santa Barbara County. So I understand you have concerns with this. This isn't regular agriculture. And you know, as much as, and maybe we're gonna get there someday, and I'm pushing that way. But do I think it's fair that you can't have a generator on your property when the guy growing spinach can? No, I don't think that's fair. And there's a whole litany of things that I think are unfair. But you have to understand that you are on a very thin thread of how we had to navigate and move through this process to keep 3 votes and the people behind this program. And not everybody's on board, man. So yeah, there's gonna be some things that you're gonna have to take it and swallow and say, I didn't like that. But guess what? The community had to also. So there's a balancing act that we all have to do. And this is one of the ways that we're gonna have to get there. And I'm really disappointed in the response today. And I thought this was something that, you know, we could get everybody on board with. But maybe you guys misunderstand where I'm coming from. Where I'm coming from is this is the revenue I look at that provides us the opportunity to provide the services to people that we need. I don't care about cannabis. It doesn't give me any revenue. I just didn't get rid of it. I'm not a huge fan of it, but it has an ancillary, there's another result in that, and that is that it provides us taxes to go out there and help people. And so that's what I'm interested in. If you're not doing that, I have no love for it. So, sorry.
So I don't see any other lights, and I'll jump in with my question, because what if growing you're losing money? How do we respond to that? If the market is so much in the tank that by the time you pay for the seedlings, pay for the labor and the harvest, that you're losing money.
Just like anything else, it's okay. I look at it as I've got a list of people that want to do this. If you don't want to, and we have a cap, which is artificial, then either follow by the rules that we have. You don't have to grow. We're telling you, you can take time off. You don't have to grow. And if the market doesn't turn around by then and we have this down market forever, then there are people that aren't going to be doing it just like any other. I mean, if you're growing strawberries and the market tanks, you move on to blueberries. If blueberries tank, you move to lettuce. So maybe the market isn't what everybody thought it was going to be, and it's not for everybody. And as long as we have a waiting list of the next person up, then I'm interested in that.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, my response would be similar. I would just say that if you terminate the retroactivity clause, then it means that no one loses their entitled acreage until 3 years from now, or if they don't respond or make an application to go follow, a little bit shorter. But if they're responsive, then it would take, they don't have to grow for another 3 years. And I would say that if the county has people who are willing to grow, who have the innovation or the technique or the methods to do so, then we should afford them an opportunity. I don't shut out the possibility that there might be another innovation. Mr. Ficker brought up the idea of transferring or renting an entitlement. That I would love staff to vet that and look at that a little bit more. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe it throws a Molotov cocktail in the room. I don't know. So I would at least want staff to look at innovative ideas. Some will be good and some will be bad. But suffice to say that if we pass this today, we're giving people notice that their entitlement doesn't last forever. And my point is, I don't think we should have a bunch of entitlements hanging out there forever, and trying to check whether they start growing and should be paying taxes all the time. So to me, it's exclusively about the enforceability of our tax enforcement.
Supervisor Hard, and then back to Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, I think that the premise of this was a different time in the marketplace. And I think that's the biggest challenge, is that when we began to be worried about fallowed and inactive farms, it was in a market when there were many, many people who were rushing, through the door trying to get into the waiting list. Well, now I'm not so sure the people, I know people are continuing to try and get permits. They may be not smart, actually. And I'm not sure there's a bunch of people who are smarter than the folks who are in the room on that waiting list that are going to rush in and grow in this market condition. So I think we ought to be sober about that and think, carefully about the burden that we're putting on the folks who have tried really hard, and some have tried very hard, others have not tried hard enough. And there's a distinction that needs to be made between those folks. And it may be worthwhile to pause right now, because I don't know that we're actually losing revenue that we wouldn't have otherwise, because I think the market is dictating what's being grown, not our regulations. And it can't hurt to have more conversation with the farmers that are regulated by this. It doesn't have to go on forever, but I think there's a sense of urgency to get something done, but we want to do it with the most collaborative conversation we can have to make it most effective, so we don't come back and have to change it again when the market changes another time.
Supervisor Lavanino and then Williams.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that too. And I don't think these regulations would have to be in forever. It's, the reason why I see the need for it is because we do have a waiting list, and it's not, I'm not judging whether the person's doesn't know the market. I mean, at that point, if you're that far into our system, you better know what you're doing. So, I mean, once the demand goes away and we got down to, let's say there's 1,400 acres, I don't think then, I think this is, to me, it's just a matter of fairness to the person that's waiting in the line, and also to us to have people do what they said they were gonna do. But I'm never against more talk, and so if that's something that, people are okay with, I don't mind, I don't wanna put it, I mean, at some point we have to get to the point where, it's time for action. So if you're not comfortable with that yet, I'm fine with that too. I'm not sure more conversation's gonna get us to a better place, because I think at this point and maybe it is, maybe they have ideas that can massage this a little bit, but the fundamental difference that I see from what I'm hearing is, don't tell us when to plant and what to plant. And I'm not telling you what to plant and when to plant, but I am saying that if you said you were going to cultivate 50 acres of cannabis, at some point you have to do that over a 3-year period, because either that or move on and do something else.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I'd oppose a motion to extend this, meaning, I would support a motion today, and I would oppose a motion to defer this to another meeting, simply because of one of the principal asks from the industry is to terminate the retroactivity clause. So as it is, if we terminate the retroactivity clause, then this has no effect for 3 years. So if we then negotiate for another 6 months, then there's no effect for 3 years and 6 months. So that's why I think that we should act today, at very least, to put people on notice that that they can lose their entitlement.
Would you care to make a motion?
I'll move staff recommendation, but terminating the retroactivity clause and changing 4 months to 8 months.
And would you add direct staff to work with the industry to see if there's other additional tweaks that can be done while that's being implemented?
Absolutely. I think so. I think we should be open to any ideas.
Ms. Richardson?
Chair Hartman and supervisors, since there's not a retroactivity clause, could I suggest instead of that motion to make edits to the ordinance to have it would be effective within 30 days, but this going forward 3-year process would begin starting on any renewal after that, not counting any prior business license issuance or renewals?
That's a good suggestion. Generally, when my attorney makes a suggestion, I say yes. Okay, I'm good with that.
So are we clear on the motion?
The effective date is 30 days from today, right?
Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair, members of the board, I think the best course would be just to trail this item and pick it back up right after the next one, and then we can just put the language on the screen. We have draft language that we can insert that addresses this issue, and then we could also just make it clear, changing the 4 to 8, and then I think we would avoid any confusion. That would be my recommendation.
Okay, so we have kind of a conceptual motion, and I guess just further discussion is this the direction the board wants to go?
Chair Hartman, thank you. As of now, I'm not going to support the motion. I see this making things more complicated. I think we actually need to make things simpler in this process. And so this is not the direction I want to see Chapter 50 to continue to move. I want us to begin to marry some of our definitions more with the state and align with those, with their numbers. We're having multiple sets of books here. We're also now getting into the strategy on when things are followed. Like I said, it's getting more complicated, and so it's not the direction I would prefer. But I'm going to be voting against this motion.
So I think Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, I'll throw it out there then. So how because hey, here's the other option. How's everybody? Are you cap sensitive, or uncapped sensitive?
I'm fine with making the cap based on cultivated acres.
Okay, so we still have a cap.
I'm-
I mean, like,
I'm-
I just
I'm-
want to
I'm-
make sure that I'm looking around and, yeah, okay, see, that's the thing.
So I-
Nobody wants to change the cap.
Well-
So if we're not going to change the cap, then we have to have rules like this. So that's, I'm with you that I'd rather just make it super easy and everybody, it's farming, right? But the problem is you have a cap. Once you have a cap, then you have to get something. out of the cap.
But we include roads and buildings and bathrooms in our cap. I mean, that's just
Right.
kind of absurd to me that that's part
But
of the
I
cap.
think we're going to be smarter than that. Brittany,
But
can
we-
you
but
help
we-
us?
but we
with that?
do.
Yeah,
I mean,
Ms.
that's-
Heaton, would you?
Thank you, Chair Hartman and Supervisor Lavanino. The way that the proposed language is written, we speak to acreage for planting, growing, harvesting, nursery, or a microbusiness. And a microbusiness is 3 of those 4 activities. So the project description has an acreage, and that may include the roads and the bathrooms. But we're defining their operations this way. So they're going to request their land use entitlement. So sort of by default, we're getting into the state acreage, and we're freeing up some acreage because of the description. Do you see the distinction? So we will, yeah, I mean, I don't, I guess the way you characterize it is we're going to be smarter than that. Yeah, I mean, we plan to be smart.
So we are moving away from counting under the cap the other non-cannabis activities.
Right, as defined, yeah, the way we defined here, it's cannabis operation. So planting, harvesting, growing.
Compost facility?
Compost facility is not planting, growing, harvesting.
Okay, just asking for clarification.
Asking for a friend.
No,
Just
clarification.
Okay,
And
thanks.
you know what, and I am open to rediscussing the cap, just for the record. So I don't know what that, or even not having a cap, because I think the market is really driving this. So I'm sure the whole entire board's not there, but I'm just publicly saying that I think where we're at right now is 400 acres countywide for, I mean, 1,700 acres, right, between the inland and Carpinteria. We got 400 acres growing. Again, I think we're making things way more complicated than they need to be. But I'm also for a different tax structure too, so I guess I'm a little bit of an oddball. So again, I'm not going to be sorting the motion though.
Okay, Supervisor Williams, and the issue is sort of, can we support this conceptual motion or not? Should we direct staff to trail this and come back?
I think it's up to Mr. Lavanino and yourself. Like, didn't Greg and I?
Well, your light's on, so
Oh, okay.
take it.
Yeah. My
So-
light's on only to vote.
Conceptual motion, that's kind of what I was asking to get restated, but then
Oh,
you
sure.
said we're going to trail it.
So it would be staff's recommendation, but terminating the retroactive clause by making the effective date 30 days from today, right? And then changing 4 months to 8 months so that folks who only do 1 crop a year are not penalized.
Okay. So,
And engaging.
and
with
engaging
stakeholders.
with further conversation. Yeah, I can see, this is again, making the sausage in front of everybody. So, but this is what we have to do. So I'll support that.
County Council?
Madam Chair and members of the board, I think we understand where you're trying to get to, and I think that the engaging with community would be just separate direction to staff. That's not going to be part of the ordinance. And then the retroactivity, it's not called that in the ordinance, which I think causes a little bit of confusion, but I understand the goal. And so I think we can come back with language just showing that it's for prospectively for licenses after this ordinance is effective.
Okay, so we'll trail this item and come back to it.
Great.
And Madam Clerk, turning to departmental item number 5.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an appeal from Kent on behalf of Preserve Access on Santa Claus Lane, case number 22 APL 29 of the Planning Commission approval of Roots Cannabis Storefront Retail Project, case number 21 CDH 29. This project is located within the 1st District.
Okay, so board members, ex parte communications. Starting with Supervisor Hart.
We're doing ex partes. I didn't hear the beginning. I met by Zoom with Jana Zimmer last Friday, and I may have to look at my paper to find the other one.
While you're doing that, Supervisor Williams.
I met with the appellant, Steve Kent, Ms. Kent, Gordy Kirschner, and Stephen Carlson on 8/4 of this year, August 4th of this year. I had a site visit with Dennis Bozanich, Pat and Marie Radis on July 18th of 2022. I had a Zoom meeting with Dennis Bozanich on June 27th, 2022. I don't have a date on. I had a impromptu meeting with Sam Holcomb because I went by the surf shop. Must have been also in May. And then a lot of emails from various individuals, some of which I've been able to respond to and some not.
And Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have absolutely no ex parte to report. Purposely, with cannabis retail, I am not. I will get everything I'm going to get out of today's meeting.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I had a site visit with Joe Armendariz and the Radis family. And we visited the location and walked the neighborhood. And then I also had a Zoom call with Jana Zimmer last week that we talked about proximity youth facilities and coastal access. With the meeting with the applicant, we spoke a lot about parking and the whole entire business area of Santa Claus Lane.
And I had a Zoom with Dennis Bozanich on June 7th and a Zoom with Jana Zimmer on October 20th. And again, the issues were parking, proximity to youth, and coastal access. And Supervisor Hart.
That reminds me, I had a meeting with Dennis Bozanich back in June 9th, 22.
Okay, with that, we're ready for staff presentation. Director Plowman.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the item before you is an appeal of a retail cannabis operation located.
Hold just one moment. I'm sorry. We have some additional items to come into the record.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, thank you for that. Before we proceed, we did receive 46 documents after our Friday deadline. These items will require a vote to be accepted into the record. First is a public comment from Kay Walters, received Friday, October 28th, 2022 at 12:17 p.m. The next is a public comment from Margaret Baker, Friday, October 28th, 2022 at 4:20 p.m. The next is exhibits from Jana Zimmer, Friday, October 28th, 2022 at 4:34 p.m. Public comment from Paul Roberts, Saturday, October 29th, 2022 at 8:44 a.m. Public comment from Dennis Bosnich, Sunday, October 30th, 2022 at 12:01 p.m. Public comment from Ana Carrillo, Sunday, October 30th, 2022 at 10:21 p.m. Public comment from Elaine Deach from Monday, October 31st, 2022 at 9:57 a.m. Public comment from John Edward Heaton, Monday, October 31st, 2022 at 10:49 a.m. Public comment from Kay Walters, Monday, October 31st, 2022 at 2:37 p.m. And public comment, 37 letters from Beth 420, signed by various petitioners.
May I have a motion to admit these into the record?
I cannot vote for it because I do not have any of the Kay Walters emails. She really hates me and probably did not CC me, so I can't vote for something to go in the record that I do not have a copy of.
And generally, it goes to the clerk and then to all of us, right?
Yeah, I don't.
It's not in the stack. It's not on my email. So,
Well, we could go forward with 4 votes, I suppose. Could I get a motion from someone?
I'll move to include it in the record.
Second.
And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed or abstaining?
no.
Okay. So with that, Director Plowman.
Madam Chair, members of the board. So the item before you is the appeal of a retail cannabis operation located on Santa Claus Lane. This item was first heard by the zoning administrator in May of this year. That decision was an approval. It was then appealed to the Planning Commission, which was heard on September 7th, and then subsequently appealed to the board. Today we have Steve Connor, who is the project planner. We have Joe Dargle, supervising planner, Travis Seawards, deputy director, and Will Robertson from Public Works is also available to respond to any questions. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Connor.
Thank you, Director Plowman. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Steve Connor, and I'll be presenting the appeal of the Roots Cannabis Storefront Retail Project. Next slide, please. The project site is located at 3823 Santa Claus Lane. As you can see in this aerial image, the existing property and structure is located near the eastern end of Santa Claus Lane in a commercial area south of Highway 101. Next slide. Before your board today is an appeal of the project by Preserve Access at Santa Claus Lane Beach. The project is a request to allow a change in tenant for an existing commercial retail space. Cannabis retail is a principally permitted use in the C1 zone district. The existing multi-tenant commercial structure was permitted and constructed in 1964. The building is used for commercial retail and office uses. The current leases include an architect's office, and the proposed commercial tenant space is vacant. Next slide. The appellant has made many references to the cannabis business license process in their appeal, and staff wants to make it clear that the cannabis business licenses are regulated pursuant to Chapter 50 of the County Code and are separate from the land use entitlement process. Each cannabis site is required to obtain a cannabis business license following approval of land use entitlements and prior to operating within the county. Chapter 50 limits the number of cannabis storefront retail licenses to no more than 1 in each of 6 community plan areas. The site selection process completed by the County Executive Office is not subject to this appeal of the CDH to the Board of Supervisors. Next slide, please. The project is a change in use from one type of retail to another. The project will be located within the existing multi-tenant commercial structure. The project includes only minor tenant improvements, including relocation of doors and windows, accessibility upgrades, and security improvements. There will be no substantial structural changes or changes in square footage. The hours of operation will be from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily. There will be 8 to 10 employees with a maximum of 5 employees on site at any given time. Next slide. Here's the proposed site plan, which shows the existing commercial structure. The back parking lot will be reconfigured for 12 parking spaces, including 1 ADA compliant van space. The driveway gate on the east side will be relocated to better accommodate emergency access. The property owner leases the area shown in blue from the Union Pacific Railroad. As required under condition number 30, the applicant will cease all cannabis operations approved under the permit in the event the license is terminated. This condition was added to allow ample room for circulation of vehicles. Next slide. Here's the proposed floor plan with the proposed cannabis retail space shown in blue. On the western portion, there will be the main retail floor with the associated reception and security areas. On the eastern portion, there will be administrative offices and bathrooms. Next slide. In the first appeal issue, the appellant asserts the project is inconsistent with several Coastal Act and Toro Canyon Plan policies and goals related to traffic, coastal access, and circulation. The appellant also claims the project will impact access to beach for students participating in surf schools, which the appellant asserts are Title I school programs. In staff's response, the applicant has demonstrated with submittal of a traffic study that there will be no adverse traffic or parking impacts. The proposed site parking is adequate and meets the code requirements. Article 2 requires 12 on-site parking spaces and 12 are provided on-site. The policies referenced relate to broad Coastal Act goals. The project does not conflict with these policies and is consistent with the Coastal Act. There's no coastal access from this property, and the parking spots within the right-of-way are available to serve the public. The nearest coastal access point from this site is over 1,000 feet away. Finally, the nearby surf shops do not qualify as youth centers as they are not recreation facilities and are not primarily dedicated to minors. Next slide, please. The second appeal issue is related to traffic and parking. Specifically, the appellant claims the traffic study is insufficient and failed to evaluate on-site circulation. Additionally, the appellant claimed that an existing wall adjacent to the driveway and rear parking lot encroaches onto a neighboring property. In response, as discussed in the prior appeal issue, the project does not pose any new significant traffic impacts. The applicant provided a traffic study that was reviewed and determined to be acceptable by County Roads Division and planning staff. The key findings for the traffic study show that the level of surface on nearby roads and intersections will be maintained. The project has been conditioned to ensure appropriate turnaround space, and the rear parking lot is provided for the life of the project. Additionally, the driveway meets Article 2 requirements for driveway widths. Therefore, on-site parking circulation meets all code requirements. Regarding the off-site wall, the existing location does not impact or restrict on-site circulation. Neither Article 2 nor county policies require the wall for approval of the project. The applicant has not proposed any changes to the wall. Therefore, the existence of this wall on the adjacent parcel is a civil matter and not subject to this appeal. Next slide, please. In the third appeal issue, the appellant asserts that additional CEQA review is required and the project is not within the scope of the PEIR. Specifically, the appellant claims the PEIR failed to analyze potential impacts from future projects on beach access and that no mitigation measures were included for cannabis retail. Finally, the appellant claims the change in intensity of use was not compared to the baseline use of the property. In response, cannabis retail was included in the scope of the PEIR and all associated impacts are mitigated. Consistent with the PEIR and Article 2, a site transportation demand management plan was provided. A PEIR checklist was prepared for the proposed project, which considers the project baseline as an existing multi-tenant commercial retail space, and the checklist documents that no additional impacts will occur. Therefore, the project was adequately reviewed under CEQA. Next slide, please. In the fourth appeal issue, the appellant asserts that the county's actions under the business licensing ordinance prejudiced the planning commissioners in review of this coastal development permit, resulting in an unfair hearing. In addition, the appellant asserts the Roots Chapter 50 application is incompatible with the surrounding area. In response, review of the proposed coastal development permit is subject to Article 2 standards and comprehensive plan policies and not subject to Chapter 50. Under Article 2, cannabis retail is a principally permitted use in the C1 zone district, and the project meets all Article 2 requirements. Additionally, the decision maker for this permit must review the project before them to deny, approve, or approve with conditions. Article 2 does not give the decision maker authority to suggest other sites in review of the coastal development permit. Next slide, please. In the fifth issue, the appellant asserts that the Planning Commission failed to consider impacts to the beach-going public from the change in intensity of use. In addition, the appellant contends the Planning Commission relied on projected increases in parking from the ongoing Santa Claus Lane streetscape project and failed to consider the added congestion and safety conflicts with the coastal trail and bike path. In response, as previously discussed, the project does not create impacts to parking, circulation, and traffic. The change of use was thoroughly analyzed for consistency with county regulations and potential environmental impacts. The traffic study showed that the project will not significantly impact the transportation network based on the estimated vehicular trip generation during peak hours. Article 2 does not require off-site right-of-way parking to serve the project. All required parking will be provided on-site. Next slide, please. In the sixth appeal issue, the appellant asserts that the impacts are inconsistent with the purpose of the C1 zone district, and therefore the findings cannot be made. Specifically, the appellant also claims that the project is incompatible with 2 nearby surf schools. Additionally, the appellant claims the project would serve only highway travelers and not local residents. In response, when the local coastal plan was amended, the compatibility of cannabis retail in the C1 zone district was analyzed, and cannabis retail was allowed as a principally permitted use. As previously discussed, the identified surf shops do not qualify as youth centers, and the proposed STDMP will implement incentives to reduce traffic demand associated with the employees and customers of the proposed project. Next slide, please. In the seventh appeal issue, the appellant claims that the STDMP and Condition 31 do not mitigate for the full impacts of the dispensary. Condition 31 requires that the applicant post signs at 6 of the 12 on-site required parking spaces designated for employees and patrons of the root store. In response, the project meets all regulatory and comprehensive plan requirements and will not result in traffic impacts, inadequate parking, or impact coastal access. The STDMP meets the requirements of Article 2, and the project will be subject to compliance monitoring. The appellant did not provide evidence that the STDMP will be unenforceable. Next slide, please. In the eighth and final appeal issue, the appellant asserts the Planning Commission hearing was unfair for several reasons related to ex parte disclosure, the appellant's ability to rebut statements made by commissioners, improper actions by staff, and conflicts of interest due to campaign contributions. In response, this hearing is a de novo review of the project, and therefore any assertions related to the commission hearing are not relevant to the board's decision. However, the Planning Commission complied with the Brown Act and the Procedures Manual. Staff is also authorized to provide feedback to applicants regarding a project's compliance with code and policy. The county followed established procedures for scheduling this appealing hearing. And finally, issues related to campaign contributions fall under the jurisdiction of the Fair Political Practices Commission and are outside the scope of the permitting process. Next slide, please. In summary, the project fully complies with all requirements for cannabis retail in the coastal zone. This is a change in type of retail use, and cannabis retail is a principally permitted use in the C1 zone. Staff wants to clarify one minor issue related to loitering. The zoning administrator had originally added a condition requiring a no loitering sign. However, this condition has been removed because there is no code requirement for this signage. In addition, the coastal zoning ordinance already precludes public consumption of cannabis on the premises, and state law precludes consumption of cannabis in most public places. Next slide, please. The project was reviewed and found to be within the scope of the PEIR. There's been no new substantial information presented which shows the proposed project will have one or more significant effects not discussed in the PEIR. Next slide. In summary, staff recommends that your board deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval, determine the project is within the scope of the PEIR, and grant de novo approval of the project. That concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for any questions the board might have.
Thank you. So next we'll have the appellant presentation for 10 minutes, and then the applicant presentation for 10 minutes, and then board questions, and then public comment. Madam Clerk, how many commenters do we have?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, as of right now, we have 31.
All right, so I'm going to close public comment now, and in consultation with Supervisor Williams, who represents this area, public comment will be limited to 1 minute. We have another long item after this, and so you can figure out, we've had a lot of letters, so prepare for 1 minute. Ms. Zimmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Yana Zimmer. I've represented the appellants in this matter since the spring of 2021. When we asked your board and your CEO to correct some serious errors in your opaque licensing process, the first district didn't listen, the CEO didn't listen, the board didn't listen. The root of the problem that we identified was that in November 2019, your former cannabis czar, Dennis Bozanich, announced that effectively a dispensary in the Toro Summerlin plan areas would be located on Santa Claus Lane. All other sites had been rejected. Now staff is telling you the site selection was complete. That's exactly our point. That's exactly our problem. As a result of this, your Chapter 50 licensing process has thoroughly undermined your coastal development permit process in exact contradiction to the commitments you made to the Coastal Commission in 2018 when they certified your cannabis ordinance. To date, sadly, the conduct of this case and the institutional bias toward approval has represented a rolling due process violation, impacting the rights of the public and my clients to full and fair participation for reasons identified in our proposed findings, beginning at page 21, section 5. As a last resort, my clients submitted their testimony to the Planning Commission in a declaration under penalty of perjury in response to allegations made in a very disturbing email that was distributed by the First District. Dr. Kent's declaration consists of direct percipient witness testimony to the relevant facts, so I hope you review it before you decide this case. We've requested that all parties, including the Radises, the Roots, and their representatives testify under oath in this de novo hearing to remedy the violations of the past. That request has been ignored. Slide 1. Oh, I guess I have to do this. This is technologically difficult for me. Oh, I did it. Shoot. Okay. You've told the world that you could and would deny individual sites if they violate policy. Our objections to your CEQA exemption are in our proposed findings. Your late filing from ATE, which we got on October 26th, simply confirms that there is a disagreement among experts that requires further environmental review. You cannot compare this site to urban sites in Santa Barbara, Goleta, Lompoc, or anywhere else, and it is disingenuous to try, especially at this late date. This is a family-oriented public beach receiving up to 150,000 people a year, or according to ATE, 1,840 people per day in summer weekends. And it will serve as a receiver site for distribution from a huge concentration of cultivation sites in the Carpentria Valley, up to 370 licenses in Carpentria alone. Staff has completely ignored these unique site characteristics, which they should have identified in their CEQA checklist, and they did not. The purpose of CEQA is not to have consultants push paper. It is to identify site-specific impacts, propose mitigations, and allow the public to review them. This has not occurred for this site. This slide depicts Santa Claus Lane Beach. After Joe Armendariz published the first of several insulting personal attacks on my client, I wrote an op-ed for The Independent, which I titled, Location, Location, Location. The 3 rules of real estate apply to siting cannabis dispensaries. The Indy printed another title, The Color of Money, which was shorter and also appropriate. But my original title described the crux of the specific coastal land use issues. Santa Claus Lane is simply the wrong place for a dispensary as a matter of Coastal Act policy, neighborhood compatibility, and the unique characteristics of the lane as a special community entitled to protection under the Coastal Act because of its visitor-serving function. This site should have been categorically excluded. This is the parking lot for Surf Happens, a surf school that has been present for about 20 years. The owners of the surf school, as well as the A-Frame Surf Shop, the Padaro Grill, Rincon Catering, Garden Market, all visitor-serving uses under the Coastal Act, have been telling staff for 2 years that Surf Happens is a youth center under state law. The law requires a 750-foot buffer for cannabis development for sensitive receptors, which include both schools and youth centers. Your ordinance incorporates this requirement. This slide shows Surf Happens building is 29 feet from the Radius' driveway. Bear in mind, in the licensing process, the CEO rejected not only a properly zoned site in Montecito without analysis, but also more than one property zoned properly zoned site in Summerland based on the claim that they were within the buffer for a school, the Montecito Academy. That left only Santa Claus Lane, where two side-by-side properties competed for the chance to apply. Not surprisingly, one of the two won the right to apply for a permit. Now you have P&D staff twisting themselves into pretzels to justify that error that was made by the CEO's office in 2019. Staff has tried 4 different ways in the last 2 years to avoid the inescapable conclusion that if surf happens is acknowledged, that if surf happens is acknowledged legally as a youth center, there can be no dispensary on Santa Claus Lane. No dispensary within 750 feet. All of these efforts to create ad hoc criteria that have been written specifically to exclude surf happens without ordinance amendments and certification by the Coastal Commission violate the Coastal Act. First, staff tried to limit the definition to nonprofit, for-profit organizations that are solely dedicated to providing recreation for youth. The Health and Safety Code, which was the reference when the ordinance was certified, says primarily dedicated to youth. P&D was specifically informed of the facts by the owner of Surf Happens. That's our Exhibit 63. Quote, Surf Happens surf camps, which run 15 weeks of the year on Santa Claus Lane, are for ages 4 to 17. Our after-school program for ages 8 to 15 brings kids to our shop year-round, skating up and down Santa Claus Lane and walking past the stores, close quote. But staff have persisted, finally, in their last attempt to justify this egregiously terrible beachside location, and this is the cruelest hoax of all. Staff implies that Surf Happens, which has been operating for 20 years, can't be a youth center because it can't be permitted in the zone district as a youth center. Let's look again at the dispensary sites excluded by the CEO because of the Montecito Academy, a primarily online school for homeschoolers in Summerland. The fact is that the Montecito Academy is not permitted as a school and cannot legally operate as a school without a CUP. The only coastal development permit for the site, 99 CDP 37, was effective to confirm a change of use from a real estate office / country store to an espresso bar antique store. That's our Exhibit 165. I doubt that the Academy serves espresso to their homeschool clients. In summary, if the Montecito Academy can be considered a school and entitled to the 750-foot buffer from cannabis, then Surf Happens must be considered a youth center entitled to the same buffer. If you do not accept this legal reality, you can and must deny, based on the evidence of the dispensary's actual incompatibility with the purposes of the C1 zone, which include consideration of impacts on surrounding residences, its inconsistency with the Santa Claus Padaro EDRN, and its inconsistency with the public access and recreation provisions of the Coastal Act, as well as its inconsistency with Section 30253E, which specifically protects special communities and neighborhoods that, because of their unique characteristics, are popular visitor destination points for recreational uses. We first raised this latter point with the S-Bar over a year ago, and staff told them they had to ignore it. Let's not forget that all retail sites were eliminated in the 5th District, in Vandenberg Village in the 3rd District, and Cuyama in the 1st District, simply because the community didn't want them, with no evidence of policy conflicts, just community preference. Here, the site is actually inconsistent and incompatible with the family-oriented recreational and visitor-serving uses my client has been promoting on the lane for 20 years, and with the surrounding EDRN, which you have protected in the inland areas from cannabis, but which you intentionally excluded from protection in the coastal zone. What is the evidence of this irreconcilable incompatibility? This is Roots advertising.
Allow me just to note that you can take some of
Okay.
your rebuttal time.
Okay, I'll just take 2 minutes and then I'll come back. Thank you. What is the evidence of this irreconcilability? This is Roots advertising, an ad that shows a girl who looks to be about 14 years old. The caption starts, I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints. This is hardly consistent with their professed community education plan to provide evidence-based information to please and inform the public. That's the arrow on the right. One more slide now. Putting cannabis and kids together is also in direct contradiction to the county's own public health education efforts. This one says, stay on top of your game, stay weed-free. And here you have Ruth's response. I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints. Thank you. I'll come back for the rest of my slides.
Okay, so about a minute off your rebuttal. So Mr. Bozanich for the applicant.
Good afternoon, Chair Hardman, members of the board. I'd like to introduce the Roots Carpentry. If you could change this slide, if I have a slide clicker. Thank you. Okay, there you go. Thank you. So I'd like to introduce the team. First of all, Pat and Mary Radis are sitting here right in the front row with their children, 2 of their children. They also brought like all of the Radises from all over the place. So they're back there too, so including Pat's mom. So I just want to recognize them. Also with us today is Luis Castaneda, who's also one of the owners of the group. Luis is here. And then we have some other members who couldn't be here. Victor Sanchez, Beth Thuna, as well as David Garcia could not be here. With the support team, Ed DiVincente is the architect of record for this project. Jay Higgins is helping us with the planning and permitting. Scott Shell helped us from ATE, helped us with the traffic study, which was compatible. And then Tina Finucci is our communications director, and then Joe Armendariz and myself just kind of hang out because they're fun people to hang out with. So, okay. So here's one of the challenges. You just saw it. First of all, our team would like to really recognize the exemplary work that the planning and development staff has done on this project from the get-go. This has not been easy. There have been numerous challenges to them being able to be successful at their work. These next 4 slides summarize the number of issues that have been raised by the appellants throughout this process. And what I want to note here is that every single one of them is based on either an erroneous assumption about the work that this board has done, or they make an accusation with no evidence to support it. Every single one for the last year. Here's the standard that this board can apply in determining this. This is from the local coastal plan. This policy says the county shall give equal priority to the following land uses in the coastal zone of Montecito, Summerland, and we'll add Toro Canyon to this. Those things that are to be balanced with equal priority are expansion of public recreation opportunities, visitor serving commercial uses, including highlighted by myself, retail commercial, low and moderate income housing, as well as agricultural expansion. Those are all to be equal priority. There's no hierarchy. There's not some of those are better than others. They're all designed to be treated with equal importance. A lot has been said about parking. This is one, and we'll show you a graphic in a moment, but this place has more than adequate parking. There are 22 spots, including the spaces that are in the UPRR lease area. And just to make it really clear and easy, so if you look at noon on this weekday chart here, so the 12 o'clock p.m. there in the middle, it says that there's going to be 18 customers somewhere between 12 o'clock and 12:59. That's not 18 at one time. That's 18 over the course of that hour. If you think about 18 visitors, that's 1 every 3 minutes. 1 every 3 minutes. That doesn't sound like a lot of traffic. That doesn't sound like a lot of anything. That sounds like 1 car every 3 minutes. But we have adequate parking on the weekdays and on the weekends. This data uses data that is from 2016 in places like Denver, Colorado. Our ATE report provides additional data to this board and for the record that says that when you count in pass-by rates and a number of other things, that rate today is about 32% lower than what this data from the International Traffic Engineers Association would say about cannabis retail. Here's the real crux of the problem, and it's that there are a number of businesses on the lane that do not have any off-street parking. In the corner at the bottom, you'll notice that there's currently today in 2022, there's 254 formal and informal parking spots along the entire length of the lane from the intersection with Padaro, where the underpass is, to the end. But this shows that with the number of seats in those restaurants, if half of the seats in all those restaurants are filled and everybody came 2 people to a car, that would chew up 226 out of those 254 parking slots. Thank goodness the Roots has its own parking. The surf school I know is a big issue, but let's face it, the surf school and the camps happen 1,580 feet away from the cannabis dispensary. You see the sign that next to the real glamorous outhouse there is where the beach access point is. I took that picture back in June. That's where the surf school meets. And if you go to their website, that's where the kids and our parents are told to drop off their kids, is at this site, which is 1,580 feet down the street. This time I'd like to turn it over to Luis Castaneda.
Good afternoon. My name is Luis Castaneda. I will be the operational manager for the Roots Carpinteria, and I'm also one of the owners. The Roots Carpinteria will be a high-performing cannabis retail store that will provide legally sourced and tested cannabis products to meet the medicinal and recreational needs of our customers. The Roots has been in a similar position like this in the past. We were dispensary number 5 to open in Lompoc, but in my opinion, we were the first to do it right. In an extremely competitive market, we consistently remain being one of the favorites. But this wasn't overnight. It took a lot of time and patience. Our goal has always been to remove the negative stigma associated with cannabis and show a dispensary can operate with integrity and be positive members of the community. We had to earn our reputation by staying disciplined and staying consistent. And we plan to do the same in Santa Claus Lane. When we first opened our dispensary back in 2019, the issues brought up by our neighbors were exactly the same as we're hearing today. We started as a business that was controversial, turned into an essential business, and now a staple in the community that gets invited to every single community event. Why? We always put our community's needs before ours. We also keep our lines open for communication. Tell us your concerns, and we'll tell you our efforts to address them. We're in the business to create solutions, not problems. We genuinely care about our communities and wish all of our neighbors success. Our successful application to the criteria-based selection process provided us with the opportunity to apply for a zoning permit. We touched on many points in our application, including our experience in and out of cannabis, our standard operating procedures, supply chains, community education, and community involvement plan, to name a few. I'd like to speak on a few points covered in our application that address concerns from our appellant. Safety. Safety is always a big issue and big concern. So what we do is we use state-of-the-art equipment when it comes to alarms, motion sensors, vibration switches, panic buttons, high-definition cameras, and some of the best security guards in the state. An all-cash business. We have many relationships with different banks that were created by being great operators and great partners. We accept debit, credit, and online payments. Parking. 3823 Santa Claus Lane provides us with almost 200% of the off-street parking that our customers will need, not including spaces that will be available in front of our project. Part of being good neighbors is to maximize one of our project's greatest resources, our off-street parking. Through a variety of incentives to our employees and customers, we will direct them to access the retail store from the back parking lot. This will help prioritize the on-street parking away from beach access and parking for businesses that do not have sufficient parking. Employees will be told about these incentives and at their employee orientation, and it will be reinforced continuously. All customer incentives to park off the street will be advertised on our website and marketing materials. On-site consumption. It's against the county's ordinance and state law for any cannabis to be consumed at our location. We take this very seriously. Anyone smoking at our location puts our entire business at risk, and they will be banned from shopping with us. And then, most important to myself, think about the children, right? I have 4 boys. Everything I do is with them in mind. So we commit to educating customers on safe and proper storage, as well as all our packages are in child-resistant, tamper-proof containers that even adults have trouble opening. Everyone that walks through our doors must provide a government-issued ID that shows they are over the age of 21. With the struggles currently being experienced by all businesses on Santa Claus Lane, we are confident that at this, we will provide an additional reason to visit the lane that will benefit the neighboring restaurants and retail shops. We practice a good neighbor policy. Our business hours will match or slightly be shorter than most neighboring restaurants and other businesses. We will undoubtedly earn your trust and that of the neighbors of Santa Claus Lane with our open door and good neighbor policies. We strive to uplift and positively impact our community we are in and go above and beyond to make sure we do so. We always mention why Pat and Mary chose to partner with the Roots. It was because of our operating experience, our commitment to our community, and because of our outstanding compliance record. But let us tell you why the Roots decided to partner with Pat and Mary. They have a great track record in business, they care about their community, and they love to give back. And we know that together we'll be the perfect team. Honestly, they're just amazing people all around, and we could not have asked for better partners. We look forward to the opportunity to open up one of the best dispensaries in Santa Barbara County while supporting our neighbors on Santa Claus Lane and making our community proud. Thank you, and we hope you deny the appeal.
Good. So that's another 55 seconds that has eaten into your rebuttal time.
Thank you.
All right. Any board questions at this point, or should we go directly to public comment? Directly to public comment, 1 minute each.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we will begin with Amy Marie Orozco via Zoom, to be followed by Shirley Stickler.
Should I go? Am I on?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Amy Maria Roscoe. I live in the city of Carpinteria. Roots, the cannabis dispensary, has my full support. Please deny this appeal. To my knowledge, Mary and Pat Radis, whom I don't know, have crossed every T and dotted every I in the bureaucratic maze to open and conduct a cannabis dispensary business legally. Personally, I will benefit from having roots on Santa Claus Lane, and I know other Carpinterians who will too. Having to travel to Santa Barbara or Ojai for medicine is not having to travel to Santa Barbara or Ojai for medicine is something we look forward to. Please deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roscoe, for keeping within the time.
You're welcome.
Shirley Strickler, to be followed by Lee Ann Anderson.
I'm sorry. Hello, supervisors. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Shirley Strickler. I'm a retired nurse. I live in Carpinteria. I have seen and experienced the benefits of cannabis. I am a cannabis user and a senior citizen. Having a safe, clean, and very pretty store nearby to purchase my healing products will be wonderful. I'm looking forward to having responsible, knowledgeable owners and staff to help ensure a safe, beneficial use of this legal medicinal herb. I currently go to Santa Barbara. I've never experienced any issues in any of the dispensaries I have frequented. Traffic and parking are no more of an issue than in any other business. There's lots of misinformation and misguided emotion. Please, please pay attention to the facts and don't believe the false narratives. I urge a unanimous denial. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leanne Anderson to be followed by Patricia French.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful. Hello, my name is Leanne Anderson, and I support the Roots in Carpinteria. I live here in the city of Carpinteria, and I truly believe that this is the best ownership team that the county could hope for. Pat and Marie Radis and the other partners are locals. They have integrity and a perfect record of compliance with all state and local cannabis regulations. It's also one of the nicest stores or, areas I've seen anywhere on the South Coast. I think the interior is going to be beautiful and really attract that, sort of higher end experience. And the exterior design is also perfect to complement what's already on the lane, as far as aesthetics go. And then as, some of the other speakers have already touched on, the project will really help patients who use and need cannabis for their well-being.
Thank you,
And
Ms. Anderson. That is your time. A minute goes quickly.
Patricia French to be followed by Allison French.
Second. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Patricia French. I lived for 25 years on Padaro Lane. Before voting on this action, please at least wait until the extensive road changes to Santa Claus Lane are fully completed to their actual impact for safety and traffic. Since this dispensary will run with the land, this decision is final forever. Please do not ignore the pleas of over 1,000 residents and constituents. Please count the hundreds of children who frequent Padaro Grill and the beach weekly. For those who might argue that there is no cannabis store nearby and aren't able to make the short drive to downtown Santa Barbara, cannabis can be easily delivered to their doorsteps by several shops. To us, liquor stores and gun stores would also be incompatible on Santa Claus Lane. Until now, the name Santa Claus Lane implies family and community values, such as local restaurants, a surf shop, and a design and home improvement store. A cannabis dispensary does not reflect the needs of our community, but that
Thank
of
you,
big.
Ms. French. That is your time.
Allison French to be followed by Michael Avery.
My name is Allison and I live on Padaro Lane, and I am in favor of this appeal. I am currently 7 months pregnant with my first child. For exercise, I walk daily along Padaro Lane, and on a regular basis, I notice people driving along Padaro coming from Santa Claus Lane Beach, heading toward Loon Point parking lot, and I can visibly see them getting high along with smelling the smoke as they rush by me. It's a very scary and dangerous situation. I fear that this will only increase once a marijuana store is located on Santa Claus Lane. I also frequent Santa Claus Lane restaurants and shops weekly, and it has been a very family-safe location with kids everywhere. I believe Santa Claus Lane is even within Padaro's EDRN zone. And doesn't our EDRN zone also deserve to be protected? I see absolutely no benefit to my local community to add a marijuana store, and it will absolutely take away the family-friendly environment that currently exists. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Juan Ruiz to be followed by Thomas Cesars. Juan, you've been unmuted on our end. Thomas?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm calling to voice my approval for the Roots, given the opportunity down there. I hope this appeal gets denied. I am currently a member of the community that they serve, and I'm proud to say that they do a lot and go above and beyond for our community. They are constantly doing fundraising and charitable donations for local families in need. And I'm proud to be a customer there and shop with them and know that my dollars are spent in a business that cares for the area I'm from and that gives back as much as they do, led by Mr. Castaneda, Luis over there. That man is everywhere at all community events, doing what he can for everyone in need, helping other businesses flourish. This man is truly someone that is a benefit to any community he serves. And I wish they are given the opportunity to show Carpinteria what they're about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Autumn Shelton, to be followed by Angelique Mesa.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to express my support for the proposed dispensary on Santa Claus Lane. I am the CFO and co-owner of Autumn Brands, a sustainable cannabis farm in Carpinteria. I'm also a mom of 2 children that strongly believe in educating children about cannabis. The unincorporated area of Carpinteria is home to many well-known and respected cannabis farms, but due to the regulations, people can only purchase or coastal cannabis from a dispensary. Maria Pat property on Santa Claus Lane is the perfect location for an environmentally focused dispensary that can help showcase the amazing farms and local brands that we have in this area. This is an ideal location that's close to shops and restaurants that are visited regularly. I personally walked the building property and couldn't imagine a better space. I've experienced the trouble of parking along Santa Claus Lane, but I was utterly in awe of how much parking this property provides in the front and back. And with the improvements that will be occurring on Santa Claus Lane in the next couple of years, the dispensary will only add to the beautification and be an important resource to the community and visitors. Our adult community deserves access to legal cannabis. We have personally worked with the Roots Dispensary in Lompoc for many years now, and I hold a great amount of respect for them. They've always been professional, reliable, and community driven. Please deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Angelique Mesa, to be followed by Liz Rogan.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Angelique Meza. I'm here today on behalf of the Roots Dispensary. I myself and my husband are patients at the Roots Dispensary in Lompoc. I would like to consider, for you to consider the denial, please, for me and my husband to continue to get our medication that we are needed to be able to continue life on a daily basis with our health conditions that we have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Liz Rogan, to be followed by Robin Carlson.
Did it.
Good afternoon, board. Thanks so much for having us here today. My name is Liz Rogan. I'm a certified cannabinoid specialist, and I've been an advocate for a healthy environment, healthy economy, and most importantly, healthy residents here in Santa Barbara County. So cannabis is medicine, and I think sometimes that falls by the wayside, except for these nice people that are commenting. But every day, new research articles come out showing this. Preliminary research even showed cannabinoids can help protect from COVID. So, and to reference the past agenda item, seeing that farms need to go fallow because of price and supply shows even more need for more retail outlets. And this brings in a steady source of revenue for the county and also provides jobs. These are local owners, and they are not part of a multi-state operator to come in our county. So this is something that's going to be stable. It's a perfect area. It's close to the highway. And I personally taught surf lessons. Kids are rarely at the shop. They're usually out at the beach. And the parking there has always been horrible. These people are providing parking that's safe. And if you want to talk about parking, whenever Rincon Events has an event, you can't even park there. So if you've ever walked in a cannabis shop, it starts with an ID. A day after my birthday, my driver's license expired and I could not enter. So I ask you today to deny this appeal. It's frivolous reasons, especially with the parking. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Robin Carlson, to be followed by Andrew Pistone.
Okay. I was muted. My name's Robin Carlson and I live in Carpinteria. I strongly support Roots. We need a dispensary down here. I've had many opportunities to learn about it, and the more I learn, the more impressed I am. I met the great people involved when I visited this beautiful space, and there's an amazing parking lot in the back, so it won't interrupt any of the businesses in front. The operator is a skillful and ethical and has a great reputation. The staff recommends the project. The zoning administrator does as well. And the County Planning Commission voted 4-1 in favor. Cannabis is a 100% natural plant that's been used in many cultures for a variety of uses for thousands of years. This is a no-brainer. Please deny this appeal. It's a store. You don't have to go in if you don't want to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Pistone to be followed by Grant Cox.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can go ahead.
I'm Andrew Pistone. I was a manager at the Roots Dispensary in Lompoc about 2 years ago. I moved on to Massachusetts, opened a business out here, and with everything I learned from the Roots, Luis Castaneda, David, Beth, Victor Sanchez, we've been able to operate a sustainable business, pretty much copying their business model, giving back to our community. I know I don't really have a vested interest in this at all, but Luis and Victor have been such massive helps for me professionally, personally, in showing me how to run a business in a community and be a part of that community, give back to the locals. I think this appeal should be denied. They are great business people, even better people. And I genuinely hope that they can get this dispensary open because they are amazing and they will make Carpinteria a better place with their presence and their economical boost.
Grant Cox to be followed by Juan Ruiz.
Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. My name is Grant Cox. I've been in I'm sorry, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I've been in Carpinteria since 1975. I've even worked at Santa Claus Lane back when I was a teenager for over 10 years. I would like to say, please vote to deny this frivolous appeal. Anybody who has paid attention to this process knows the project meets all parking and other requirements of the county. Don't complicate this. It is simple. This is a no-brainer. Cannabis is legal. The voters have demanded it be so. We want it available, safe, tested, and taxed. Vote to deny this appeal is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Juan Ruiz to be followed by Alex Orozco. Juan, if you're using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Alex Orozco.
Good afternoon. I'm just here, Alex Orozco. I'm currently purchasing manager for the Roots in Lompoc, assist with operations. I'm here obviously in support of the denial of the appeal for obvious reasons. Staff has done a wonderful job. Santa Barbara County has done a wonderful job of going through the vetting process and making sure that we check all the boxes. Not much said there. As you heard, it's definitely frivolous. And just here to add a human element to it. We're looking forward to this location. We're obviously here to offer safe access. I'm looking forward to bringing all the medicine that this area needs, topicals and FSOs, that I'm positive no kid is in a hurry to consume. Furthermore, we definitely have security. So those kids that are concerned, or those people that are concerned about those kids loitering and getting high, I'll definitely make sure to let security know to make sure that we regulate that. So that's definitely not a concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Perez to be followed by Serena Placencia.
Good afternoon, board and members of the board. My name is Chris Neely Armanderas. I am here to speak in support of Roots. I feel like I've been much a part of this process. My husband, Joe, is supporting the owners of the retail store on Santa Claus Lane. This has been a learning experience for me, and I am a third-generation Santa Barbarian. My father, Ray Neely, retired as a captain for the county fire department 15 years ago after 35 years on the fire department. My grandfather, too, was a fire captain for, 35 years as well. When I met Joe in 2016, I had no idea who he was or what he did for work. It hurt his ego that I had no idea who he was. It took me over a year to really kind of figure it out. I still kind of don't really get it, but he kind of laughs at me. My whole family and friends are a little confused about it too, but anyways.
That is your time.
That was my time? Oh.
Gave you a few extra seconds because the captain of the
Anyways.
county fire.
Anyways, Pat and Mary are wonderful people, and we really support them. I can't imagine anybody else who should have this company.
Thank you. I think that says it.
Serena Placencia to be followed by Peter Dugray.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Serena Placencia. I am here to speak in support of Roots Carpinteria. I'm a mother of a 12-year-old boy. The reason I do not fear a new dispensary opening is because I have no worries about kids like my son being allowed into a legal dispensary. My son attends 6th grade in Isla Vista. A new dispensary is opening in Isla Vista very soon. All customers of a legal dispensary are required to show their ID to enter. Therefore, the concern that children are going to use cannabis if we allow Roots to open a store in Santa Claus Lane doesn't make sense to me. I was more worried when my son about a year ago started asking daily for an iPhone. As a mother, it worries me what kind of information my son can access on a smartphone. I do everything possible to monitor his time on his phone in hopes of protecting him from bad actors and bad influences. But a legal dispensary with no access to children doesn't cause me worry at all. Please support Roots. Thank you.
Peter Dugray to be followed by Jeff Behrens.
Chair Hartman, honorable supervisors, good afternoon. Peter Dugray here today on behalf of Carp Growers. That's the Association of 9 cannabis farms operating in Carpinteria Valley. We ask that you reject the appeal and approve of the Roots dispensary on Santa Claus Lane. As an association of responsible producers, we guard against operators who have not earned reputations of excellence in this once stigmatized industry. With full faith, the Roots applicants, Mary and Pat Radis, are excellent applicants. They live in Carpinteria Valley. They own the location on Santa Claus Lane, and they're as invested in the future of the community in Santa Claus Lane as anyone is. California's cannabis market, on the other hand, is broken, and regulation that disfavors model projects like the Roots only further incentivize the unregulated market. According to a 2021 study, 2/3 of California cities have banned dispensaries, and there are only 2.1 storefronts per 100,000 residents. And by comparison, Oregon has 17 per 100,000. And my time is up, so please deny the appeal and support the project. And thank you for supporting farming on Santa Barbara coast.
Jeff Behrens to be followed by Anna Carrillo.
Hi, my name's Jeff Behrens, and I'm a resident at Santa Claus Lane. And for me, I think this is more about a consideration of what Santa Claus Lane is. If you've been down there and you take a look, you know it's a very family-friendly environment. I'm not opposed to the sale of cannabis. I'm not opposed to the growing of cannabis. I just don't think this is the right location. And I would love for somebody to really tell me why it's going to benefit me as a resident who lives on the lane and also runs a business on the lane. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anna Carrillo to be followed by Edward France.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity. I urge you to uphold the appeal of Roots to be located on Santa Claus Lane. We use the beach all the time. When the county held the virtual meetings in July of 2020 about what neighborhoods wanted to see in their neighborhoods regarding a cannabis retail store, no one in the meeting expressed an interest in having a cannabis retail store in this neighborhood. On July 8th, there was a neighborhood compatibility, July 8th of 2020, there was a neighborhood compatibility plan that was assigned 90% weighting factor in determining eligibility for an application, and 35% was to be community input. In fact, Supervisor Williams asked for it to be increased to 40%. The neighbors in this area do not, want this here. It's imperative that you listen to what the public wants, where they live, not necessarily what you as a board think we want. It has been widely publicized that the CEO's office in 2019 had already targeted Santa Claus as the only potential place for cannabis retail.
And that is your
in
time,
the
Ms.
first
Correa.
district. I urge you to deny or to uphold the appeal. The traffic is terrible. I think you've heard about the parking. Thank you very much.
Edward Franz to be followed by Stephen Baird.
Thank you, Chair Hartman, supervisors, staff, for stewarding this process that kicked off when the state legalized recreational cannabis. My name is Edward Franz. I'd like to speak to ask you to deny the appeal, and I'd like to support this moving forward. I'm fortunate and proud to have known Pat and Mary and the Raiders family for over a decade, and you could not hope for more responsible and responsive, community-minded stewards for this Roots project. And part of why this project is here is the geographic equity of the long and arduous process that you all have managed to make this fair for how our county implements recreational cannabis, which was an informed decision of our state. And this represents how we do this as a community and do it right. So thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Baird to be followed by Lucas Winter.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, esteemed supervisors. It's nice to see you again. First of all, thank you for all the difficult decisions you have to make in your course of your duties. I didn't prepare a speech. I'm going to speak from the heart today. I founded and run a veterans nonprofit, and we are constantly out assisting either law enforcement or families in helping veterans through crisis situations. A large part of what we do is we go out and we pick up veterans that have found themselves either below the level that we think is healthy when it comes to alcohol, drug use, things like that. And one of our biggest problems is that we do not have many resources really in our communities. Our VA hospital is located in Los Angeles. We have a small facility in Santa Barbara, and we have one in Santa Maria as well. But it's not addressing the rate. I mean, we're still over 22 a day when it comes to suicides. A lot of states are not required to report that number if they were a veteran. And we have 100,000 overdoses right now currently with opioids. I'll tell you, this is medicine. I have seen it work firsthand, and nobody can ever convince me that it's not making a difference in our community. So I urge for a full vote to deny the appeal. Thank you very much, folks.
Lucas Winter to be followed by Sepp Wolf.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, supervisors. My name is Lucas Winter, and I'm a United States Navy veteran. A study published in the American Journal of Drug and Alcohol Abuse shows that our military veterans frequently substitute cannabis for alcohol and other controlled substances. It is a collaborative effort between Harvard University, Palo Alto University, and the Perelman School of Medicine in Philadelphia. Investigators surveyed cannabis use patterns in 93 U.S. military veterans. Nearly 80% reported using cannabis to treat both physical and mental health. 60% of these veterans consumed cannabis as a substitute for illicit and licit substances, particularly alcohol. Santa Barbara County, including the South County, is home of tens of thousands of veterans. Roots Carpinteria can and will serve this vulnerable segment of our population by making cannabis more convenient and accessible. The voters of this kind of personal freedom in mind when they overwhelmingly voted to approve Prop 64, which legalized recreational cannabis. I respectfully ask that you support our veterans by denying the appeal so Roots Carpinteria can move forward without any further interruptions.
Thank you.
Sepp Wolf to be followed by Winfred Van Wingerden.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm here to ask for you to uphold this appeal. I am the property manager down at Padero Beach Village, so I represent today 6 commercial tenants and 5 residential tenants that are directly adjacent to where the Roots Cannabis is applying for. Every single one of our commercial tenants does not want to have the cannabis store there. Our 5 residential tenants do not want it there. You've heard through emails written, other speakers, no one that lives in close proximity on the lane at Sandyland or on Padero Lane wants to have it in this location. I've known the Radisses at least 20 years, because that's how long I've been involved in the property. We go way back. We have nothing against them. This is not a pro-cannabis, anti-cannabis campaign. It is purely a zoning and land use campaign that we don't feel like it's compatible with the surrounding area.
Thank you.
Winfred Van Wingerden to be followed by Ashley Macias.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Boy, my name is Winfred Van Wingerden. I've been farming in the Carpinteria Valley for over 50 years. And whether it's flowers, avocados, or cannabis, you know, I so believe in this product. These people, these families sitting here need to be supported. Please deny this appeal. The board, the staff has done an incredible job. You've done an incredible job in supporting this. And so I really hope that the intelligence is there to deny this appeal. 68% of Californians voted for cannabis. Santa Barbara even higher. So we need to support this family, their business, to get this accomplished. And I really hope that this appeal is denied. Thank you very much.
We now have our final speaker, Ashley Macias.
Hi everyone, my name is Ashley Macias. I am 24 years old and I live in Lompoc with my husband and son. I'm the woman pictured on the social media post, and that image is of me at the beach enjoying the sunset. The caption is from a song called Smoke Two Joints by a band named Sublime, who's performed here at the Santa Barbara Bowl. The cannabis community is so diverse, we welcome all walks of life. I would ask the board to deny the appeal and approve the Roots Carpinteria. I have used cannabis products for medicinal purposes on and off for the last few years to help me sleep. Most recently, I used creams, patches, and bath bombs after the birth of my son. I had a really difficult labor and delivery which caused injuries. The products I took were all cleared by my OBGYN and were non-psychoactive, meaning they do not get you high. I chose this route because the painkillers prescribed by the hospital were too intense and I didn't feel like myself. And I know too many people who end up getting addicted to prescription pills, and I wanted to avoid all of that. I also let my son use these patches and creams as well.
Thank you.
Can I just ask the speaker, I assume you are not 14 as has been accused?
I'm not 14, I'm 24, although I do. Thank you guys for thinking I'm that young. Thank you.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, it looks as though we have one more request to speak.
Hello, Madam Chair and Board. I'm sorry I got put on the wrong agenda item by accident, but my name is Lorraine McIntyre and I live in the city of Carpinteria. I really appreciate you giving us the opportunity to express our opinions about your decision today, and I urge you to please deny this appeal. Let me just give you a few talking points. I'm a CPA by profession and numbers interest me. Based on national statistics, we have fewer dispensaries per capita than any other state. This has gone on long enough. Our community has come a long way in accepting cannabis as a legal crop, particularly the proven benefits of the plant can bring to those suffering, as you've heard today, not only by the military, but by the applicants who are using it to treat a disease. I believe it's not only important, but it's also our right to have convenient and approachable access to this legalized product. The operators of this proposed dispensary have a proven and impressive record as environmental champions, along with a dedication to restoration. It's been thoroughly debated by so many people over the past couple of years. Please deny this appeal. Let it go forward. I know you can't please everybody that live around it, but you're going to please most of the residents in County Santa Barbara. Thank you.
All right, so that concludes public comment. And I would like to thank everyone on behalf of the board for the brevity and how pointed your comments were and how polite you were. I really appreciate that. So now, Ms. Zimmer?
Is this queued up to where I was? This is not my presentation.
Yes, your time is 4 minutes and 5 seconds.
Okay, give me a second here. That's the ITE trip generation. The ITE has been sort of the gold standard for measuring traffic impacts. You used it in your PEIR, and now it's no longer relevant. It's no longer relevant in urban areas. I'm not exactly sure what the justification is for rejecting it at this late date. Sorry, I'm a little technologically impaired here. Again, location, location, location. That's my theme. We're not against cannabis. I knew how to make brownies 50 years ago. Thank you very much. But the location is a problem. This slide shows you the location of all the cultivation sites close to Santa Claus Lane. This location is, at the present time, if you approve it now, the only one available in the coastal zone between Santa Barbara and Oxnard. It will invite some percentage of the 50,000 ADT a day, looking at weed maps, to a convenient off-ramp from the freeway when these improvements are completed. You have also failed to address the extraordinary impact of the delivery of cannabis to this location from up to the 370 licensees in the Toro Canyon area whenever they're farming. With respect to the pro-cannabis, pro-dispensary folks, the petitions that were solicited by the Roots Company don't have addresses on them for the most part. The ones against it do. Those that live in Carpinteria, I would beg them to address their own city council. The Carpinteria City Council has prohibited board and brick dispensaries in the city. If they want a convenient place to go shop and can't make it to Santa Barbara and can't make it to Ventura, then talk to your own city council. Remember too that even your licensing ordinance does not mandate any sites in the Toro Summerlin area. The evidence is clear that there's no public or community benefit to this particular location. You know that the area's residents and merchants, except for the Radises and their allies, don't want them. To respond to some of the other testimony, by the way, I submitted our exhibits, 180 of them, on time, 11:04 on Friday. They were resubmitted because your staff plunked them in the middle of thousands of pages of public comment. I wanted you to have a chance to see them. So I appreciate that you voted to consider them. I hope that they're read. Mr. Bozanich has repeatedly accused me of being fact-free. 180 exhibits. There's some facts in there I'd like you to consider. P&D must have recognized the inadequacy of the ZA findings because they reached out to the applicants after the hearing and days before the Planning Commission to solicit them to come up with an STDMP, which relies primarily on discounts to customers, as they call Roots Bucks, and public transportation. The conditions are unenforceable and fail to address the fundamental issues. This slide shows why bus transportation would be a completely ineffective mitigation measure. Please note we provided a list of conditions in your so-called facilitation process that would have directly addressed the conflicts with public access and recreation through specific closure times. This was summarily rejected by Dennis Bozanich and disregarded by staff. Also, you have disregarded the Coastal Commission's 2019 guidance document on cannabis, which recommends a specific access plan to be created to be sure that public access is not impaired. Because
That is your time.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Goodbye.
Madam Chair, Jay Higgins representing the applicants. Some background on me. I live in the city of Santa Barbara. And but for 22 years, I've lived within a few blocks of Peabody School. I don't need that, thank you. And I was not happy when Prop 64 passed. I was not happy when the city had a program for dispensaries 10, 15 years ago. And as a planning commissioner in the city, I was not happy when the city administrator removed the cannabis regs out of the land use code, because as a planning commissioner, I wanted to help regulate dispensaries. Well, I can tell you that was probably the best thing the city's ever done, is remove the cannabis regs out of the zoning ordinance and have it contained directly within the administrator's purview. And the reason I can say that is because in the last couple of weeks, I've talked to two elected officials, city attorney and somebody else in the city administrator's office, about how the 3 dispensaries are doing in the city, one of which I live about 4 blocks from. No complaints about security, loitering, one issue about parking on one of the dispensaries. An employee was parking in the wrong spot in a private leased area. That was rectified. So pretty good track record in terms of whether or not the sky is going to fall when a dispensary comes to your neighborhood. Let me add that this project was reviewed and approved at some level by staff, because that's how it has to get to the zoning administrator. Was reviewed and approved by the Board of Architectural Review, was certainly reviewed by the county's SDRC, approved by the zoning administrator, approved by the planning commission, and that's because it comports to the code. It doesn't cause any impacts, and importantly, it overcompensates for a number of things that I think the appellants are confusing with disagreements. We are asked by staff on these cannabis projects to do a little bit better, to try to avoid appeals in certain aspects of the development code, and that's what we've done. With respect to parking, we obviously meet the code legally with what's on the property. We also have another 10 spaces that are on the property, but we're not allowed to count. We also get to use on occasion right away, just like anybody else, but we're agreeing to put signage there to direct customers to the back parking lot. Obviously, we went through the Board of Architectural Review process. That's typically a place where applicants are asked to overcompensate with regard to building treatments and whatnot, and so that was done and approved. With respect to security, we've got a stellar security team, and all of that detail is in our application. With regard to traffic, we did submit an extra study by the Associated Transportation Engineers, and that's not a disagreement amongst professionals. That is us recognizing that under one construct, we evaluated the project pursuant to what ITE and national standards allows. Your county allows applicants to use ITE standards. We thought later on, why not go out and look at what actual dispensaries locally are generating in terms of traffic, and it dropped way below what ITE would estimate. Not only that, but it shows that our traffic on Saturdays goes way below what was previously there. So again, overcompensating with regard to analysis and making actually traffic better on Saturdays than compared to before. And our TDMP was a request by staff to just do a little bit better with regard to making sure employees don't park in the parking lot. If they don't have to, they can be shuttled in, and we give discounts, and so that's what we've done. So that, well, I get 10 more seconds, but I think you
Thank you,
have
Mr.
any
Higgins.
questions for me. Thank you.
So back to staff. Are there any comments you would like to make in the context of what you've heard?
Madam Chair, we do not have any additional comments.
All right, to the board, any questions? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thanks, Chair Hartman. This is for staff. The other location that went through the Chapter 50 process, where was that?
Madam Chair and Supervisors, I believe that location was also on Santa Claus Lane. I don't know the exact address, but it was also on Santa Claus Lane.
It was next door, right? The surf shop? No? Okay. Same building, right? Where that's at? Okay. All right. Just curious. 2 doors down. Okay. I was curious on if that was part of that or not. The other question is actually from Zimmer, if you don't mind popping up. The ITE report has So your contention is that coastal access will be impaired by the amount of traffic and parking?
We think so. We haven't seen an appropriate analysis that's been vetted by the public. With this latest ITE report that they've submitted came in last Thursday. I didn't even have an opportunity to get our expert, to thoroughly review it.
Is there a threshold for coastal access where it's too much traffic?
Oh, well, that depends what the Coastal Commission says.
Yeah. So, because I was looking at this stuff you put, the chart that you have, and a coffee shop would be 50% more than a dispensary, for what I can tell. It's 36 peak hour trips. So,
Yeah,
would
that-
a coffee shop
That gets a little.
impair coastal access?
Right, so it gets a little, I think we're starting to mix apples and oranges a little bit, because my main contention has been throughout that the staff has failed to look at the increase in intensity of use and analyze that from the beginning. And you can't, and this, I think this was a mistake that was a mistake in thinking on the Planning Commission too, is that one of the commissioners said something about, well, the restaurant that was there 20 years ago had more people. That's not the point of departure for analysis. The point of departure for analysis now is, what is the existing intensity of use? What is the projected increase or change in intensity of use attributable to this? The example I would give, if I have a moment, and I included this in our exhibits, was there are many Coastal Commission decisions that address this topic, and in particular, there was one where the Coastal Commission took an appeal of a restaurant on Abbot Kinney Boulevard, which is half a mile away from the beach across Lincoln Boulevard, where there was public parking on the street. And the commission said, we have to look at that. We have to look at the intensity of use. So that's sort of the thrust of that.
So according to the UTI, or the ETI,
ITE,
ITE,
yeah.
a coffee shop might trip
It
a coastal
might.
access issue.
It
Okay,
might.
I just was clarifying.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, into deliberations. Supervisor Williams, would you like to lead off?
Maybe.
It's your district. You have the choice.
I just want to say that I understand and I empathize with neighbors who have fears about a dispensary in this commercial district. And for that reason, some of you know that I attempted to even dissuade one of the retail applicants from even making an application two doors down, successfully so. He reminds me of that often as this has been deliberated. But I face the decision of whether to deny a project based on fears that I do not think will come to pass. And what do I base that judgment on? First of all, when I met with the appellant in August, I committed to look at two big issues, crime and parking. And the traffic requirements for this location would be the same as for a liquor store, florists, bakeries, and other fairly high volume commercial uses. And so, yes, parking is a mess down on Santa Claus Lane, but this business is not going to be contributing to that mess. After our streetscape project, which does create more formalized parking, I think things will be better. Obviously, once the freeway construction is over, it will be a whole lot better. I know there's a lot of pain down there now, but this will be an incredible neighborhood in the future. Crime. The appellant has asserted in the past that dispensaries attract crime to the area. It's in a lot of the letters. I asked the former chief of police at the city, whether their experience at the dispensaries in the city of Santa Barbara would indicate that that is true. His answer was that they have had so few complaints that they have not even done a microanalysis. So essentially what was said earlier by someone about the city ones, that's not the experience in the city of Santa Barbara. But I didn't want to necessarily just think that well, that's the city's one way and everybody's like that. So I did a little digging. There's a really interesting study. It's mainly based on Colorado folks. So maybe Californians are very different, but if we're not very different than Coloradans, dispensaries actually on average decrease crime in neighborhoods, which is a little shocking even to me, but it's a very interesting paper. I recommend it. It's called Not in My Backyard, Not So Fast, The Effect of Marijuana Legalization on Neighborhood Crime.
Supervisor Williams, we have a little issue we have to deal with.
So, Madam Chair, I was just consulting with the clerk, and it turns out that we have someone that timely submitted for public comment but was put into the wrong group. Your board has discretion, or you have discretion to go ahead and take that public comment. If you want to do so, I would suggest stopping, doing that now, and then also seeing if either side maybe wanted to do a 1-minute response. And then we could come back. Usually I would say public comment is closed and recommend against reopening. Here it was an error on Zoom.
Okay. We will go ahead because we always are open to public comment. So, Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have Julia Offen.
Oh, thank you. Yes, my name is Julia Offen, and I live in the unincorporated area of Santa Claus Lane, and I wanted to urge you to uphold this appeal. I don't understand why you've settled upon Santa Claus Lane as the appropriate spot to site a high-traffic adult business. I have nothing against cannabis dispensaries. My concern is solely the location, and that was the 2 locations you were looking at. I wonder if many of you has actually had experience with this lane. There's no parking, particularly on nice weekends, nice afternoons and weekends. This lane is also a freeway on-ramp. I've seen numerous near disasters as families and children try to load and unload out of cars. For the reasons of insufficient parking, too much traffic already, and an established family serving environment, I hope you're going to consider other locations rather than forcing this dispensary down the throats of the local community residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zimmer, did you have a response?
I mean, I totally agree with the commenter. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And Supervisor Williams, would you summarize your deliberations and then
Sure.
continue? Thank you.
I'll just get, I'm sure you're not hanging on every word, so I'll just continuing. I was willing to engage in a dialogue. I was even, looking at the fact that, we have wide discretion and maybe public opinion is, against it enough that I should just vote no based on public opinion. And I discussed this with the appellant and met with them. And I proceeded to get then CC'd or sent an email about the meeting that took place. And it was so far from the reality that I had experienced. The characterizations.
I'm going to have to object to this.
Well,
that's not your role.
Ms. Zimmer, you've talked about this everywhere in the public sphere. I get to talk about it right here.
Ms. Zimmer.
And I indicated that if mixed characterizations was going to be the way that this was going to go forward, then I was not going to communicate, I would still take and read materials, but I was not going to communicate with the appellant. If I got an email like that from someone, then I would probably want to hash that out and figure out how I had said something incorrect about them. Instead, the appellant and their attorney has attempted to make continuous accusations without evidence about me wanting it here when I obviously didn't want it there if I tried to get a dispensary not to even submit an application at this location. You know, I understand that these days in politics that everything is exaggeration and attack, but that is not how to convince me. And I do not think that that is the appropriate way to have public discourse. When I know that a large amount of the claims are just false about me and about other people, particularly the dedicated staff of the county who really, really have an ethic for trying to be there for the public interest, then it really makes it difficult to trust analysis that you do submit. So I am prepared to deny this appeal.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Almost finished my popcorn on that one. And I'll say that the reason why I steered clear of retail cannabis is just because of your experience, actually. You can't win. There's no way to actually find middle ground. People are just so entrenched in where they're at. So, you know, for me, there was plenty of information to sift through. And I thought the gentleman that asked the question, how does it benefit me? Explain how it benefits me. Hopefully I can help you a little bit with that. If you happen to visit a library in this county, or you want your road paved, or you need a mental health worker to show up, or any of the other myriad of things that we do here at the county, cannabis funds contribute quite a bit to that. So there's a lot of fear. I think most of it's misguided because I have visited quite a few cannabis dispensaries now because I want to know what's going on there. What do they look like? And generally, I've been the youngest person in there most of the time. So I'm a grandfather of 8, and I would never allow a business to open that I thought would harm my grandkids. The first thing that happens when you walk into a dispensary, as opposed to a bar, by the way, a bar is going to maybe check your ID when you go there, depending on if you look 14 or you're 24. What a blessing to have that problem. But you can't get into a dispensary without showing your ID, period. I mean, that's the first thing. That's that guy's whole job. That's all they do. So you're not getting past that spot without an ID check. And I've been talking about this with my wife, and I was like, okay, so what would be the other fear? And we talked about, well, maybe if you had junior high kids or high school kids that you don't want them exposed to this, you don't want, but eventually at that age, you got to have that conversation with them anyway, because they're not being exposed to it at the dispensary for the first time ever or walking by a dispensary. It's in their school. And this isn't something new because cannabis just got legalized. In 1970, whatever, when I was in junior high, it was there. And I had to have that conversation with my parents. And they, laid out why it's not good for me. And so alcohol's readily available on Santa Claus Lane. I checked with County Behavioral Wellness, and not on Santa Claus Lane, but in general in the county, they would go do, and this is prior to COVID, I don't think they're doing it now since COVID, but they would do minor decoy. They'd go out and have minors see if they could purchase alcohol. 13% of the time, a minor was able to purchase alcohol either at a bar, a liquor store, or a restaurant. So we don't have rooms full of people coming in and telling us, hey, we got to protect our kids from restaurants and liquor stores. I think it's really the fear of the unknown, and I don't blame people. I think we've kind of had this thought process about cannabis, and I will say that it's always interesting, no matter how many cannabis hearings we have, generally the people say, I'm not opposed to cannabis, just not this project or next to me or anywhere near me. But the other thing that was interesting during the cultivation wars was people said, yeah, I voted for Prop 64, but I thought that meant stores. I didn't think it meant we were going to grow here. Well, now we have the store, and now people are like, well, I didn't think that was going to happen either. So we have to at some point realize what it is. The other thing is, we're not forcing it down anybody's throat. This Board of Supervisors wasn't the one that came up with the idea that we were going to legalize cannabis. You did. You voted for it. Okay? So you voted for it, and we're implementing it and making the rules. And we're not going crazy. 6 stores in the entire unincorporated area of Santa Barbara County. 6. So I think it's a balanced approach. Like I said, as a grandfather, I would never open a place that I thought would harm my grandkids. And just a little note to the owners. I know at the pharmacy, the one in Santa Barbara, to be nice to their neighbors, they offered coupons. As people would come in, they'd offer coupons to the other people's businesses that were around them. I think it's a great idea. Might be something you might want to look into. And I enjoy my time down on Santa Claus Lane. I was just down there for a wedding this last week. Beautiful place, love it. I don't think this is going to detract from it at all. And I don't think it's going to have the effect that some people do, where it's just going to be a mass influx of people, criminals that are there to bother other people that are walking by. So I'd be supporting whatever motion that Supervisor Williams made.
So we have another small issue, County Council.
Madam Chair, members of the board, just to make sure that we're following procedure, part of Supervisor Williams' comments was disclosing a study that he had pulled. I got that from him to make sure it was put in ex parte, so it's with the clerk of the board to be posted. But my recommendation would be that we take a short break and that we give an opportunity for both parties to look at that and respond. We can give a time limit for that. We also should take public comment on it. Public comment, response from each party, and then we can come back to deliberations. We can make it very short. It's not a substantive study, and I believe from his comments, it's not the basis of his deliberations, but just so we follow proper procedure. If the board would like, we are ready to go back to the previous item. So that is something we could do in the meantime if you don't want to break, and then we could come back to this.
Yeah, let's do it.
My recommendation. I think we ought to stay on camera. What was the other item? I can't remember.
Chapter 50.
The business license, Chapter 50.
Okay, so we will get the study to the appellant, the applicant. While they're reviewing it, we will go back and look at the item that we trailed.
That sounds good, thank you. So we're just taking a break on this one. It's already being.
Serves me
worked into
right for
posting.
doing any homework.
I knew as soon as you said it, I was like,
Yeah, we're gonna do it and get it done.
And Madam Chair, I will say that we do have copies.
Please, we're still in order.
We do have copies available. The clerk is already bringing them in so that can be started as you take up the
Okay.
previous item.
I have a rebellion up here. We need a break. So good afternoon. After a short break, we're reconvening the November 1st meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. We are going to go back to a trailed item and look at the motion up, have that projected so we're clear about what the motion is before we vote. And County Council, do we need to read that back into the record, that item?
Madam Chair, let's do that just for clarity.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 4 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an amendment to Chapter 50 of the County Code, licensing of cannabis operations.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Supervisor Hartman, board. We have some revised language for you to consider that was proposed in the motion for item D4. This new language is bolded and underlined. That says that the maintenance of requested acreage provisions, the new provisions, apply to licenses and renewals beginning on and after December 28th. So we added the language business license or renewal and struck year 1 and year 2 of operation, which is on the second slide here, and year 3, so that it's clear that someone who's currently licensed and growing has the same 3-year phase-in as someone who's getting a new license. We also propose to revise section A23F to go from less than 4 months to less than 8 months, which is also bolded and highlighted. In addition, staff will do outreach and work with the industry to talk about these changes and ensure that they're administered, that everyone knows how they will be administered so that it's clear, and work on any innovative or creative solutions to, future issues that may come up.
All right, thank you.
And then the revised recommendations, Supervisor Hartman, are to consider this reading as revised today, right now. Read the title and waive further reading, and then set a hearing for November 29th to consider this ordinance as revised today.
So is there any further discussion on the part of the board? Supervisor Williams?
I move the changes as written on the screen.
May I have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Hart?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Nope.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Chair Hartman?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, so now going back to item 5 on our agenda, the first thing we have to do is vote this study into the record. Not in my backyard study. Could we have a motion to put that into the record?
I'll make that motion. Sure.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So then we will have public comment specifically on this study. So you have the opportunity to comment only on this study. Is there anyone in the public who would like to comment? And Madam Clerk, will you manage that?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, yes, we can manage that for you.
We will give the appellant and applicant each 2 minutes to respond to the study, but we wanted to have public comment if there is any first, so that you would have the opportunity to respond to what the public has to say about the study. Yeah. And I'll re-emphasize, public comment can only be about the study.
Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak for public comment, just specifically on this study? And is there anyone logged into Zoom that would like to speak on this study? Please use the raise your hand feature if you would like to. Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no request to speak.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, Ms. Simmer.
Okay, thank you. Very difficult to absorb something that shows up during deliberations. Don't have too much to say except that I have just emailed you a more recent study dated 2022, which reaches the opposite conclusion. And I'd like to ask that you make a motion to include that in your record as well. Thank you.
County Council, could you talk about the procedure?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I don't believe we have a procedure for this. I don't know that it was submitted to the clerk of the board, which would be the way to enter something into the record. And then your board would have discretion on whether to vote that in.
So it hasn't been submitted, and I
There's
think
not 3 votes to
there's not
accept it.
3 votes to accept it into the record. Although, do we need to take that vote since we don't have it?
Madam,
Second?
and Madam Chair, maybe we could have Ms. Zimmer clarify whether she submitted that to the clerk of the board?
Ms.
Send it to the clerk. I hope they have it. I just did it, so. I also addressed it to the supervisors, so you might want to check your own emails.
Madam Chair, there's probably just a delay in it coming through. And since it's responsive to the document that we have, I'm going to recommend that we go ahead and trail this item again.
I'm out.
We got it right here. I don't think we're going
Oh,
to trail
you
it.
do have the item?
Yeah, the item is
Wonderful.
in your email.
Okay, so then I'd recommend that the board take a few minutes to look at it, and then you could proceed with deliberations.
It's a extensive 6-paragraph document, so I think we can do that.
Okay, so we won't even break. We're just going to read it up here right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's a study would be the right word, maybe a news article.
Any of the board members who are done reading, if you could please forward it to the clerk of the board. She still does not have it.
So just for clarification, is this the email from Mary O'Gorman or from Ms. Zimmer that I'm reading? Forwarded from Mary to you, to us. Okay. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, just for the record, it has been forwarded to the clerk, and the clerk will be posting that online. And the clerk will also be making copies for the back of the room. But evidently, it's a very short document, so there should be time for everyone to look at it quickly.
If I have another report, should I just keep it to myself?
Apparently.
All right. We'll take a vote. Yeah. All right.
Okay, have all board members read the article? So, do marijuana dispensaries increase neighborhood crime is the article. May I have a motion to vote it into the record, please?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so it's in the record. Uh, um, We have had it at the back of the room. It was submitted to the clerk. All the board members have it in their email to have read it. So everyone has had an opportunity to understand what it has to say. Is there any more public comment? And Madam Clerk, would you ask for comment on this study only?
Now would be the time to let us know if you'd like to make public comment on the new study that was just submitted.
I would like to make a comment. I'm sorry, Jana Zimmer
We
for the
will
appellant.
allow
Oh,
you
the
as an appellant to come back. We have to deal, we want the public to comment, and then you have an opportunity to say, okay.
And anyone via Zoom, if you would like to make public comment on the new material that was just submitted, please use the raise your hand feature. Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no request to speak.
Okay, Ms. Zimmer, 2 minutes.
I'll take less, thank you. I just wanted to draw your attention to the comment. It's quotes from the sheriff in LA, but also the fact is that Santa Claus Lane is right off the freeway. It's isolated, it's not in the middle of a city or an urban area miles from the freeway. Hence, we do believe that it is more vulnerable to a potential criminal act. By the way, we didn't mention crime, so I don't know why you're going there. Thank you.
And Mr. Bosanich. All right, thank you. So we're now, once again, after an awkward procedure, back to the board and deliberations. Supervisor Williams, I think you were interrupted in your comments?
I think I've said enough.
Enough. All right. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thanks, Chair Hartman. Thank you, Chair Hartman. This is obviously the first retail cannabis project to come before the board, so it's pretty significant. I personally voted against Proposition 64. Cannabis is not the vice of choice in my life. And I guess to quote the Sublime song, I smoke no joints before I smoke no joints. So, and then I smoke no more. Okay, haven't heard it. I'm not excited about cannabis retail locations. frankly, I understand the concern from parents and others. It begins to normalize legal cannabis. I'm a parent of 3 teenagers, and it's a big deal to me as well, also former teacher. That said, Ms. Simmer, you said it was about location, location, location. At the end of the day, this is about zoning, zoning, and zoning. And we don't have a family-friendly zone in the code, as far as I know. This was the same concern that they had in Orchid when they had a discussion before the Planning Commission. Many of the neighbors thought when they were going to build that retail center that it would be family-friendly businesses. And that's always a goal, especially when you're in an area with other family-friendly businesses, but that's no guarantee in land use. To me, this boils down to 2 issues when we look at this on whether it's compatible in this zone. And one is whether or not the surf school is a youth center. And I went back into the definitions, and I know one of them was exclusive and the other was primary. The activities that exist from the surf schools are clearly at the beach. And these are just locations that are really, offices and storage areas. I don't think it meets the threshold of a youth center. I know that we don't want cannabis locations near youth centers because we don't want to, again, normalize cannabis use. So for me, that doesn't reach the threshold for me to, say that staff has erred in the recommendation to approve the project. The other one is coastal access. And so, I dove into that a little bit more. And frankly, I wasn't sure. This has the potential to be a very popular location. I see that. Same concern in the Santa Maria Valley. The Orchid location that's potentially will be opening will be the only cannabis location for the whole entire Santa Maria Valley, and at least until Guadalupe opens up theirs. And so the impacts on the community are probably going to be great. But if I look at that ETI study, a coffee shop is 50% more traffic than a dispensary. These aren't people that are coming in to stay for a half an hour, or longer and taking up parking spots. So I don't think we'd be having this conversation if this was a land use application or coastal development permit for a coffee shop. So again, I don't think it reaches that threshold that it's going to impede coastal access because it's going to be so popular that people won't be able to park and use the beach. So if I can't, find either one of those items, I really couldn't, in the record, find any other evidence that prevents me from denying this project. So I will be also supporting a motion to deny the appeal and approve the project.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues. I live 6 blocks from the pharmacy dispensary on Mission and between Chapala and De La Vina. And I drive by it almost every day, and I rarely see 2 cars in the parking lot. The other dispensary on Chapala Street across from the MTD bus terminal, same thing. There might be 1 or 2 customers inside at any one point in time. And the other dispensary on Upper State Street, same thing. It's rare to see a car parked in the parking lot. I think these dispensaries have been normalized in the city of Santa Barbara. They're like jewelry stores. They are not anything to be afraid of in any sense at all. And that's real world experience for multiple years. So there's all these theoretical concerns folks have that, I can understand emotionally, but I would predict a year from now, after this dispensary is open, no one will remember what happened today because it will be a benign use in a place that will not change in the least bit. So it will not affect coastal access. It will not affect the neighborhood. The cars that will be parking there will be parked in the 12-person parking lot, and that lot will rarely be full. So I can't see any reason to oppose this project.
And I just want to reiterate what some of my colleagues have said about youth. This is not a good product for the developing brain, and we really want to get that message out every opportunity that we can. That said, youth serving activities, it's beyond 1,000 feet. Parking, this applicant has parking available, and it's not fair to hold this applicant responsible for the parking issues in the whole area. And coastal access, I think that it's a little difficult to tease that out, exactly what that means through objective standards. So I'm not prepared to deny this project, and if the Coastal Commission wants to take it up, then that'll be up to them. So with that, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
I think so we need to make some.
It's a motion.
Oh,
Motion.
sorry, yes, I want to get this behind us, don't want to make another mistake. Thank you.
Okay. I'll go ahead and make the motion to deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval of the project, determine that the PEIR is adequate, and grant de novo approval of the project.
Second.
Now, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Hart?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Chair Hartman?
Aye.
Motion passes 5 to 0.
Okay. And now we had our break, so we're going directly into departmental item number 6. Madam Clerk, we'll give people a few minutes to exit and then.
Don't ever do that again.
A hard lesson for all of
Hey,
us.
Greg, make sure you hit him.
$53. When can I close public comment?
You should have a. Bikes.
Madam Clerk, would you read item number 6 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 6 is from the Public Works Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the MODOC multi-use trail phase 2 environmental project number 862416. This project is located in the 2nd district. This project also requires a 4/5 vote.
All right, Mr. Snedden.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, or almost evening. Chris Snedden, Public Works, and we're here today to talk about the Modoc Road Multi-Use Path Phase 2. With me today is our Senior Environmental Planner, Morgan Jones. We have Matt Ingemels from Padre and Associate, who helped with the environmental document and studies, and Alma Garcia Arroyo, who's our project manager. Wanted to start with kind of a regional context for this project. So the region, which includes the city of Goleta, city of Santa Barbara, and the county, has been working for decades to create a regional network of off-road trail systems that connects people to schools, businesses, beaches, parks, community centers. And really the heart of that network, or the backbone of that network, is the Auburn Trail, which the county built in 1977, I believe. And if you look at this chart, you can see how much effort and resources the region has put into developing this trail system over the last 10 years. There's about $60 million plus going into creating this system of trails. City of Goleta is in the process of finishing their design for the San Jose Creek bike path on the east end, on the west end. The county's invested over $1 million rehabilitating and upgrading the Auburn Trail. And then the city of Santa Barbara recently completed an $18 million project to connect Modoc Road to Arroyo Burro Beach, and just was recommended for award for a new project to connect that to downtown Santa Barbara and beyond. So together, these all act in concert to connect all the way from Isla Vista down to the Santa Barbara City College and Santa Barbara City, and all parts in between, all the beaches, schools, businesses, neighborhoods, and residences. The one gap in that system is the Modoc Road section, and the county identified that and submitted a grant for the ATP program and was awarded in 2018 the project to fill that last gap in this regional network. The top here is what the Auburn Trail looks like today at its end point on the east end of the trail. So these upper photos are the Auburn Trail on the where it dies into Modoc, and it's crossing the La Cumbre Water property and conservation easement for the Santa Barbara Land Trust in this area, and then continues on to Modoc and stops. And then what you see below is what the Modoc corridor currently looks like. So this project will transform this corridor from what it is now, which is an area where only experienced users and people who are comfortable traveling alongside high-speed traffic with no mobility challenges travel through here to a multimodal corridor. This is kind of zooming in on the project a little bit. The Modoc gap closure was phased into two pieces, and that's because the city of Santa Barbara completed their section of the Modoc Las Positas Trail, connecting this down to Arroyo Burro. And at the west end of their project, it just, they had to stop it at the city line or just before the city line. And so that kind of leaves a trail that just kind of dies out partway along Modoc. And we wanted to get a connection point as quickly as possible to Via Senda, the intersection to the west there, where people could make decisions about crossing the street to continue on or get into the overpass connections with pedestrian infrastructure. So that segment is in construction currently today, and what we're here to talk about with this item is segment 2 in the environmental document and project approval for that. This is the current status of the project. So we're in preliminary engineering and environmental document stage. So these projects are programmed and developed in 3 stages. The state first approves you or authorizes you to start what's called PA&ED, project approval and environmental document. And once you've completed that and given them the adopted environmental document from the board, you submit that to the state, and then they authorize you to continue on into the detailed design, right-of-way, and utility phase. So what we're here to do today is to seek approval for that environmental document so that we can move on to the detailed design and right-of-way phase. And then the third phase of a project is construction, and that's once you have 100% plans completed. During preliminary engineering, we evaluated different alternatives for the path and against consistency with the goals and values of the project, and looked at preferred alignments. And we have 2 different alignments that would work for this project and a preferred alignment, which I'll get into in a couple slides here. The environmental document for the project is a mitigated negative declaration, MND. And just as a reminder, with the environmental document, we're looking at the maximum impacts the project could have. So you want to be able to mitigate for what the maximum impacts you would have are. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have all those impacts, but you want to be prepared to mitigate for for them if you do. And it also looks at what the minimum requirements are for mitigation. And there again, that doesn't mean you're necessarily going to do the minimum requirements, but you need to know what the minimum requirements are. This document was, the first draft of this document was released in May of this year. And we got a lot of comments back from the public and from the stakeholders on the project. It took we worked on the development of the document for about a year, and we had already incorporated a lot of stakeholder feedback, but we got a lot of comments when we released it in May, one of which was a request to extend the comment period so people had more time to digest the project, which we did. And then once we got all the comments from that period, we took another look at the project and incorporated some of those comments and made some adjustments to the project and the alignments itself. And then we modified the mitigated negative declaration to reflect those changes, and then recirculated the document again in September of this year. That was a 30-day circulation, and then we got a lot of comments from that as well, and we incorporated them into this document as appropriate. So what you have before you is a mitigated negative declaration that's been through an extensive process beyond what typically we do for these types of projects. Okay, so I wanted to walk you through the two different alignments that are discussed in the document, alignments A and B, with B being the preferred alignment, which I'll get into in a minute. But if you just to get oriented here, the west end there is the Auburn Trail, where it terminates into Modoc. And then the first segment along, moving eastward along Modoc Road, the trail will be on the south shoulder of the road. It's a 10-foot wide path, and it's entirely in the county right-of-way for both alternatives. In the next segment over is where the alternatives differ. Alternative A in that section would stay entirely in the road right-of-way and continue on eastward. Alternative B would meander slightly to the south and go around a row of palm trees I'll show you in a minute, and would then and that would have a better buffer from the roadway. We'd be able to preserve the palm trees. It would avoid a big utility relocation that would have to happen if it stays in the road right away. And then moving eastward, A and B meet up again, and they follow the same path. The county owns the road right away between those two eastern roads, Las Palmas and Modoc Road. So it would meander away from Modoc a little bit towards Las Palmas and then drop down to Villa Senda. The middle segment there, alternative B, if it meanders, would meander onto La Cumbre Mutual Water Company property, and the Santa Barbara Land Trust also has a conservation easement over that property, so it would require an easement. I also wanted to walk you through some schematics that kind of show what these different alignments look like, and as we walk through these, we're going to look at 4 different locations along the path. Bear in mind, these are just showing the alignments. We haven't done the detailed design, so it doesn't have a lot of the advanced design features. It's just to give you an idea of what the differences are between the alignments. In the first picture, you can see the top is the existing condition where the Auburn Trail dead ends into Modoc Road. The path would start a little bit back from Modoc and curve around the trees that are there and some of the water infrastructure and things like that, and then meet up with the road shoulder just off the picture here to the left. The second section here would be, as I said, along the south shoulder of Modoc Road. And a couple of things I wanted to point out about this section here is you can see in this area the roadway is pretty wide. It's wider than it needs to be. There's the bike path on the north side is almost 10 feet wide in places, and the bike path on the south is a little wider than it needs to be. So we're able to squeeze the road over to the north and narrow down some of those lanes to our standards. And that means that the path can be built partially where the existing pavement is now. We also have more room on the shoulder in this section. You can see the trees along this area are set back from the roadway up to more than 3 feet most of the places. So there's more room by squeezing the road to the north and by having more shoulder on the south to fit the entire path in the road right away here. Section 3 is where the alignments differ from each other, and this is a picture of what the existing condition is. So in this area, the roadway corridor is a little narrower, particularly because the palm trees along this stretch are right on the edge of pavement, so there's just not as much room. There's not enough room to squeeze everything north. Those palm trees are in the road right of way. It's actually, the right of way line is actually about 5 to 6 feet behind the palm trees. So we looked at a couple different options there. In working with the stakeholders and walking it with people, it seemed it seemed like the experience for the users could be improved and with a better buffer from the roadway. And there's already a path that exists in that area, and it's fairly flat. There's a equestrian path, but there's also enough room to fit multi-use path and the equestrian path in this corridor. So we looked at the option of moving the multi-use path on the other side of the palm trees to preserve the corridor look there with the palm trees. And this is the option A, where the palm trees are removed and the path would be along the south side of the roadway. And then option B, where the path is kind of tucked in on the other side of the palm trees there. And the other thing this would avoid is at the far end of this picture, there's 2 big utility vaults that have very large water services in them that would need to be moved or adjusted if the path stays in the road right away. And then the 4th section, as I said, the county has the right of way between Las Palmas and MODOC. And so the path would meander up towards Las Palmas a little bit and then back down, moving around the trees and coming back down onto Via Senda. So looking at the next steps for this project, as I said, we're in this PA and ED, preliminary project approval and environmental document phase. Once that's approved and we have an approved environmental document, we can submit that to the state and they will authorize us to begin the detailed design stage and the right-of-way stage. And that's the next step where we can develop the information needed to answer some of the questions about obtaining an easement and what the actual details and the features of the project would be. So the next steps would be stakeholder collaboration. Obviously, we want to continue that throughout the whole process, all the way through construction. But we really need to look at the ability to obtain an easement from La Cumbre Mutual Water Company and Santa Barbara Land Trust. For them to approve a easement is something that they have to do within their organizations, and they would have certain requirements that they would have to do in terms of looking at their consistency with their values and goals and missions of what they're trying to accomplish. So we would be looking to work with them on that and to get them the information they need to make their decisions. If it's determined that it's feasible to get an easement for alternative B, that's the preferred option. And we would continue to work with the La Cumbre Mutual Water Company and Land Trust and the other stakeholders to develop the final plans and make it the best project possible. If it's determined to be infeasible to get an easement, alternative A would be pursued, and we would continue to work with the other community stakeholders to, again, make it the best project possible. And we're hoping, we have about 12 months, we're hoping to get through the detailed design and right-of-way phase and move towards construction in late 2023. These are some of the design considerations that will be looked at during the detailed design stage. So obviously we want to consider the users of the path. It needs to be safe, it needs to be ADA compliant, it needs to serve pedestrians, bicycles of all levels of experience, from the triathletes to the 3- and 4-year-olds who are just learning to ride a bicycle. Motorized vehicles would be prohibited, just as they are on the Auburn Trail today. If alternative B is chosen, there's an existing trail network, both pedestrian and equestrian, in the preserve, so we would need to work with the stakeholders to make sure that they still have the access that they need and want, and that it's configured the way they would like it to be. In terms of materials, there's a lot of choices for material composition. There's going to be low retaining walls incorporated into the project. If alternative B is chosen, there would be borders and screening and buffers that would be considered, and we would work with the stakeholders on what the requirements are for that. And then rails and barriers as needed. We also have options for the path surfaces and all the kind of aesthetic features of the project to work with people on. For planting, under the alternative B alignment, there's a lot of opportunities to enhance the planting in that area. There's a lot of opportunities to enhance the preserve and the restoration efforts that are going on there, whether it be planting new trees or vegetation or removing invasive species, those types of things. We're willing to incorporate that into the project, and there would be room to do that under alternative B. If alternative A is chosen, there's going to be a little bit more limited landscaping because the roadway corridor will be taken up with the path and the roadway mostly, but there will be some planting that we'll be able to work on the community with, and then the east end over there will be a lot of opportunities for planting as well. And then also there will be additional safety enhancements we will be considering, so connection points to the neighborhood to the north of MODOC. Alternative B could provide some opportunities to do some traffic calming work, and then we'll be doing some speed studies at the end of the project to see if we can lower the speeds out there based on the new geometries of the project. So with that, we're asking your board today to approve the mitigated negative declaration so that we can submit that to the state and get started on the detailed design stage and making the best project possible out there. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
I have a quick question. How, the whole network, how many miles would that be?
Chair Hartman, that's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head, to be honest.
Maybe somebody can figure it out. No, I'm the whole network. Auburn, this is a connector for a much larger network, and I'm curious about how many miles the network is. So if
It's between 10 and 20.
okay, 15 to 20.
Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions for staff?
I've got a question. Thank you, Chair Hartman. I received in public comment a presentation that talked about one of the alternatives potentially being using the Union Pacific corridor, and that had been on a previous plan. Is it, what happened to that? Is that still on the table? Is it a project alternative? Was it studied? Just curious.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. There was a plan several decades ago, or a concept that had showed that. The county doesn't have any right-of-way over there, and UP, I think, has rules that specifically prohibit paths from being next to their railroad. But so we looked at that information, but we didn't do any studying or further studies of that alignment.
And then for alternative B, I guess the preferred alternative, that takes concurrence from the water company. Is that my understanding?
So it would take an easement over the water company property, and then there's an easement that the Santa Barbara Land Trust holds as well that has restrictions on the use of the area.
And if I understand from the public comment letters, the water company at this point is telling us that we need additional environmental review.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I think what they need is more information that would be developed during the detailed design stage.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I think that bears some teasing out more because, the project development process for transportation projects is very complex, and there's a lot of stages and we're at a certain point in that process now, but we're not at the end. And so I think that bears a little bit more explanation. You know, we have to go through the environmental review process. We develop a design to a certain level of specificity in that process so we can identify the maximum environmental impacts that you described. And then the next stage is to really refine that design to avoid more of those impacts and make it a more precise proposal that we can, you know, work with the other folks involved in this to find a path to success. And that's where we're at. We're not at the finish line. We're not approving the final design of this project. We're really approving the mitigated negative declaration today and moving to the next phase, which is working with the stakeholders to find a path that could work. I guess I answered my own question.
All right. Thank you.
But you did a really good
Supervisor.
job. That's it.
Seeing no more lights, Madam Clerk, how many public commenters do we have today?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have 53.
All right, so I'm going to limit the time to 1 minute, and I would encourage people to, if you can make it shorter or agree with the previous commenter or commenters, it would be much appreciated so we have a longer time to deliberate. But we have received many emails and public comments in writing, and we've read them, and we thank you for that. And with that, then I will close public comment. So there's no more additional people who can get in the queue. So, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we will start with Catherine Hansen, to be followed by Muta Kalkar via Zoom. Catherine, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. You can skip me.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mukta Kalkar. I'm a resident of the city of Santa Barbara and also a PhD student studying environmental science at UC Santa Barbara. I'm here to voice my support for the completion of the Modoc Road multi-use trail. As a PhD student, I live on a very tight budget and I can't afford to have a regular car commute because the cost of gas and parking fees is really high. And as a result, my bike is my primary mode of transportation to and from campus. The bike path as it stands on Modoc Road feels very unsafe because the cars go by very close and very quickly. In stretches of the bike path where I've needed to go in the main lane, I've been honked at and sworn at, and cars get deliberately too close as an intimidation tactic, even though there are signs that say bikes may use the main lane. Especially as it's getting darker, the bike path feels even more unsafe, and I have to leave campus earlier because I don't want to bike in the dark. And an updated bike path would significantly improve my physical safety as well as my access to education. And lastly, I really want to stress that the bike path would increase accessibility of alternative transportation. Bike path expansion is a key part of the county's own energy and climate action plan.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Brian Rutledge, to be followed by Frank Ardondo.
All right, everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. I'll keep this short because I did write a lengthy public comment in writing and most of my thoughts are there. I wanted mainly to speak out, if possible, in support of alignment A. I think the main benefit of alignment A, aside from the path itself, is the removal of as many invasive palms and eucalyptus trees as possible. I know that many people are sentimentally attached to, especially to the palms. I'm not going to call them trees because they are not. It's only a colloquial term. They do not sequester carbon nearly as well as mature trees. They provide minimal shade and they drop hazardous debris on the roadway. I've been looking through the easement between La Cumbre Water and the land trust.
And Mr. Rutledge, that is your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Frank Ardondo, to be followed by Michael Chiakos.
Hello, Madam Chair, Hartman, and Supervisors. My name is Frank Arredondo. I'm the current chair of KSIN SCUMU Chumash. I'm listed on the county's professional consultants list as a Native American consultant and been working in CRM since about 2006, 16 years of doing this. I'm listed with the State of California Native American Heritage Commission's list as a most likely descendant. And being a descendant and having that responsibility, I review development projects to make sure that cultural resources are not impacted. I've reviewed this mitigated negative deck and support the cultural resources section of it. I have one caveat. In speaking with other tribal members, if there are trees to be removed, there's a request that monitoring be observed of those trees being removed. That's all. Otherwise, the other conditions that are listed under the cultural section are fine. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Good luck.
Thank you.
Michael Chiakos to be followed by John Reed.
Hello, this is Michael Chiakos, representing Community Environmental Council, and we support Alignment B, as California has very aggressive goals for reducing vehicle miles traveled, and projects like this are a critical way to get people out of their cars and choosing healthy, active transportation, and off of Freeway 101. Transportation is 50% of California's greenhouse gas emissions when you include the upstream emissions from extracting and refining the oil. And that industrial pollution is also a critical environmental justice issue for those who live next to oil wells and refineries. So we need to reduce oil use and make alternatives to driving as easy as possible. And CEC signed onto a letter that included many others, including MOVE, Sierra Club Santa Barbara, CEC, Santa Barbara Trails Council, Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, CLAWS, CAUSE, Santa Barbara Urban Creeks Council, Society of Fearless Grandmothers, 350 Santa Barbara, Future Leaders of America, UCSB Associated Students, Sunrise Movement Santa Barbara, League of Women Voters Santa Barbara, Cycling Without Age Santa Barbara, and Strongtown Santa Barbara.
And that
All
is your
encouraging-
time.
Thank you.
John Reed to be followed by Lee Heller.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Great. I'm going to just be brief and say I support the B option as well. I'm an avid bicyclist and support connecting this network and keeping my kids safe from the fast traffic on MODOC. They travel from my home off the Auburn Trail to Santa Barbara City College, and I'll give the rest of my time to the other commenters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lee Heller to be followed by Joanne Kaufman.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I am calling in support of you accepting the neg deck to move forward with the project, preferably with alignment B. I want to congratulate those folks at camp for putting pressure on the county to improve the proposed projects. I think the result has been really beneficial in reducing the impacts while still coming up with a project that will allow the connection between the two trails to finish this regional corridor. I don't think anybody will question my environmental bona fides, but I have learned over the years as an environmentalist that you can't just talk about trees and wildlife. Human impacts are here to stay, and we have to find a way to incorporate our human presence into the natural world and to reduce our fossil fuel consumption. And this is one of the key ways to do this. So I'm going to echo what Michael Chiakos said, because he said it better, and hope that you will vote in support of the mitigated neg deck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joanna Kaufman to be followed by Jonathan Uhlman.
Hello, Chair and Supervisors. I'm speaking in support of the project, and alignment B is preferred. This is a visionary and transformative project that would have positive ripple effects beyond the immediate neighborhood. This project is a culmination of decades of efforts by men, women, and children in our community, some of whom are no longer here with us anymore. This is a desperately needed project that will have significant returns on the dollar and benefits to the environment, public safety, and to our community, even drivers. Lowering speed limits or educational campaigns will not stop people from speeding or looking at their phone while they're driving. As a parent of a 5-year-old who recently learned how to ride a bike, what really is needed are engineered solutions, including separated and protective active transportation infrastructure. We should be celebrating the accomplishments of staff in the county to bring a world-class active transportation network to the South Coast that will endure for generations. This is a drop in the bucket, and we don't want to lose the opportunity to lose future grant funding, which might be a negative outcome if this project doesn't move forward. So thank you so much for your time, and I can't wait to ride on the path.
Thank you. If you want to support, you can do that. We ask you not to clap or cheer. Thank you.
Jonathan Yeoman, to be followed by Jason Chapman.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jonathan Ullman. I'm a resident of Santa Barbara and a cyclist and a walker. And I just want to say that I think this plan is a good compromise because if you really think about it, the direct path would be on Viejo Drive, which is where the train originally went until 1901. So if it was a train, actually the pathway would go through Hope Ranch. This goes around Hope Ranch, and it's actually, it's the best you could get because Hope Ranch is there. So it's very minimal impact, and also it's just needs to be safe. And when you ride your bike through a protected area that's got native plants surrounding it and shade, that's the best. These eucalyptus trees, I mean, they are non-native. They're not like, they're not native, and they're gonna fall. They're gonna fall in a storm. So anyway, there's so much land in Hope
That is your
Ranch.
time.
Thank you.
Jason Chapman, to be followed by Deborah Barnes.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Hi, this is Jason Chapman. I'm a resident of the county. I would like to support this project. If you really want to get people out of cars and into alternatives, you do need a network. You can't have a discontinuous network and expect people to rely on it. And you need a network of safe, separated infrastructure. Most of us aren't comfortable biking with high-speed traffic, and this kind of project is what really helps make the decision easier to take the bike instead of the car, or even just to walk. I think that the environmental impact of getting people out of cars and reducing vehicle emissions and even pollution from tires on electric vehicles far outweighs any environmental impact of this. And we need to keep in mind that bigger picture. Please proceed with this project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Deborah Barnes, to be followed by Gail Tetton-Landis.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. I just want to make a few statements as a landscape designer. First of all, palm trees are not invasive. And second of all, I would like to see any way we can to save these historic palms with the path going behind and in between the trees. I feel the palms should be historic. They're over 100 years old. They've survived so many fires and so many other things. They make that corridor so elegant. We would like to see these saved in whatever way we can. Thank you for this time.
Thank you.
Gail Landis, to be followed by Noah Denzel.
Chair Nelson and supervisors, my husband and I were original donors to the Modoc Preserves, and our name are on the plaque inside the preserve. When we lived in Hope Ranch, one of my favorite walks was from our house through the preserve and back home. My husband is also an avid bike rider, and we are thrilled by the new bike path down Las Positos for both its attractiveness and a practicality. So I am sure I'm like many people commenting today, torn between the desire to preserve as much land as possible and excited by the idea of connecting bike paths in an elegant, environmentally friendly way. I prefer Plan B and hope that there can be a way forward, especially addressing the concerns of the land trust and camp. Some things to consider perhaps are a more permeable track material and perhaps a low bridge over the drainage ditch. The process must move forward to allow for more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Noah Dentel to be followed by Patricia Escalara.
Hello, thank you all for your time today. I'm Noah, a local business owner, and we employ about 25 people here in Santa Barbara directly, not including the people we work with locally indirectly. And one of the things I hear from so many people is how difficult it is to commute via bicycle because there's not enough bike paths. So to the extent we can have this and more things like it, that's going to be huge. It's going to be huge for the local business community. It's going to be huge for helping solve the housing problem by allowing more commuting and less parking requirements. It allows Santa Barbara to really be that American Riviera city that's part of the future. So I think it's good for local homeowners, for kind of everybody. Super in support of this and speaking on behalf of a lot of younger people in the local business community. We need more stuff like this.
Thank you. Patricia Escalera to be followed by Warren Thomas.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hart, Mr. Williams, Ms. Hartman, and Mr. Lavadino, and Mr. Nelson. I speak for the Modoc Preserve. I speak for the wildlife, the trees, and the Modoc Preserve, which is to be saved in perpetuity. There is a county policy, and there is what is right. CEQA, there is the law, and there is what's legal. The Modoc Preserve.
China.
Pardon me? Did somebody say something? Yeah. The Modoc Preserve is a legal entity managed by the Accredited Land Trust of Santa Barbara County. There is to be no construction on the preserve and cutting down of any trees because it's plain wrong. I have the land trust right here. It's a legal document, and the prohibited uses. The roads or structures, the construction of any road or structure within the easement area except as provided in the easement, and most importantly, other incompatible uses. Any use of the easement area, which includes the right-of-way.
That is your time. And I gave you a little extra because of
Can I just finish this? Cannot signify noise, traffic, dust, artificial lighting, or crowds. So, no bike path.
Thank you.
Warren Thomas to be followed by Carolyn Terry.
Madam Chair, board members, I represent right now over 5,200 petition signers that are opposed to this project. They want to save the trees and move. Mr. Snedden already admitted that they've, by our pressure, have moved over half the project up onto Modoc Road. All they need to do is to work a little harder, think a little better, and move the rest of the 3/8 of a mile up the Via Cinda, and you're done. It may come at sacrificing part of their adjacent Class 2 bike lanes. He admitted they have 15 feet, which is wider than a vehicle width. The 4.5 mile Auburn Trail, that's the number, it's 4.5 miles out to Goleta Beach, is about 10 feet wide. That's it. And they just need to move. It doesn't have adjacent 10-foot wide Class 2 lanes along with it. Can I get the signatures and over 200 comments entered into the record?
Yeah, please give them to the clerk.
Hi, my name's Carolyn Terry, and I am a supporter of Plan B. I think we all agree that the bike path is good. I'm a parent of triathletes, and I came to Santa Barbara 50 years ago, and it's those Modoc trees, those canary palms that are so historic that I take tourists to go view. Taking those down, I think you're risking us. We're moving in the direction of LA or the Bay Area. I'm from the Bay Area originally. I go up, my 5th grade teacher in Sunnyvale used to bring her horse to school. None of that's all gone. Please don't turn us into the Bay Area or LA. Leave the trees. Thank you.
Next, we have Joan Vignoci on Zoom. Looks like Joan is no longer logged in. So we'll move to Celeste Barber, followed by Kathleen Levreu.
Chair Hartman and fellow supervisors, I stand here tonight in opposition to the proposal here before you. However, I would like to see you direct staff to work with the folks from this group, the folks who want to preserve the Modoc Nature Preserve, and work with them for an alternative that is agreeable to everybody. My main point here is that this is a nature preserve, and the operative word is preserve. That's what the intent was, to preserve it. This portion of the bike path, or the regional bike path from Goleta down to Santa Barbara, is unique in that it encroaches into a nature preserve. And once you start bulldozing there, that is going to affect the animals that live there, including the raptors. It may be years before they return. So I urge you to vote unanimously against this. Thank you very much.
Kathleen Levreu to be followed by Joan Vignoci.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Lorraine, for the record, and thank you, supervisors. I think there should be an alternative C with canary palms being the heroes. And everybody should respect them. They're much older than any of us, and they make a huge impact on our environment in this city. They're one of the most beautiful puzzle pieces of the many that are in this town, which is so gorgeous. Why cut down any of them? Somehow the path can wind around them. We are nothing in comparison to their majesticness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joan Vignoci.
Hello, I'm Joan. I live on Modoc, right on the Hollister corner, and I am an avid biker, and my son's a triathlete and commutes to work. And we absolutely need a safer bike path, and it will be so nice once it connects to the Las Positas side. Although I also would like to echo what the last person just said. If there's a way to save the palm trees, that would be fabulous, or as many as possible, just because it's beautiful. They're beautiful. But I highly, highly support the bike path, and I know that there can be a good compromise worked out, like the lady just said, Plan C. Thank you so much, and thanks for listening to everybody.
Thank you.
Christine Hall to be followed by Chelsea Beach.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I wish I could share the enthusiasm of my friend Joan that was just on the phone, that we will find a compromise. Everybody wants a bike path. I haven't heard anybody call in saying no bike path. The problem is we have 2 bike paths presented by this gentleman here, and then we have a 3rd bike path presented over here, which represents a huge amount of people and a huge amount of effort. The point is, the bike path the 3rd bike path, which we call option C, actually already exists. It's a little bit ways over, it's away from the road, it's above, it starts on an unincorporated road, it's already a bike path. I was there this weekend. The path that exists right now along Modoc is unique and special. For 100 years, this little path has wandered through these trees. Once that goes down, and there's no way you could make that wide enough for bikes and people. Once that goes down, you'll never get it back again. And the whole point of government is to preserve what's special.
And that is your time, and it's a good note to end on.
Chelsea Beach to be followed by Eva Inbar.
Hi, my name is Chelsea Beach. I represent 5 generations of families who have lived on Modoc Road. My grandparents bought their property in 1964. My mother and uncle rode their bikes to school and walked to school every single day. I learned to walk in that preserve across the street. My 12-year-old son, who's here today, rides his bike to school every single day, and according to Mr. Snedden, has been an experienced user since he was 8 years old because he rides that. I also represent the area's oldest resident, Rudy Cardero, who moved to the Modoc area in 1935. He could not be here today, but he told us to save those trees. These trees are our history, the history of our neighborhood, the history of our family, and you cannot replace 100-year-old trees. I also represent over 5,000 local residents who do not want this to happen. I am proud. I hear the woodpeckers every morning. I hear the screeching owls every night. I hear the bats screeching as well. I see the monarch butterflies who are nesting in those trees every single day. Once you start cutting down trees and putting up concrete walls and fences, you are directly impacting the land that is supposed to be preserved in perpetuity. I am a proud Democrat, but this is a bipartisan issue that we all need to get against. We need to save those trees. We are not against bike paths. We want safe transportation, but we do not want them at the expense of nature, of our trees, and everything.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote against A and B. There is another way.
We heard you. Thank you.
Eva Inbar to be followed by Michael Rattray. Ted Rhodes to be followed by Edward Franz.
Good evening. My name is Ted Rhodes. I'm an avid biker who supports multi-use trails and in spirit, the ones being offered here today. However, tonight I'm speaking on behalf of Citizens for the Carpinteria Bluffs. When our organization, in partnership with the Land Trust for Santa Barbara County, when we saved the Carpinteria Bluffs and we gifted them to the city of Carpinteria, we used a really critical tool called the conservation easement, which now has been mentioned in these hearings. But a lot of people here don't know just what an important tool that is to ensure that certain special protection measures are kept in place. And as we now know, the Land Trust holds a similar easement on the Modoc Preserve. What I found perplexing and most distressing, as I have been told, as I had learned, is that no one in the county, the planning staff or the county staff in general, contacted the Land Trust before proceeding with this project full tilt. They should have been involved at the get-go.
That is your time, sir.
Okay, I would just like you to delay the vote until you can get more in agreement with the conservation easement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Edward Franz to be followed by Deborah Key Thomas.
Chair Hartman, Supervisors, my name is Edward France, and thank you for hosting this waypoint in a journey to a future with a connected bikeway for the South Coast and connected bikeways throughout our region. Auburn Trail is beloved, and the Modoc Preserve is beloved as well. And they can coexist, and there are options, and there's further planning and process to go that can allow for the type of experience that when one goes to the North Campus open space, which is within the county's jurisdiction. I was fortunate to be there for Bike to School Day before the pandemic, just when it opened. And we're talking about an active preserve and restoration site, and kids were able to bike to Ivy Elementary for the first time safely, avoiding a high-speed street, and we can achieve that same outcome here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah Key Thomas, to be followed by Lisa Sands.
Good evening. My name's Deborah Keys Thomas. I've lived across the street from the Modoc Preserve since 1963. Probably one of the longest neighborhoods members that is part of our group camp. Today, I'm here to remind you to be laser focused on what your task is today, and that is to determine whether the revised MMD is accurate and truthful information document. We feel that the camp feels that the document is neither, not accurate, not truthful. There were so many mistakes from the get-go that we just cannot see how you can use that document without asking, tapping the brake here, voting no today on both alignments, and seek a true EIR.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Sands, to be followed by Meredith Hendricks.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to us. Here's the point. Both A and B are completely and totally unreasonable. Nothing has been given to the Conservancy. This document is there, it's riddled with falsehoods. It's not properly prepared, and it's being forced, I feel, on our community and to this state. I urge you to not accept either A or B, and to further outline what is required to have any project on any area. Further, this is a preserve, and preserves have laws. They have guidelines.
That is your time.
Please consider it. Thank you.
Meredith Hendricks, to be followed by Albert Oden.
Good evening, Supervisors. Meredith Hendricks, Executive Director at the Land Trust for Santa Barbara County. I want to thank you for your time this evening and let everyone know that the Land Trust is in full support of accessible regional trails throughout the county. In this instance, the Land Trust holds a conservation easement that was recorded in 1999 that preserves the Modoc Preserve area for natural habitat, nature enjoyment, and cannot just be ignored in the process of designing a new regional trail system. We've been very concerned about this process once we became aware that it was underway, because we were not consulted prior to the development of the original draft of the MND, and we've submitted a number of questions to the county about things we would need to know in order to determine the consistency of any proposed path with the conservation easement. We're asking that you delay certification of the MND this evening, primarily because the document says it's consistent with the conservation easement, but it's not clear to us, the holders of the easement, how that is the case. We are interested in working with everyone to collaborate on a potential outcome, but at this point, we cannot consider this to be consistent with the easement. Thank you.
Albert Oden, to be followed by Katie Davis.
Hello, my name is Albert. I'm the founder of a 60-person software company in Santa Barbara. I worry about, with all the talk about trees, we've lost sight of why separated bike paths are important, that we have normalized the dangerous potential trauma that kids and college kids risk when riding bikes adjacent to cars. This picture is what it looks like when a car collides with a bike on a shared road. The cyclist was a UCSB student hit by a driver blinded by the sun. He was concussed, confused, disoriented, lacerated, with a possible broken arm. There was no emergency vehicle. This will not show up in any reports. So for every emergency call that you see on your reports, there are incidents like this that happen every day. It's so normalized that this person, because he could walk and talk, no one called the ambulance, the person, a bystander, just took him to the hospital. The section of Modoc in question has 4 recorded emergency calls, 1 fatality, 1 ambulance carried to hospital. The man killed was intoxicated. The 21-year-old female that was hit was not, nor the 2 others. In Santa Barbara, over the past 2 years, bikers hit by cars on shared roadways include a 16-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 17-year-old, a 13-year-old, a 14-year-old, and so on. None were intoxicated.
That is your time.
Please vote yes.
Katie Davis, to be followed by Barry Reams.
Katie Davis, I support the MODOC path and the certification of the MND. With the Sierra Club, our logo is a tree. We believe in trees. There's a lot of projects that we fight, logging and other projects that would clear cut trees. We believe in conservation. We wouldn't support this without thoroughly reviewing the MND, the conservation easement. We think it is in alignment. There are actually conservation benefits. This has native planting. This will be a better place. And I understand it's hard to watch a place, trees that removed, because I watched that happen in Colo Point when they did the restoration, but it's much nicer now. It's better. There's more wildlife. It will be a good outcome. And I will say, I know that area very well. My father and my in-laws lived over there. And I know it is unsafe. My father-in-law commuted by bike to UCSB from MODOC for 40 years, and he was in support of this path. And I say support was because he died 2 weeks ago, and one of the last conversations we had was he told me he had written something in support of the MODOC path on Nextdoor, and that killed me because that was one of the last things he did. So I hope you approve this path, and if you do, I will think of him when I write on it. Thank you.
Barry Remus, to be followed by Robert Bernstein.
Good evening, Chair Hartman and supervisors. My name is Barry Remus, and I'm representing Move Santa Barbara County, formerly SB Bike and Coast, two organizations which, by the way, did support from the start this project, which received active transportation program funding, which could be at risk if we don't see this through. But it's not because of the money, and it's not just about bicyclists. We really want you to think about the holistic community-wide benefits to this project: accessibility, equity, inclusion, inclusivity for pedestrians, mobility challenged. Think of the people that can't enjoy the MODOC Preserve today because they're not going to ride in a wheelchair on the bike lanes in a MODOC, and there are no sidewalks. So think about the fact that if this project doesn't go through, currently we have the wonderful Las Positas MODOC multi-use trail that the city of Santa Barbara built and is extending. And if you're on that trail, it suddenly ends, and you've got to now cross MODOC to legally get west to Goleta. We want you to approve the MND. Let's get this through and allow your staff to continue to work for a compromise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Bernstein, to be followed by Kira Push.
Thanks. I'm transportation chair for the Sierra Club. I've biked this section of MODOC since I was a student at UCSB for 40 years. I want to follow on what Katie Davis said about the Colo Point Reserve. I participated in that very difficult removal of these nasty non-native plants and the restoration. And people need to understand that habitat has to do with habitat for native species, and eucalyptus trees may provide a bit, but they are not providing what the habitat that most of our native species would have. So if we go with Plan B and we do proper restoration, we can provide habitat for the species we want to encourage here. Thank you.
Kira Push, to be followed by Douglas Campbell.
Hello, my name is Kira Push. I believe opponents and proponents of the MODOC MUP are united in their desire for a shared natural space, but there's more to the forest than just the trees. The MODOC MUP will enable car alternative travel from Goleta to downtown SB on a protected path, which is not only significantly safer for path users, but also for the environment. As such, the path offers an incredible opportunity to build the infrastructure for a more sustainable future in Santa Barbara, and it is critical that we see and act on this bigger picture. The MODOC MUP is ultimately one of many steps being taken by the county to reduce carbon emissions and improve quality of life in order to achieve the Vision Zero goals adopted by Santa Barbara in 2018. The San Jose Creek Path, the Cliff Drive Path, and the Hollister Interim Striping Project are all walkability improvement projects in Santa Barbara that have been passed unanimously within the last month. A remaining and vital missing piece in our cycling and pedestrian infrastructure is the Modoc MUP. I'm a grad student, I ride my bike a lot, and I'm not gonna be here in a couple years, but I want you to build this for other people and for future residents.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Douglas Campbell to be followed by Gretchen Murray.
Thank you. I'm Doug Campbell. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the La Cumbre Mutual Water Company. We're the landowner of the Modoc Preserve, which is subject to the terms, as you know, of a conservation easement held by the Land Trust for the County of Santa Barbara. Per our letter of October 13th, commenting on the county's MND, the water company states that the MND and the environmental analyses contained therein is incomplete, and that we look forward to working with the county to address the issues identified in our letter, so as to determine whether any configuration which might develop for the proposed project might be made compatible with the requirements of the conservation easement.
Thank you. Gretchen Murray to be followed by Patricia Fengold.
Good evening. Thank you for staying so late for all of us. We do appreciate it. I'm very much for having a bike path. I ride the bike path. I've ridden the new bike path down to the beach. I like it. But in terms of the Auburn bike path, it is not a Class 1 bike path. It's a Class 2. It's narrow. And what we could do, if we could do that same width and have a curbing along the road and allow the trees to be preserved and stay off of the preserve, that would be great. Alternatively, I'd love to see Vieja used as an alternative road. And yes, you might have to circle around the preserve in order to do so, but it would allow us to maintain the preserve, which we are all appreciating. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Patricia Fengold to be followed by Jordan Thomas.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, I'm going to make this brief. Relocating the path along Vieja Drive has been mentioned several times. I'm just here to emphasize that that was an alignment that was rejected quite a while ago by the people putting forth this plan, and there are very good reasons for rejecting that alignment. And I just want to emphasize that it is not ADA compliant. It cannot be made ADA compliant in any kind of reasonable manner. And I just want you to recognize that that option needs to be roundly rejected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jordan Thomas to be followed by Holly Peterson.
This has really made me appreciate your jobs. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to speak real quick in support of the bike path. I'm an environmental anthropologist at UCSB, and I'm a former hotshot for the U.S. Forest Service. And as a researcher at UCSB, I concur completely with the first statement that thousands of people, researchers, staff, students, depend upon that route to get to town and to commute and just have access to the community. And it's incredibly dangerous. Approving this path will save lives. As a former firefighter, I appreciate alignment B and the fact that we're not deforesting the area. We're removing a few eucalyptus trees, which are among the most flammable trees on Earth, and replacing them with fire-resistant, drought-resistant native species, which seems like a win all around. And then in terms of the objective benefits of bicycle infrastructure, commerce, health, community, that doesn't really need much more statement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Holly Peterson to be followed by Carol Gamble.
Hi, good evening. I stand here not as so many people have said throughout the day, a lifelong Santa Barbaran. I'm actually a new Santa Barbaran. If you can't hear it in my accent, I just moved here in August from Minneapolis, Minnesota. My husband and two daughters, we moved here, and we live right across the street now from the area in question. And I may not have lived here a long time and I certainly don't lay claim to the trees along Modoc. But it only took me a short time to realize how unsafe that area is for cyclists, how unsafe it is for people making a left turn off of Modoc onto the Auburn Trail. And I'm here to encourage you all to move this project forward. I look forward to making a million new memories in this amazing, magical place. And winter sucks. All right, bye.
Thank you for getting involved.
Carolyn Gamble to be followed by Roman Baraktik.
You're going to like winter here.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Gamble, and Holly's my neighbor. So I'm right off of the off of Modoc. My property juts up right up to Modoc. And one thing is, I hear for 12 years, I've heard the screeches and the accidents, and I've gone down to see them, and there's a lot of accidents. And one guy died, and I know some people are like, well, he was homeless, well, he had dark clothes on, well, he was mentally ill, so like it doesn't matter, I guess. Oh, well, okay, so that life, I guess, doesn't matter if he was having these issues. But in 2019, he died, and he had a mother, and he had a life, and I think we got to remember this. We got to remember that there are kids that go right to school there, and it's very dangerous, and I hope you can hear that, because I have gone down there. A motorized wheelchair guy got hit by a car on that Modoc too, on Modoc and Encore. So thank you. I hope you please pass it. Hendry's would be so great to go
Thank
to.
you.
Bye.
And let me remind people in the audience, only the speaker speaks.
Roman Baraktik to be followed by Autumn Brook.
Hello, good evening. I'm a 49-year resident of Santa Barbara County. I've ridden along that path on my bicycle numerous times. I actually think that the folks from camp and cyclists, frankly, we share a lot of the same concerns. I know many people on camp are cyclists, frankly. My real concern is safety. If children and families cannot be on a bike path, that's not a safe bike path. Modoc is incredibly dangerous. Cars speed regularly on that street. Coming down the hill on Modoc is incredibly dangerous. There are numerous driveways, numerous streets that feed onto it. Riders come through at night. There is debris on the side of the road. Frankly, the county has done a terrible job in terms of maintaining that street. Potholes, glass, branches. It's incredibly dangerous. We need a dedicated bike path there where everyone can feel safe, walkers, everyone. And it's important to come up with a plan. I love the palms that are there. I want to protect those. We need to come up with a plan that meets the needs of both. Thank you.
Autumn Brook to be followed by Melissa Cunningham.
Okay, so I can control it. How do I do it? Is it this?
Thank you. My name is Autumn Brook, and I was the designer for the original master plan for the Modoc Preserve. I am here to talk about history. I have been living on the Auburn Trail for about 30 years, and I watch all of the different kinds of people who pass by on a multi-use path. I'd like to see that be possible for people on Modoc in a safe place, being able to enjoy the beauty of being out in nature. And there are provisions in the conservation easement that will allow this, provided that there is good collaboration on the part of the county, the land trust, the water company, and all of the people in the community. So I was going to show you a slideshow of 1,000 years of environmental and cultural change in 5 slides. It's going to be impossible for me to do that in the time that I've got. I just want to remind everybody that although we have a history and memories, things change, and we need to be making plans for succession of how humans use this space, succession of the plants and animals that inhabit it, There are problems, and we need to be looking forward to solutions.
Thank you.
you.
Please advance the slide to speak with the next speaker, please. No, 5 slides.
Yeah.
To
Thank you. There we go. There we are. So you're
Melissa Cunningham to be followed by Alex Peugeot.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I'm the Director of Strategic Initiatives with MOVE Santa Barbara County, and today I'm here to ask you to approve the MND and direct County Public Works staff to continue on with their more detailed process so that we may see this long-awaited missing section of the California Coastal Trail completed. All users deserve a safe, accessible, and protected path. The MODOC path will create a vital link between 2 existing multipaths, creating a more complete network of safe, off-street, multi-use facilities along the coastal trail spanning from Carpinteria to Goleta. It will connect the Las Positas, MODOC, Auburn, and Maria Ignacio multi-use path systems, providing a continuous connection between homes, jobs, schools, and open spaces. Now that the City of Santa Barbara's Cliff Drive multi-use path has been recommended for funding, this network of trails, including the MODOC path gap closure, will result in nearly 20 miles of linked multi-use paths from Western Goleta to Montecito.
Thank you.
Do not delay, and thank you so much.
Alex Peugeot to be followed by Kim Stanley.
How safe is Modoc Road? There were 13 reported severe injuries involving bicycles in the last 10 years of available data. Most involved young people, 14 to 36 years old, and took place during daylight. One was different, as mentioned. Daniel Robinson, who is described as a transient who lives in the area riding with no reflectors, light of helmet, was killed on the 4th of July, just after midnight. It is tempting to think that this is a tragic consequence of irresponsible behavior. But I have to ask, does responsible behavior guarantee a different outcome? A few years earlier, just across the freeway from Modoc Road, a 12-year-old boy was hit from behind while riding his bicycle to La Colina Junior High at Calle Real. His backpack remained embedded in the front grille of an SUV. The boy was wearing his helmet, his bicycle had reflectors, and it was a bright, beautiful morning. This boy has a name. We will never forget it. Say his name.
Thank you.
Kim Stanley to be followed by George Chapman.
Good evening, Madam Chair and board members. I'm the Senior Program Manager for MOVE Santa Barbara County. We contract with the county and cities to provide the Safe Routes to School program. We teach students safety and the benefits of walking and biking to school. The planned MODOC multi-use path would directly affect kids attending Vieja Valley School. There are Vieja Valley families who would like to bike to school, but have stated that the speed of traffic along MODOC Road prevents them from doing so. The path would also increase the safety for students who attend San Marcos High School, many of whom live on Santa Barbara's west side and have a direct route to school via MODOC Road. Completing this multi-use path would make their ride significantly more safe. The county funds our program to educate and encourage students on how to walk and bike safely to school. Please give them the infrastructure they need so they have a safe route to school. Thank you.
George Chapman to be followed by Terry Ortega.
George is being represented by video on the next slide, embedded in the next slide. So you get that, another click or something makes it play. Hopefully the volume was up. Should I ad-lib what he said?
Yeah.
I'm the one who took
Wing
the
it.
I'm the one who took the video? Okay, okay. George said that he had just biked 6 miles from where he lives in Goleta to this intersection here where the Oldwood Trail ends. And he said now he's faced with the dreaded stretch of Modoc on his way to Hendry's Beach. He said he really would like to see a Class 1 path put in to fill the gap, and that it would be really awesome if it could be located down in the preserve where he could enjoy his hobby of bird watching, taking photos of birds, and microphone. He's a paraplegic, so he uses a hand cycle, which of course was visible in the video, and he had his microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Ortega to be followed by Carl Magnosic.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, thank you. I am in support of the Modoc multi-use path. I am an avid equestrian and have lived near and ridden my horses in the Modoc Preserve for 50 years. When the project was first presented, I saw this as an opportunity to be part of the solution. I am currently on the board of Hope Branch Riding and Trails Association and have been deeply involved and included in the planning process and will continue to be involved until it is completed. Once the plan is approved, we can begin to fine-tune some of the issues, like making sure there is ample separation between the path and the equestrian trail so that it is safer for all. Select the type of fencing, plantings along the MUP that would keep those users from uncontrolled access to the preserve, making sure the entrance to the preserve coming from Modoc from around Vista Clara is safe for equestrians. I am certain that the county will continue to seek the advice of Hope Ranch Riding and Trails to ensure that the finished path is safe for everyone. I hope that you will approve Alignment B as the preferred alternative. Once it is completed, it will benefit all groups and create a safe path through the Modoc corridor.
Thank you. Carl Magnosic to be followed by Brigida Van der Rey.
Carl Magagnosk is not here. He was going to present some information about all of the local community organizations that are in support of this path, in particularly Alignment B. Michael Chiacos already spoke from CEC about them, but this was just to show you all of their logos. And I'll skip through. Okay, thank you.
Brigida Van der Rey to be followed by Bob Hamber.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Brigida Van der Rey. I'm a former wildlife biologist. I love this project. We can meld the best of everyone's ideas into something that's beautiful and that serves the entire community. We can enhance conservation values by supporting healthy tree succession. We can maintain beautiful vistas and promote native plants and animals. The county did a great job analyzing this project. The original and the revised MND found no adverse effects that would change if we moved the path a few feet this way or that way, north or south, it wouldn't matter. I really hope that they can locate the path completely off of Modoc while removing as few trees as possible. This would be safer and more enjoyable and would be beautiful. Let's make this path delightfully awesome. Thank you.
Bob Hamber to be followed by our final speaker, Jim Kemp.
I'm Bob Hamber. The Land Trust is the key entity that determines whether the taxpayers, neighbors, and users save the trees and get a good trail, or lose the trees and settle for a poor trail. Next, we recommend process tools like this table for evaluating the pros and cons of different ideas to choose the best outcome for most stakeholders. Next, the next 3 slides illustrate one possible approach that could benefit most everyone. Brainstorming new alternatives can fulfill this prime opportunity for the Land Trust to host a project and use public and private funds to achieve many of the goals of the conservation easement, including education, outdoor experience for all, restoration, and community engagement. Next, the mission statement of the land trust itself is an excellent guide for interpreting the conservation easement. Next, this illustrates one possible plan that saves Modoc palms, achieves a great trail, and enhances the preserve. Next, please trust all us civic-minded, talented people to collaborate by approving the valid MND and directing county staff to work with the land trust, water company, camp, and our growing alliance of pro-trees and pro-trail stakeholders. Thanks for the extra time.
And our final speaker, Jim Kemp.
Chair Hartman and members, good to see you. I am here in support of the project, and I am not the only one that's in support of this project. The California Transportation Commission, which awarded a $5.4 million grant to the county for this project, ranked this project as its #1 project in the state when it was funded in the cycle 4 of the ATP program. I can't resist the urge to give you recommendations because that's my nature. Could we go to the next slide, please? This shows the ranking of all the projects. This is an extremely competitive program. It is very much underfunded, and you should be proud that your staff did a good job on the application. Next slide, please. Okay, our recommendations. We would ask you to approve the project and the MND and reject the no project alternative that some people have asked you to approve or to reject. We want you to support alternative B+, which is an alignment that puts the path into the preserve. To enjoy the preserve, you must go into the preserve. And I would ask you to support that. Next slide, please. We'd ask you to direct your staff to immediately begin collaborating with the Land Trust and the La Cumbre Water Company to provide the information that's needed by the Land Trust to provide consistency with the conservation easement. Finally, we ask you to direct your staff to prepare and distribute a public information plan that would tell people when they can provide input into the project as it moves into final design and what items can be commented on during that process. Thank you, and I urge you to support this project.
Thank you.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no further requests to speak.
All right, thank you. Mr. Snedden, did you hear anything you wanted to comment on before we ask you questions?
Chair Hartman, no, I think we're ready for questions. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Supervisor Hart.
I don't have any questions, but I have comments, and I'll make them brief. First of all, I just want to say how proud I am of our community coming together like this today. After an extraordinarily long day, you got a chance to see what we do on some of the other items, and you can certainly take away that we work hard at this job. And this is probably the second to the last meeting that I'm going to have here with my colleagues and with you in this capacity. And this is a really important moment. And I think that the phrase trees and trails is really important because I share the values of the folks who are concerned about the Modoc Preserve. You know, the camp effort has made this project much, much better. I personally am committed to making sure that we protect the palm trees on Modoc Road. I mean, those are the signature element in that neighborhood next to the preserve. And in fact, I think we should plant the ones that are missing in the gaps to continue that along that way. So I think that option B is the best possible option from a user standpoint and experience. I think it absolutely can be integrated into the preserve. I do not think these things are incompatible, but it is far from certain that that's going to be the outcome of the next phase of this project because the La Cumbre Mutual Water Company and the Land Trust have a really important conservation easement that has to be respected. And we have to work collaboratively with the Land Trust and the Water Company to find a path to connect a regional bike path that is critical infrastructure in our community. This is our challenge to rise to this moment. And I know we can do it. I'm really optimistic about that because I think we share these values. There's nobody here that disagrees that the Modoc Preserve is critically important to protect and that we need to create 21st century infrastructure in a time when our climate is in jeopardy, and we have to figure out ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and protect our planet. And doing that here at the local level by building the right infrastructure that respects the natural beauty of that place and still provides the connectivity is our responsibility to succeed at. And it is not hard, really, if we all just roll up our sleeves and do this together. Just for context, I happened to Google how many paved trails are there in Yosemite National Park. There are 23 partially paved trails in the gem of the United States National Park System. There are ways to do this together. All we're doing today is approving the mitigated negative declaration and the project. I hope we're focused on option B, not option A. I cannot see a way that makes any sense. And really what we're going to do is direct our staff, as it was the recommendations from the community groups that came together in a coalition and supported Trees to Trails, is to direct our staff to work with the Land Trust and the water company to figure out an alignment and a path that will work. And I just appreciate everybody who did a lot of work, to present both sides of this equation today. And I'm just really optimistic that we can succeed here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, I actually have a question. From the Trees and Trails PowerPoint, there were 3 different alternative Bs in there. There was the original, current, and future. I didn't really understand that. Do you guys have are you familiar with what the distinctions are?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that's the first time I've seen that too,
Okay.
so we need to work through that.
All right. What else in this, so let's say this moves forward. Are we setting in motion potentially option A? Or would there be an opportunity for it, would come back to the board, or there'd be another decision point before option A was chosen over option B? Or are we just basically going through this process, and if we cannot accomplish option B because we can't get an easement, then it defaults to option A?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I don't think it would be required to return to the board, but that's something that could be, directed.
Okay, well, that's gonna be important for me to move forward with this. I don't know if we're still in questions or deliberations a little bit here, but.
Since you have the mic, why don't you add?
Yeah, so I haven't always been a North County resident. I don't know if anybody knew this already. I spent my first 5 years as a South County resident, and going down Modoc is some of my earliest memories from our home off of Shoreline to the church my dad pastored in on Hollister. So this is a very iconic section of Santa Barbara for me personally. These palm trees are, they're essential, or they're, like, I guess, iconic. I don't want to overuse that term, just like the oak trees are in the North County. And so I want to make sure that those are preserved. And so, but I also am pro bike path. I think there's a way to move forward with option B. And if moving this forward by approving the MND is the next step forward for us, and then to continue to have the conversations with our partners, I'm all for that. If this is a process that doesn't include coming back to the board to take option A and potentially remove the palm trees, then I'm not. That needs to be in the motion. That has to come back to the board. I don't want to set forth a process that ultimately I don't get another bite at the apple over the palm trees. So I think that there's an alignment that can avoid them. I hope that we can work with our partners, out there with the water district and the land trusts. I do think that preserves and bike paths are compatible, as we have them in our national forests. This is a huge asset to the community, and something I like to see move forward. I'm not afraid of removing eucalyptus trees. I think it's been mentioned here today that they can be problematic, but I definitely want to protect the palms. So if there's a motion that has that in place, then I'm willing to support it.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, the way I see this is that, well, first of all, I want to say it's actually inspiring, even at this late hour, to see the amount of passion here, the amount of shared values between people who are disagreeing but want something good. And I really believe that it's possible to have a bike path that minimizes harm to our trees, our existing stock of trees, but still is a safer separated bike path. And to do that, though, the hard part is that means you got to do option B, which is over the easement, which means you have to have you have to look at the exact alignment. You have to look at the design specs, what design specs that the ATB grant can pay for versus what are the ones that the land trust is consistent with the land trust's values and work. All that takes approving the mitigated negative declaration and moving forward. You can't have that conversation without doing that. And so I think we have to move forward to have that conversation, negotiation, whatever you want to call it. I think those that were opposing certifying the MND should have the solace that if the preference is path B, that's not going to be approved without it being consistent with the land trust's rules and values.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had an interesting day today because we had a North County, this is like this first time it's ever happened, where we had a cannabis grower appealing another cannabis grower. And now in the South County, we have bike trail advocates versus preservationists. So it's kind of like the way this works out. And I wrote down the same thing that Supervisor Williams said. There's a lot of passion in the room. Both sides very, very committed. And I think you guys have the same goal. And I think if you just commit to working together, you're going to get something that you're all going to be proud of. Maybe not right away, but a few years down the road. So I had a really cool thing happen. I'll just pass along yesterday. This is as important as bike trails are. I was passing out candy at my door, and I showed my colleagues this. Luckily, my wife caught it on tape, and a little girl came up dressed as a princess, and I was giving her candy, and she said, "I just want to thank you for voting for the bike trail up in North County." So it wasn't this one. But yeah, so they are important to people. And I thought maybe Joan sent her over, but I guess, believe it or not, Katie Davis and I are on the same side of an issue today. So
Well, it's no secret I'm a strong trail advocate. I also am a strong environmentalist. And I, with my colleagues, agree that we have to find a way forward with option B that addresses the most that we can from each side's perspectives. And I'm share the optimism of my colleagues that we can do this. And so I'll be supporting accepting the mitigated negative declaration and then directing staff to go with option B. I believe option A should come back to the board if that is something that would be considered. So Supervisor Hart, would you like to make the motion?
I will make that motion, A through E, with the caveat that option A come back to the board if that is the only viable option in the future. But I don't think that's going to happen.
I'll second that.
All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. And we are adjourned to November 29th.